Is breaking over the horizon, engines waking in the quiet sky. Midnight storms are falling silent, runways glowing far below. Every mile we crossed together was a path we had to know. Through the clouds the wings kept climbing, through the dark we held the line. Now the morning spreads before us like a long-awaited sign. Glass and steel grow pale behind me, screens surrender to the sun. All the shadows of the disappear when night is done. Every scheme that ruled the darkness, every throne built in the air, turns to dust beneath the daylight when the truth is standing there.
Golden light across the runway, stories finally take their shape. Every choice that once divided now becomes the path we take.
Through the silence of the nightfall, through the echoes of the chase, morning shows a different future written in the open space.
Dawn of Spotlight 441,
Silver wings greet the sun.
through the night.
The course was run, now the legend has begun.
Dawn of Spotlight 441,
Engines rising with the sun. From the dark the flight is born into skies of endless dawn. Morning wind across the wing carries voices from the night. Every mile ahead is open, every sky is clear and bright.
Every shadow left behind us, every secret fades away. Only open skies remain now in the light of breaking day.
Even empires built in darkness bow before the rising light.
Dawn of Spotlight 441,
Silver wings greet the sun.
through the night.
You're like a circle that floats around me, keeping me safe and sound. And when I fall, you tied a rope to me. You're blessing me every day. I was down with an illusion, like a sparrow with broken wings. But now I shine with your reflection on me. I'm getting back up on my feet. That you showed up was written in my palm. You are a statement, explode like a bomb. I get to push myself to victory. You make me winner. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You showed me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You showed me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. Yes, I'm the winner, yeah. 'Cause I'm the winner, yes. Am I awake or am I dreaming? So far gone, I won't look back. And when I move, there ain't no stopping me. You're pushing me up to the top. I saw the clouds looking angry, but then the sky reached my mind. And when I space out, I see the possibilities unfolding the way that I want. That you showed up was written in my palm. You are a statement, explode like a bomb. I get to push myself to victory. You make me winner. You cut me loose and set me free. You cut me loose. You make me win in every way. Win in every way. You show me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You show me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. Yes, I'm the winner, yeah. 'Cause I'm the winner, yes. 'Cause I'm the winner, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yes, I'm the winner, yeah. I'm a drop in the ocean, just a face in a crowd waiting to be seen. Big dreams set in motion. I wanna go where no one's ever been. I would climb the highest mountain. I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky. Yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here.
011 Spy Flight. Thanks for coming by today. We're at the passenger terminal at RAF Brize, Norton, a very famous airport. But for us, this might be the point that James Bond would have departed from to go down to Malta. Let's go. Super duper happy Saturday to you. Almost forgot what day of the week it was. Hey, thanks for putting up with all of the extra spy stuff that we've been doing lately with the release of the new James Bond game. And we've got a flight that's kind of, the James Bond game inspired, not expired. Thanks for coming in today. Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. So at the beginning of the new 007 game, James Bond, after the first adventure and meeting with him, got sent down to Malta, where the 007 training flight is. So one of the things that we're doing is we took and we split that up just a little bit, so that we basically, I'm also changing the music playlist right now, so I'll look at you in just a sec. But James Bond probably did a direct flight. We've split it up into 3 flights, and we're going to take it over the course of the next few days, because the other big story in the world of flight simming is we've got a brand new, a brand new airport. So they released a whole new airport for us. And I've also got to put the camera back where it belongs, because it's kind of blocking stuff. So the camera needs to go over there. Okay. So anyway, wow, what a great opportunity for a flight. And this is a really cool livery. It's been available elsewhere, but for today, Polyot has ended up making this available in Flight Sim 2024 for the Phoenix. So this airplane is actually, IRL, it's an A321neo. And to get the livery, if you go over, I've got a link for you if you'd like the livery for this. It is a UK airplane. It's a real airplane that they fly around probably the world. Also, there is a special airport scenery if you would like for Brize Norton Airport. And that's the one that we're at right now. And we'll probably depart from here from some other for some other flights too. But this is yes, I know it's a very weird looking Aston Martin. Hi, Kaysen Racing. And if you said hi while I've been zipping around and waking up, hello and welcome aboard. Eamon, good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. Manaphy is here. Loviz says no. Black Dog did a resub. Hey, Black Dog, thanks for the resub. Let's see. Dude flew out of here many times when you served. Nowhere nice, unfortunately. Oh, really? You didn't get to go any nice places? You mean every day wasn't a trip to the beach in a black tie with a vodka martini shaken not stirred? Let's see. Skippy is here. Annie is back. Welcome back, Annie. And I think I need to turn on some. Alerts. It is 35% off day for gift subs, and to get it going. First of all, thank you, Frankie Stat. Frankie just did a resub. Frankie's been here for 44 months. Thank you for that, and I appreciate you being here. Loviz is first with 10 gift subs today. Loviz, thank you so much for the extra support. It's been tough for everybody, and I really appreciate you, keeping these things going and keeping me going. Thank you. If you just got 10 of those free gift subs, nice gifts from Loviz, please say thank you. And in the middle of all of that, JSG Droid has raced to the top of the list and dropped 450. That's a huge number, and thank you so much for the extra support. And I know it's tough where you are too. Gas is really expensive where you are. So absolutely thank you to JSG Droid for your support and helping me to keep this going in so many different ways. The weather cam is actually back thanks to JSG Droid. I was almost able to match the exact same shot with it too. The same mount actually works from the old camera. So I just tilted it a little bit to give it that edgy look of the camera, you know, tilted off to the side. So thank you for the awesome support there and helping me to keep it going. And in the middle of all of that, Sunjammer is here, and Sunjammer has been here. You know, Sunjammer's kind of been here right from the start of this crazy experiment in flight simming. And Sunjammer just gifted 5 subs to the community. Thanks, Sunjammer. Thank you for always reporting in from Jammerland, and I hope it is awesome where you are. And we're all set and ready to go. Did I get the gift for Atlanta? I don't think that I saw that. I might have missed that, but thank you. So yeah, flight plan is slightly different. Originally, we were going to basically do 007's whole flight today. Chatted a little bit online, and so we're doing RAF Brize Norton over to Berlin right now. Then we're going to go down to Atlanta and check out the new Atlanta airport, and just take the maybe the 737-900 down to Fort Lauderdale. From Fort Lauderdale, we're going to check out the new update for the ATR, which has now been updated, and I can't wait to see it. I did load it. It does load, so I don't know anything else about that. And we'll do Fort Lauderdale down to Key West. Then we'll pick up Berlin to Rome and either continue on to Malta or maybe move that to Monday. I'm not sure what we're going to actually do with that, but that's the whole cool thing about our world. We can kind of decide what it is that we want to do and how we want to get that done. And I am also just getting over here and getting the alerts turned on. I'm sorry I didn't have that turned on. I'm still trying to remember how to do all the things that you do for flight simming. For playing 007, you just start 007, hit the go live button, and that's all there is to it. The spy flight, there's a whole lot of silly other things that we do. So let's see. Brize Norton brings back bad memories for Ollie. Oh, really? So you've been to this too. So I think I'm relatively caught up. Hey, Offworld. Offworld got a gift sub. That's great. Offworld always comes in with, you know, spy appropriate jokes here. And I really, you know, love the jokes as well too. Ollie too many times? No kidding. Well, that's not good. So anyway, we're here and we're going to make this a fun flight too. And somebody was saying, isn't it a little bit obvious that 007 might have gotten on a government airplane or something like that? Probably in the real world, you would have probably sent 007 down on a commercial flight, you know, probably back in the back of the airplane too. But this is James Bond, so, you know, we get to go and have good fun. I see T-Bird is here with all the fun emotes. Hi, T-Bird. Welcome aboard. Annie landed the fly-by-wire A320 Melbourne to Sydney. Shaky descent, and you got the McDo working. Congratulations on getting the McDo working. That's a good part of it, too. And Zach is back, too. Apparently, the reason 007 has it shaken is because if you shake it, the alcohol is underneath the drink. But if it's stirred, it mixes it up. I never knew the exact reason why, you know, it was shaken, not stirred, at least as far as 007 was concerned. I thought, you know, there was the famous scene from The West Wing where President Bartlett is explaining to, let's see, he's going off about 007, you know, why it chips the ice if you shake it, so that's why you stir it. Because if you chip the ice, then the ice melts, and then that waters down the alcohol. And President Bartlett says, well, he's ordering a watered down martini and being snooty about it. So there you go. That's right. He would have been carrying the diplomatic bag on the flight as a cover story. That's it. No annoying auto throttle stuff for the landing either. So you got that fixed too, Andy? Hey, Danny VDW, welcome aboard. We will be playing 007 again on Monday after the first or the second flight. I don't know exactly when. To make it more complex, the King flies as Sparrowhawk if he's traveling on government business. So I use the call sign Sparrowhawk too, like you gave me. So that's what I'm doing there. Offworld, starting your flight from this particular airport certainly has a Brize draw. Landy is here. Welcome aboard. Perfect time to fly the FS Labs. Oh, that's right. You know, you're right. I should have done that. And I did have a little bit of time that I could have got that going. We do have a really great hype train going on right now, and thank you. It was a level 10 hype train. Again, thank you so much for the extra support and helping me keep it going here. No, can't say thank you enough for that. Let's see. This would be Sparrowhawk. Sorry, voice. It's actually kind of chilly and rainy out there, which is nice, but my voice is, as usual, messed up. It would be Sparrowhawk as it's a government charter flight. Kitty Hawk is used when a VIP or a royal flight operated by RAF A321 squadron, but not on government business. Okay, so Sparrowhawk is still good for this one. It's not just, a royal is aboard. I thought that's what that was. Hi, Landy. Welcome, welcome. And again, thank you for a level 10 hype train. That was super duper nice. Thanks for helping me to keep all of this silly stuff going. Could not keep my lights on without you. Okay, let's see. Again, our next flight is Atlanta to Fort Lauderdale. There's a brand new scenery available at Orbix. At Orbix for Atlanta. If you've got a PC that's a little on the light side, after you download it and install it, be sure to go back into settings in Orbix Central and turn off some of the options in there. I turned all mine off and it seems to be working just fine. And then we've got the ATR all ready to go. So with all of that, let's hop aboard the plane and get going. Star Lugo, welcome, Star. So Phoenix, I've got some doors open. We'll open up cargo. I'm trying to hope I can remember to do everything here. I bet they would have a preconditioned air cart out here on all of this. So we've got a preconditioned air cart on, and there's that. The King does not have a fixed call sign like President of the United States. The call sign depends on the nature of the business, or more simply put, who's picking up the bill, the Ministry of the Defense or the Treasury. Okay, that actually makes a certain amount of sense. It does, keep the call signs, separate. It actually does make some really good sense. Sparrowhawk is for the more expensive missions. The other one is when there's not much money in the kitty. That's a really good one. That's really good. JSG Droid, we've got cows. We do. That was a absolute tornado of a hype train. Thank you for being such a huge, big part of that, JSG Droid. And again, thank you for all of your great support and helping me to keep this going. Couldn't do it without. And also your advice about internet security. There is an A330 with delivery right when... is there an A330? I think there is. And Polyot says they use both the A330 and the A321 Neo in the Vespa livery. Is that this livery? It's the Vespa livery. It doesn't have anything to do with James Bond's girlfriend, right? Do you remember how to fly? Okay, well, let's see. Okay, we got music going. We're on VATSIM. I've got Elevate X going. Let's go ahead and give it a shot. So, flight management guidance computer. And flight data is good until 10 June. Make sure to disable the default Atlanta in My Library, and photogrammetry or the taxiways are lumpy. Okay. I'm not sure, what the best thing is to do. About the photogrammetry stuff. Should we leave it on or should we leave it off? You can go temporarily out and go into settings and look at that. And that's going to be over here in graphics, I believe. Let's see. Probably in global rendering, maybe? And terrain, buildings, volumetric, terrain, ambient occlusion. Sounds like a Harry Potter charm here. Seat belts, roads, traffic. Well, it's not, let's see, depth of field, motion blur, cube map, windshield, ray tracing. I don't know. We're going to have to talk to Ray about the tracing part of it. Volumetric clouds, rocks, buildings, trees, displacement mapping, level of terrain. Okay, it's not this one. It's not this one. This does not have photogrammetry in it. Vespa is a classic British scooter which often had the Union Jack on the livery, which inspired the livery. So oh, that's a cute little scooter. Hey, that would be really nice. I'll bet that's a lot of fun. Maybe, you know, when it's really cold and rainy and that's about the only thing you've got. But on a nice day, I'll bet that's a really fun scooter to go scooting around in. Last week, Zach went the Virgin Atlantic Training Center and you got to fly the A350. Oh, really? How was that? How was that? This is a great little scooter. I'll bet that would be fun. Loviz says we turn off photogrammetry in the online. Okay, photogrammetry. Here it is. I have mine turned on. I'm going to turn mine off. Let's turn that off like Loviz suggested. I think that's a great little scooter. No, Loviz says to turn it on. Loviz says we need photogrammetry turned on. Oh, really? I thought we wanted it off. Okay, well, I can do that. We'll just leave photogrammetry on and stop messing stuff up. Let's get back in the airplane. Thank you, Loviz. I appreciate that. Blue Idol, welcome aboard. All right, let's come back over here and we do the ASUS. I remember how to do this. Hey, that's okay. I've only had 1 cup of coffee today. I kind of slept in a little bit this morning. I don't know about you, and maybe it's just because I'm old, but the James Bond game has left me really tired. I mean, that game is intense. Now, I love the puzzle stuff, and I love sneaking around and stuff like that. That's a good time. But all of the fights and stuff, and there's a lot of them, just leave me at the end of it. So, you know, I don't know about you. Let's do init reference. It was fun. The first takeoff, you did it. There was weird flying with the motion too. There's a lot to take in for sure. JSG Droid likes the scenery here. Okay, so we are flying as, let's see, this is a official flight, so we would be, the call sign is KRH, so it's a KRH flight, KRH 441, and we pop that in there. Clear this, and then I do wind next, and insert the winds. The scooters were popular in the 60s and 70s with the mod community. If you have ever listened to the genre music called SKA, and that would be a mod genre. So like mod is, you know, like 1960s Mod Squad and stuff like that. It was an interesting time. Well, if it's 1960s, yeah. I would like to think that I would have been trendy enough to have been mod. Then again, probably not. Okay, there's a whole Wikipedia page on this. I'm going to save that to learn later, if that's okay. SKA, it's like SCAR. Oh, really? You didn't explain well. It felt weird, but flying. Zach, you're talking about a normal full flight deck? Oh, are you talking about the full motion scenery? All right, let's see. Cost index is 36. We got to turn on the navigation stuff, right? Got to do the nav stuff. Nav, nav, and nav. Okay, looking good. Crew supply of oxygen. Surely you have listened to the band Madness at some point. Songs like Baggy Trousers. You know, not really, no. I'm afraid that I guess I'm not trendy enough to have been considered mod. 71.143, 71.2 for our zero. Yep, you did just call us Shirley. 26.2. Did you notice that several times in the James Bond game they called people Shirley? They did that in the James Bond game. Okay, there's zero fuel weight and center of gravity. Let's come on over here real fast to get the passengers walking up the stairs, because this is an A321 and we have a bunch of passengers to board. Expect some links for your education after the... Hey, I'm all about learning new things. That's one of the things that absolutely keeps me going, is getting to learn. Learning is fun. Okay, let's see. Taxi fuel is 0.203. 203. Route reserve is 0.760. Alternate fuel is 2.08, so 2.1. Let's round it. Final reserve is 1.26. I'm going to make it 1.3. There's all of our numbers on the left. Click the fuel planning on the right, and it turns green. Let's see. Pauliot wants to know if Sunjammer was a mod or a rocker. Check out the telex in my McDo for my eBot. Oh, look at this. We have a telex. KRH, please check your VDGS panel and follow the startup window given in VATSIM. End of message. Okay. So we need to go to VATS dot v/v. Okay, here we go. Oh, I gotta load in, log in. Okay, here's our VDGS. Not yet time to go. Our estimated, we can update it. Okay. This is cool. You know, we ought to do, let's see if any ATCs popped online for us. Nope, the UK went to bed early. The UK went to bed early tonight. Thank you, JSG Droid. So we got a telex. This is really neat. Ollie, the old mods and rockers still meet on different days on the seafront in Brighton. Love it when you see them get together. Sometimes hard to think that they were once bitter rivals. The Champions League finals are on right now. The mods and the rockers. So is it like how much Arsenal likes Manchester United? Is that the new big thing? But before all of that, it was mods and rockers. Hi, Tim Dog. And I just chose two games. I don't know which teams hate each other and stuff. Let's do a flight plan. EGVN and departure. Expecting runway 25. I'm going to do the conked departure and insert. Coming into Berlin. Or Berlin. So the UK will be botching that as Arsenal is in that. That's probably why Arsenal popped into my head. I heard that they were in finals or something like that. But I don't think that the guy in day after tomorrow's team made it this year. So EDDB, Berlin. Hey, let's look and see. Maybe they're telling us if they're using Yankees or Zulus. We can do that actually. Let's see what they're doing in the beer town. The closest comparison would be Greaser and Preppy, Preppy. Okay. Well, I never really fit into either of those, so I guess I'm not cool enough. Hi, Krebby. Welcome aboard. All right. I'm gonna guess there's no ATC there at the moment. So for Berlin, all right, I'm not flying Air Berlin, so I shouldn't call it Berlin, right? Arether, welcome back. We're not there yet. We're expecting 24 right. ILS Zulu, probably 24 right. Remember, we will not. That's right. I think we need to park on the north side of the terminal. We can pick this up directly at Ogbur, so that means we wouldn't use the arrival. So this has its own transition in it. I don't think we're going to need the left side. And our arrival is going to be Ogbur. Okay. So Ogbur is going to be a little bit different. We come in at Ogbur and then we do a turn to the left and a turn to the right and a step to the left. And then come around for Delta Bravo 443. Maybe that means that we should get, instead of, so for 24 right, it's got a Zulu. Is there a 24 right Yankee? There's an X-ray. I don't think we want that one though. Is there a 24 right up there? No. 24 right. There's RNAVs. 6 ILS. There's an X-ray. Let's see if that one is the better one for the star. Yeah, it is. So we want to do the X-ray going in. We want the X-ray, and we're going to come out at Delta Bravo 443. Okay. ILS X-ray, 24 right. We're coming in on the Ogbur 1 Lima, and our VIA is going to be, didn't give me the right VIA. Nope, that's it. All right, that's going to be a little bit different. We'll see what happens when we get there. Okay, let's open up the flap. Let's start up the APU. And the plane's loading. And you know what's so cool about flying in flight sim this time of year in the Northern Hemisphere? It's still light outside. Let's see. We would park somewhere remote. Right, because it's a government airplane. I figure on the north side of the airport is our parking. Zach is a Tottenham fan. Tottenham and Arsenal are rivals. But I think football fans take it way too seriously. Oh, come on, Zach. They're just over-enthusiastic. You think? And then again, who am I to criticize? I'm just a silly Yank. Let's see, Tim Dog, you did the whole game. Sibby finished last night. Did you like it as Sibby said she loved it. How about you, Tim Dog? Is there something like a free fly-by-wire A320? There's the fly-by-wire there is a free A321. There was a better version. Good Abend, Him Young. Hi, Him Young. Checking in from the Umbrella Corporation. Well, that was made by Any Builds. Good to know. Yes, I loved it. You can't wait for the next one. So, Tim Dog, we're supposed to have some DLCs, downloadable content and stuff that is going to be coming out for the James Bond game. We don't know when, but we know it's all ready to go. APU bleed, external power off, and fuel pumps on. Almost time to go. Phoenix. Our altimeter is 1017. Let's turn on the autopilot cam. Our initial climb clearance on this departure is 10,000 feet. And that looks great. Nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary is set. We should squawk 0007 on this flight. There we go. Let's close doors. Oh, still waiting for a few passengers. Let's see. There will be, Anne found a Pride Thing Qantas livery. So you're going to do that next. There's actually some really good liveries. So you're talking about the Phoenix airplanes or other. They make really good airplane liveries. All right, 27 to go. Zach, you watch the James, you're guessing the game is like 007 missions? Well, yeah, it's actually a whole new story. It's not Pierce Brosnan, Sean Connery or Daniel Craig. It's all basically whole new stories. And that's one of the things, even though, to be honest, the violent part of it is a little bit much for me, but that's maybe I'm just old, so I'll stop carping about that. But I really feel like the stories on a lot lot of these games are just absolutely amazing. They really are amazing. The stories, they're like good enough to be movies, and some of them are actually better. Iceman is back with a nice resub. Iceman's been here for 3 months. Thanks for a nice 3-month resub, Iceman. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by today. The tax sim is basically like mini missions. As long as Mini-Me doesn't show up, I'm good with it. Okay, I think we're all ready to go. Just waiting on the... Up, there's our passengers. Let's close the doors. Ground services. Doors are closed. Disconnect preconditioned air. Ground power is disconnected. Chocks and cones can go. And we're clear on that page. All right, let's see. Iceman, thank you for coming in here today. Good to see you. Polyot says something about $1 million. Indiana Jones is a good non-fight game. That one, it was okay. I got kind of trapped in that one and had no way out. Without a big fight. Maybe I had to give that another try. So one of the things that, among all the other things that we can chat about today, we can talk about should we start doing a few different kinds of games a little more often. SimBrief is okay. No, it says it's outdated. I updated it less than a freaking hour ago. Oh, wait a minute. No, I didn't. The servers were down. Okay, I can't whine after all. I can't whine after all. Polyot likes the idea of doing some of the other games. Like we could jump back, Toro, we could jump back and give Indiana Jones a try. After we're done with 007. Monotony. Monotony is I think that's a pretty scary word there, Polyot. We ought to avoid monotony too. And Will from Online likes the idea. Iceman got the 787. Have you tried American Truck Sim? I've watched other people do Truck Sim. 71.1. 71.1 is our new zero fuel weight. 26.2 is a center of gravity. That's good. Load sheet's done. Pop that in. It says I need 8.1 tons of fuel to make it to Berlin. 9.6 is what I have. I watched a couple of new Mark Felton's. I really should not watch Mark Felton videos on YouTube before doing a spy flight, especially if we're going into Berlin. He says it he probably says it the correct way, and I'm horrible about it, but I need to not do that. Tim Dog says we should do Forza Horizon. Parcels would arrive smashed up if I played Truck Sim. Very probably. I even went back into James Bond to try and figure out how to cut down on the sensitivities of my... Let's just do a straight push. how to change the sensitivity for driving and couldn't figure it out. And he likes the Forza game. It's a racing game, car racing. I could be carrying a trailer full of sponges and they would arrive. Very probably. Very probably. Okay, we've cleared all moorings. I say we go. And beacon. Cabin call. 1 to 2.8. Turn on the radio. Come on over here. Anybody behind us? Actually, we should probably change direction here. We should probably change direction on this one and do nose right, tail left. Nose right, tail left. Interrupt, push back, change direction. Nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes, please.
Parking brakes off.
Commencing push.
That's right. If I were to play Truck Simulator, all of the cargo would come pre-broken. Just let's get it taken care of right now. After everything's broken, we can have fun. Now, you know, I'd be doing too much Smokey and the Bandit, and I'd sing, you know, Jerry Reed songs and everything like that, and the music police would come get me. Hey, Iowa Scotsman, welcome aboard. I like to stay grounded in reality. Or grounded in coffee grounds. Either or is just fine. I don't know. Some of my jokes could be grounds for some sort of legal action. Any more ground jokes I could do? Or should we just keep them grinding together? Starting engine number 1. Parking brakes on. Am I using GSX? Yes, I am. My drag sister drives like a maniac in truck system. I try and keep a few lanes away from... Oh, really? It's groundbreaking comedy. We replaced Dave's Folgers crystals. Let's see if he notices. Actually, it's just basic Folgers. Not even the crystals. I can't afford that fancy stuff anymore. Hi, Flight Sim Aviation. Welcome in. We got an engine spinning. Tim Dog, that's our next flight. We're doing Atlanta to Fort Lauderdale. And then we're going to change planes at Fort Lauderdale and check out the new ATR. Flight Sim Aviation's going to Japan. By the way, tomorrow we're going to put the Road to the Rising Sun tour on hold for 1 week, so that we can do the second James Bond flight. Craig got your McDo today, but it's not working with the A320. Really? Okay, you're talking about the wind control version, right? Is SimApp Pro all updated and everything? They rolled back the DRM. I am too. That sparked a little bit of debate online, so I think that it's a really good idea. That's right. You've got a little bit more time to put in suggestions for the next Sunday tour that we do. I'm afraid I'm right there with you, Tim Dog. I probably would not have purchased it because of that. I understand that there are concerns and needs to protect against piracy, and I do everything I possibly could. You know, I would never feature pirated software or try and get that or anything. But at the same time, you know, having to download an app that's going to phone home every time we use the airport. And so I guess there was a lot of stuff out there. Plus, my guess is they're going to collect a little bit of information. And I just did not want yet another app running. I've got enough as it is right now. But I'm really glad they decided against it. Okay, starter back to normal. APU bleed and APU off. Starter's normal. Let's do our control checks. Gee, this is going to be interesting. See if the controls work. Controls still work good. Well, that's just it. I mean, it's you know, it's what I called, you know, an escalation in the arms race. And of course, it comes at the cost of all of us who play by the rules. And, you know, I realize it is an escalation in the arms race. But for some of us, it was just a bridge too far. It was becoming a PR nightmare for them. Their hands was forced. They certainly didn't want to do it. Then an hour before they were making comments about it being, well, that's, and if you were over on Discord, you noticed a slightly, not slightly salty rant on my part, especially about, you know, the post that Polyon's talking about there. There's no other way to put it. It was basically an FU little people post. We're the boss and FU. And you know, I'm gotten really sick of that. If I wanted that kind of, to deal with that kind of stuff, I would go back to working for some of the news directors that I work for. I mean, seriously. We just don't need that. Not in a community like this. Yeah, you said it a little more politely. Suck it up, Buttercup. It really did seem like it was a nasty one to me. Let's see. All right, out we go. Airport ground. So basically, we're coming around here. Delta, Echo to the runway. Hope I can remember where all the buttons are today. That is a sharp-looking livery on the tail, though. Auto brakes. Takeoff config check. Config check is good.
Please start traffic. Sparrowhawk 1959. We are crossing runway 25 at Echo. Continue on Foxtrot fall length departure on 25.
I guess JSG Droid came from a different part of the airport. I thought that was you next to me. So JSG Droid's on the southern part of the airport. Dude, you like this one? I think they did a nice job at the airport. Something about not remembering seats in a terminal. No idea. Hey, Iceman, welcome aboard. Thanks for dropping a couple of those really nice Air Berlin chocolate hearts. We're doing just not at the intersection. Oh, you're doing full length. So basically, okay, I was gonna do it at I was gonna do it at Echo. Whoops, didn't mean that for it to come out quite that way. I didn't plan for that. Let's see, do we have an Echo, do I have an Echo intersection? Nope, don't have that. We'll do full length too. Let's keep being trendy. We like being trendy.
Breeze North traffic. Sparrowhawk 1959 is part of runway 25 on the Alpha departure. Breeze North.
It is quite the taxi tour here. Something about vending machines for lunch. Yeah, vending machine lunches are... Oh, I've had more than a few of those. Polyot, my first ever TriStar flight was out of this air. Really? So you got to take the TriStar out of Brize, Norton. And JSG Droid, there goes JSG Droid. Bye. Brize Norton traffic. Sparrowhawk 441's an A321 crossing runway 25 at Echo. And then it's Foxtrot back for the full length of 25. Brize Norton. Was it to a memorable destination? Were you heading off to the 007 training school, Polyot? I have another silly question. There are no silly questions, but I will probably make it a silly answer. What do you use to track the speed and altitude you should be doing at the flight? Well, Cyprus is one of those, spy destinations, Polyot. The RAF bag of bolts. That sounds like a little bit of a spy destination to me. Place where you would go and get your vodka martini, shaken not stirred. So, as far as tracking your speed, Annie, I don't know. We got to figure out what's going on with your auto throttle, because really for an Airbus and stuff like that, the auto throttle is a key part of this. Dude, like the TriStar, the RAF was flying it too long. Well, sometimes when you fly those old airplanes a little bit too long, you have to deal with the RAF of Lockheed.
Resort traffic.
That was funny, right? Aquatiri, did I say that right? You didn't disable it. Then you shouldn't have a problem monitoring your speed. It should be giving you the right ones, especially, are you in profile mode? Brize Norton traffic. Sparrowhawk 441 is taxiing on a runway 25 and departing. Brize Norton. Strobes. Cabin call. Landing lights extend. Yeah, okay, so on your autopilot, when you looked at the speed dial on the autopilot, did you have numbers or dashes? See, like mine has dashes. I'm in profile mode. Landing lights. And we are squawking. There is JSG Droid, I think, departing out. We'll give him just a little bit more room. Dead Game Time, welcome aboard. Polyot says it was brats. Oh, brat, not brat. Yes, I'm already talking about food. Dead Game Time says Spy Hat. Yeah, those brat dogs were really pretty good too. I think we could go run different departures here. Let's get ready to rumble. Throttle's up halfway. And get the clock started. 100 knots, checked. V1, hands off the throttles. And rotate. Positive climb, gear going up. Arether got one of the gift subs from earlier today. Thank you. Arether, I'm glad you got one of those. And lever climb. So throttles down one click. And thrust climb. Push the nose down a little bit more. AP. And enjoy the view out the window.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Arether gifted a sub today. Hey, thanks for gifting a sub, Arether. No, you did 10. Hey, thanks for gifting 10 of those. Really appreciate that. Thank you for helping to keep me growing here. I really appreciate all that extra support. Seriously, could not do any of this without you. Flaps 1. Really nice scenery climbing out today. Brize Norton traffic. Sparrowhawk 441 is now clear of runway 25, departing on the Conco departure. Happy landings, and since this is a spy flight, we were never here. Flaps up. And a nice view outside the window. Look down, you might catch James Harriet and Siegfried Farnan driving around doing veterinary visits here to some of the farms. Altimeters, standard, standard, and standard. Got a little discontinuity in here. I know, dude, we get these incredible views outside the airplane, and with the scenery this amazing, it's really what makes it, the flight sim, so nice.
Offering you offers from our fresh selection available today. Full details can be found in the in-flight brochure. You can also purchase a selection of hot beverages together with drinks and snacks from the bar.
Those look like lakes up there.
Debit cards. If we can be of any further assistance, just ask us as we join you in the cabin.
So nice to be flying around this time of year in the northern hemisphere, because, you know, it's just really nice to be flying around this time of year. The lights are on, you can look out the window and see the scenery. There's a new scenery out for the Greek island of Zakynthos. That is the island just to the south of the Assassin's Creed island. And it's got a restaurant on it that Sibi says is the best restaurant in Greece, called Zorbas. Just doing the climb out here. 10,000 feet landing lights. Nose lights already out, 10,000 foot cabin call. And more nice views. These look like lakes down here. So I don't know if that's field flooding or that's just what they do here. But this looks like some pretty watered down farmland. some airports over here. That might be an old, disused World War II airport. Kind of has that design. And it looks like there's another one up here. Still has a runway. Buckeye says, let's see. Sunjammer says that these are gravel pits, gravel beds, so they dug out the gravel. So those are gravel beds. Okay, that's interesting. Patrick is back. Patrick is at work today. Okay, we'll keep it safe for work as long as you're here. No talking about, you know, naked animals and stuff like that. It's been a slow day for Patrick's shuttle. But you're checking in on your phone. Thanks for taking the time to check in on your phone. Oh, we're actually close to oh, there's our departure runway. And out we go. So it's a slow day. Patrick, I hope you're having a really good day. Sunjammer says we're just north of Swindon. And that's where the gravel pits are and the airport that we took off from. Looks like a nice evening today in the UK. Just puffy little clouds and stuff. If we go further north, though, it looks like, and west, Northern Ireland, Northern Scotland are getting, you know, a fairly good soaking, it looks like today. Okay, looks like we're flying through London South Centre, 129.430. We'll see if we get beat. Probably not. They're probably busy with London and Gatwick. And we're obviously, you know, transiting the area. So we'll see if they have anything to say to us. Sunjammer says that in this part of the country, it's 22 degrees Celsius with light clouds.
On navigation,
Subject 44 kilo direct to Elboss when ready to send flight level 310. KATL when ready to send flight level 310. Just 1 kilo. Crash subject 44 kilo. Center 825, you're identified the traffic service after outside. Center 825, climbing out altitude 5,000 feet. With that 276, turn right, heading 240 degrees. Right,
Uh-oh, I haven't reset up the Katie Pilot app. Got to keep our ears going here. Better day than yesterday. Bad thunderstorms. Today it's sunny and hot in Colorado Springs. Gunslinger Center, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Welcome on in. Got to stretch a little bit here. It does sound like Quas, doesn't it? Well, we would know for sure because if Lovis was flying through here and Quas was here, there would be diversions happening. So far, so good. Thanks for coming in, Gunslinger Center.
On the localizer, runway 27 right, descend to the glide.
Localizer on 27 right.
Good 2065.
Subscriber confirmed.
We're going to go to the
Top
north
clearance
of
granted.
London Heathrow
Loyalty
today.
noted.
VT class is back with a nice resub. Hi, VT class. Thank you for a really nice resub. Dad Game Time said Spy Hat. Buckeye says to hydrate. And Gunslinger says to stretch. I think we're kind of caught up. Polyon says no, this is not Quas. So, Sunjammer, Lovish, you're safe.
Climb now, flight level 70.
Runway 4516, roger, climb now to altitude 6,000 feet. Good 2065 on a Unicom line. Yep, those 222027 left, go take off 2709 knots.
Kirk,
So tomorrow we'll use
Solid
this
flight,
jet
Tango,
and
resume
pick up
navigation
this
direct
flight
Tango and the one of
and
Unicom
start from Berlin and go to Rome. Or if you're in a Monty Python mode,
You want 31
woo,
X-ray heading to 040 degrees, flying flight level 100.
heading 040 degrees, flight level 130.
And 0825, flying flight level 100, direct to Lauderdale.
Flight 100 direct lead to Enter 85.
Give it 25 kilo, hello, roger, squawk 7016.
nice steady
179,
climb
got 22
here.
miles, 27 right, descent to altitude 4,000 feet, to an H1016. Comjet 44 kilo, monos Unicom.
Unicom 44 kilo back.
Easy 19 kilo, monos Unicom.
Unicom for easy 1 kilo, by the way.
Give it 25 kilo, descent flight level 170. Emirates 1123, turn right heading 270 degrees.
Turn right heading 270 degrees.
You gotta
Take
wonder,
250, navigation Dover.
Sunjammer, do you think that that's how they actually wrote in their script that those kinds of words? Release, or they just kind of knew to do that? Patrick's got to go. Hey, Patrick, thanks for coming in. Safe travels. Watch out for crazy people on the road.
Thunder Control, hello, Shuttle 1350 with you, holding November 4 Echo at Heathrow.
With you.
1350, hello, flying number 4 Echo, land, wait on a seat on
Thunder 4
Seatbelts.
step left, Shuttle 1350.
Easy 131 X-ray, O navigation to Mogley, climb, flight level 190.
Passengers on the right side of the plane are getting some nice views of London today.
Runway 4516, climb now, flight level 130.
In the script, I have, that's what you have written down. Really?
27 right, 3008 knots.
So I guess the whole biggest was popped in there just fine.
Just around runway 78
And 0825, direct Wasu, climb flight level 130.
That's hilarious, Sunjammer.
Grid 179, turn left heading 360 degrees. Griffin 7 Hotel, direct to right, climb flight level 290.
Actimel Multi, welcome in. Thanks for coming by today. PSG won the Champions League. You want to join on the second leg, but you're nervous because it's your only third time. Well, right now, I'm guessing that there's a lot. I'm going to guess that there is... There's a lot more in the script. Some was filmed, other stuff wasn't really. Hi, Tyler Sam. Welcome in. So, Flight Sim Aviation, I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of traffic around Atlanta today because the airport just came out today. Fairly popular, but it's early, and our next flight would be before a lot of other people might get going. So here's the thing to think about, Flight Sim. Go ahead and plan your flight with us today, okay? But if it's too much, just disconnect. Just disconnect. The disconnect police are not going to get angry with you. And go on from there. So that way if it works for you, great. You get to fly with us. If it's too much, disconnect and fly. How's that sound? It's an A321, Tyler Sam. We're doing a special government flight that James Bond would have taken on the first part of the new 007 game to go down to the 007 Training Academy in Malta. Michael, thank you for coming in today and being here for 10 streams. And Cornwolf is here. Hi, Cornwolf. Okay, yeah, see, that's kind of the way you can do this. And as you start to get more and more comfortable with VATSIM, it's how you can kind of see if you want to give it a try or not. And then it should work for you. 26,000 feet. We're going to go to flight level 350. Speed brakes are down, flaps are up, landing gear is up. Auto brakes are disarmed. Fuel is good. So let's see, London City there. I'm guessing that's the Thames going through London.
Hello, EDDB, Charlie with you, passing up to 3,300 feet, Minto 1 mile target.
Well, I was going to say that we're stopping off to, to pick up a secret parcel in Germany, and then another secret box of secrets or something like that from Italy. We would have gone via the U.S., but intelligence, yes, it is. No kidding. Hey, Nathan, welcome aboard. Bonsoir, Bostache, welcome aboard. Hey, good to see you. Thanks for coming by. Hope you've been doing well in France. We remain spy-y as ever. And out we go. There's sunshine right now in France. And I'm going to guess that that's the Thames heading south over there. Maybe? Maybe not. I don't know. With you. Lovis has pointed out if you're going to fly with well, just fly in general, if you're going to purchase the new Atlanta airport, be sure to go into the marketplace and go into your library, search for KATL, and disable the default scenery. Disable the default scenery, okay? No, that is thirstily spit. Spit it out. Easier to say than pledge kid. Hey, Tyler said, what do you think is hard to land? 160 knots of crosswind. I think the bigger the airplane, well, it depends on how fast you're going. The city that's coming up at our 10 o'clock position is where Polyot is. So that's up here. So our 10 o'clock position is down there. And Polyot, there's a cloud there. But I'll bet you're under the cloud. So wave at Polyot as we fly over. Let's see, we're coming up on Clacton, which is by the coastline here. Not six, it's 16 knots. I think that probably for me, I like the A320. I like the smaller buses, Tyler. So for me, I would say the smaller bus is better. But maybe for you, it's the bigger bus. Polyot is going to huff and puff and blow the clouds away. We are flying over Wivenhoe, or we say with a hoe. Well, okay there. I'm just going to go ahead and leave that joke hanging out there because I could get in serious trouble. We are now clear of London. They did not beep us. Wibino. And out we go. Does look like we're going to have some ATC coming in over Amsterdam. Germany, so Hanover and Berlin, awfully quiet right now. So we'll have a little bit of ATC there. Let's look and see what's happening at the new Atlanta airport. Yeah, I would suspect with the new scenery out, all the ATC controllers in the Hotlanta area, they're going to be all over this new scenery. Too bad we can't, we couldn't do a special deal and have volcano burgers sent in from Vortex. Vortex volcano burgers to celebrate the arrival of the new Atlanta airport. I imagine that's JSG Droid just up ahead. Looks like Amsterdam popped off. They must have seen that spies were flying into the area. Andy is in chat right now. Winds are 20 knots, gusting to 40 knots with a crosswind include. The airplane is bobbing about pretty crazy. What are you flying today, Andy? Because even with that, unless it's just super duper turbulent, and you know, how high up? And here comes our top of climb. And as we approach our top of climb, the flight management computer will should automatically go to cruise mode. Andy's in the A320 at Flightable 360. I can imagine it's still bumpy in some areas, but it shouldn't be too terribly bad. 345 miles to top of descent. We're going to start our descent at about 1954 Zulu time with an arrival at 2032 in Berlin. Wow. You're going to do that much twisting and turning going into Berlin? Current time is 1917. So we got a little bit of flying to do. Out over the water, alligator approach. Hey, we had alligators in James Bond yesterday. So, boy, alligators are everywhere, right? Not just on the ground in Tampa and Flight Sim. Germany loves the racetracks. I think it's probably a pretty efficient way of getting the airplanes. Oh, were they crocodiles, not alligators? All right. All right, what a crock. Cracker, welcome aboard. Thanks for being here. Always appreciate you coming in. James Bond heading down to... Oh, let's turn on airports. Well, we're out over the channel. It's not going to be an awful lot of airports here. Fuel on landing, EFOB is going to be 5.1. Estimated fuel on board, 5.1. Panic fuel is 3.3. Half an hour is 1.2. We've got about an hour in case we do some testing. Did they say either see you later or after a while, and that's how you tell the difference? See, so if somebody said see you later or after a while, that's how you tell the difference between an alligator and a croc. The crocodiles would eat the alligators for lunch. Really? And Sparrowhawk Ops said I was 5 minutes late out of the gate. Well, do not tell anybody in the on-time department. Maybe they'll just forget. That's a good way to tell Nightwolf. Of course, we learned watching the James Bond movie, For Your Eyes Only. No. Live and Let Die, how you tell the difference between an alligator and a croc. You know, the stubby nose of or the round, long skinny nose. Inquiring Minds, there were some very nice gift subs today. Crocs are larger, they have much stronger bite force, and are more aggressive. Nightwolf, I thought that one worked really good. That's a great way to tell. And we come to mass and balance. No, my flights. And come over here and refresh. And we just have well, Berlin is up over in IVAO, but we're not on IVAO. So there's our arrival weather. Wind right now is 290 at 19. 290 at 9, excuse me. So runway 24 right is a good landing. Next airplane is I'm taking a 737-900. It's been a while since I've been in a PMDG 737, and Delta flies the 900 since Atlanta is a big Delta hub. We could look and see who actually does this flight. Crocs have a bite force of up to 4,000 psi. The alligator's bite is 2,000. Yeah, I don't think, yes, our chances with either one would be not very good. Do they, so would the crocs and the alligators refer to us humans as sushi? Atlanta, Hartsfield. We're going to KFLL, Fort Lauderdale. Clipped Out Panda got one of Arether's gift subs. Yay! Glad you got one of those. Okay, let's see. Delta, 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 can I help you out? Sorry. They fly an A320. They fly A321s. Frontier flies an A320. JetBlue goes there too. Spirit's still listed. Did you get shushed? I didn't shush you. Oh, shush me. I will not shush you. So if we wanted to, we could be like a real Delta flight and take an A321. I've already been in the A321 today. I should fly something else, so we're going to do 737. But Delta and Frontier both do this particular flight. You can't fly out of Atlanta and not fly Delta. Well, for years I was a sim, back in the day as a sim pilot, I used to fly United in and out of there all the time. But to be honest, the immersion police were not very happy with me. Everything looks good. Well, let's see. We know that Virgin flies into Atlanta. My guess is probably all Lufthansa does. Probably British Airways. I amend my statement. You cannot do the first flight out of the new Atlanta and not fly Delta. Can I do the famous line from Animal House when I'm talking on the radio? Will from online says, like they used to say, even if you're going to hell, you have to go through Atlanta first. And I guess that means you probably have to take off your shoes and go through security. Even if you're going to hell. Or Chicago, right? Or Denver. Nice little turn here. And it looks like we're going to fly right over Amsterdam. See if somebody could toss up an E-ham sandwich. Going through there is hell, ending your trip is purgatory. You do get an EDDB sandwich. Yep, flying into this airport is not for E-amateurs. Yeah, that sounded better in my head. Sadly, an awful lot of jokes are like that. When I first heard that comment, I think the first time I heard that one was in Day of the Doctor, a Doctor Who episode. Said something that, you know, didn't sound all that great being blurted out live, but out loud. But, you know, the explanation was that probably sounded better in his head. Yeah, so it does. That happens to me an awful lot. Maybe I'm a sleeper Time Lord that doesn't know my true identity. IQB, welcome back. Good to see you. You're coming in from China today. Hey, IQB, welcome, welcome. Okay, Polyot says the EHAM airport got a 2024 update. So for vectors to Copenhagen, we ought to do... Should we fly from there into Copenhagen and back out of vectors? We could do either one, but that might be a really good. We haven't done that. I'll put Amsterdam in there. Okay, I got Amsterdam written down, so we'll do that. And then go to Copenhagen, and I'm not sure what we'll do afterwards. If we want to get right into the Rome to Malta flight. Or go back out like you said. Here comes our equal time point. And it looks like we're about ready to go feet dry. Polyot says we could fly KLM 737s or sassy Airbuses. So either one of those would be a nice trip. 256 miles to top of descent. We've got Langen radar. Looks like we're going to be flying through Langen radar up here. Looks like they've got all sorts of centers. And that would be Munster. Polyot says you could also take a KLM 777 on that route. You're looking at Flight Radar 24-2. This is looking up the route here to see Amsterdam. So KLM 737-800, Scandi, Norwegian. So there's also Norwegian flights. We'll get those are for the ones that for people. Who's Red Nose again? Red Nose for Norwegian Air Sweden. So if you've had a little bit too much to drink, you could also be Red Nose. Well, sadly, growing up in the U.S., whenever I hear about Munster in Germany, I grew up in, this would have, I remember watching this show as a kid. I'm sure there's a lot more to Munster than the Munsters. Like there was it was Munster cheese, I think. They've got a cheese named after Munster. Munster. It's in the northern part, center of district, the location of a rebellion. They ended the 30 Years' War there, and Munster is known as the bicycle capital of Germany. I'd fit in there. Munster gained status. 100,000 inhabitants. It started out as a missionary to evangelize Munsterland. Munsterland, the new theme park from Disney. Just looking to see if there's anything interesting. So it does look really nice, doesn't it? There's Munster. Ooh, they have balloons there. That looks really nice.
Loyalty noted.
Ooh, that looks like a great town. It looks like they've got a circular roadway around the center part of town. That looks really cool. That would be a fun place to go. Where does Munster cheese come? Munster cheese is a fascinating hybrid. Originated in the United States in Wisconsin. Man, I thought the cheese would have come from there. Do you know how many silly jokes I could have gotten out of that? Hey, Mr. Jazz. Mr. Jazz came in, gifted some subs to the community. Thanks, Mr. Jazz. Thank you for an incredibly cool gift sub bomb. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And today's 35% off day today, Mr. Jazz. So you saved a little, but thank you for the great support. Thank you for always coming in and reminding us to keep things jazzy here. Nearly every major city in Europe has a Wikipedia page featuring a photo of its condition after. Well, I would imagine that they were all, bombed pretty badly. And Charlemagne is always involved. Yeah, there's some people in history that, boy, they just pop up all the time. I mean, for crying out loud, we still have Caesar salad dressing, right? How long has it been since this Caesar guy was out? And it's still got Caesar salad. So, still rocking our world right now. And, Mary Beard had all sorts of other really cool things in her special about Caesar. All the kinds of Caesar that we have. So yeah, they're everywhere, Martel, right? He keeps up with his trademark fees. I'm sure he's got a very good law firm to take care of that for him. Maybe Smokey Dave says that part of the reason is a lot of immigrants from Germany moved to Wisconsin, and maybe that's why they called it Munster cheese. Charlemagne is the birth of modern Europe. Inquiring Mind has an inquiry. Who tossed Caesar's salad? I think it was all of the senators that stabbed him in the back. We are 200 miles from top of descent. And dude says that is a descendant of your king. This is 1850 Zulu. Here's a new one. There's a new METAR out for Berlin. This is 1920 Zulu, winds are 290 at 8, 20 degrees, 1016, few clouds. There is a trick question, okay? A trick question, and it involves a lady of the night. Is that your way of telling us that we need to go back to Jersey? Other way around, our king is a descendant of him. Or is that not the proper term for our, one of our favorite inhabitants of the island of Jersey? And of course, if we also wanted to, we could go down to Romania where they're the children of the night. Dude was hoping that nobody would spot that. Just pour a little spot remover on it and it'll take care of that really fast. Wasn't Frankie Charlemagne a pop singer in the 60s? If he was either one of the... Oh, what were they? We were talking about him at the beginning of the live stream, the two trendy fashion trends. It wasn't the pops and the... Yeah, you need to go and see her this... Oh, really? Is it time to visit? The Mods and the Rockers, that's right. So, Inquiring Mains, was Frankie Charlemagne a mod or a rocker? Or was it Frankie Valli? Could be. Probably don't want to tell her just how big of a star she is on the internet. At least not in the flight simulator community. Probably be a little annoyed. Although, if I do ever get around to writing mission number 4, there will be a character in her honor named. They were typically rode scooters and mopeds, and the rockers had the motorbikes. Okay, coming up on EDDG. Or Inquiring Minds, it could be Frankie Goes to Hollywood. If Frankie went all the way over to Hollywood like that at some point. Nice to be feet dry here today. All right, before we have to start worrying about our descent, let's worry about our next flight. This is usually the point where I like to go and start checking stuff out. So KFLL, Fort Lauderdale. We have ATC, Fort Lauderdale. Arrivals expect approach runway 28 right, 28 left. I think they usually bring us in probably 28 left is what I'm going to expect for the arrival runway. I'll expect the left side. Something about a sneeze. Hey, I haven't done that yet today. Ooh, did you notice that there weren't a bunch of big bad sneezes and stuff in, a bunch of big bad sneezes while playing James Bond? If it's socially only, they do charge less. All right, and Hotlanta, departure ATIS, information Sierra.
New recruits detected.
26 left,
Welcome aboard, Agent.
27 right.
Stay sharp.
26 left, 27 right. I'm going to expect 27 right because we're going south of the airport for a south departure. Mariama Official, did I say your name right? Welcome aboard. Thanks for following. Aachen, Germany, the city of Charlemagne. It sounds like a sneezy pace. Did I say that right? I probably butchered it there, inquiring minds. Aachen, maybe? Retriever Neil says the mods put a lot of accessories on their scooters like rear view mirrors. I never had one attached to my bicycle, but I did have one attached to my sunglasses. And it stuck out about this far, and it was right about here, and I will tell you, it was the handiest, rear view mirror that I ever had. It really was great. Back when I was regularly racing and stuff, there would be sometimes I was driving around, and instead of looking in the rear view mirror up there where you're supposed to look, I would look up to the left and just to see, because I did not know, but there are power boats that do have them, Will. I had a sailboat, and the cockpit of a sailboat is actually in the back, at least for me. That way you can look up and see the direction of the wind so that you can manage your sails as well as your course. So the cockpit's in the back, so you want to see, you just look over your shoulder. But the power boats and stuff, they did have rear view mirrors. I didn't do any of the power boats. I was a cool sailor. Inquiring Mind says, is it pronounced Achu? It could be. All right, I think we're pretty much all set for our next flight. Slick One, you had a 27-foot Catalina off the Chesapeake. Mine was a 23, and it was made by an unusual company called a Grampian, the Grampian Marine Company of Ontario, Canada. And, as a 23, you think that that's a little bit on the small side, right? The thing is the 23 that I had was really heavy duty, because at the time Grampian Marine was making very, very heavy duty sailboats for the stormy Great Lakes, and so it was a much heavier boat. And here you go. There you can see it. Fabulous little boat. Love this thing. Still have it on the trailer. I don't go out there hardly at all anymore. But I lived there, Slick One, I lived on that for 6 years. And you can see the cockpit or the control area is in the back of the boat. There's a race day photo. And yep, we had regular races around the marina too, around the lake where I initially bought it. So yeah, you can see you captain it from the back. So no need for rear view mirrors. It was a fabulous place to live. A touch small, but a fabulous place to live. It really was. Top of descent in 124 miles. We already know about the weather. We have a general idea of what our approach is going to be. So we just wait a little bit longer, plug in our arrival data, start our descent, and away we go. I need a Boeing autopilot for next flight. Let's get that one ready. Inquiring Minds got one of the gift subs from JSG Droid. I was just looking it up. Bletchley Park used to have all sorts of cool little names for the Enigma codes and stuff, like, you know, Kestrel and stuff like that, just to see if Sparrowhawk might have been one of their code names for, you know, one of the Enigma code for the code breaking at Bletchley. Sadly, they didn't, so there you go. We didn't hear from Langen Radar today either. I know, Annie, aren't the views nice, especially at sunrise and sunset? That's part of the cool stuff here about Flight Sim is just the views outside. And since it's satellite photography and it keeps getting more little tweaks and tweaks and tweaks, this is what it would look like if we were doing this flight in the real world right now. You got an email about a gift sub. You had to track it down. Today is family call day. You won't be able to conclude the flight. Okay, JSG Droid, best to your family. Have a groovy day. We'll see you later. Glad you got an alert about it so that you didn't end up getting, you know, surprised in the middle of your landing. Like, you know what would have happened. 10 minutes before, you know, 10 miles from the runway, your phone beep, 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 beep. So, glad you got a call. Annie, so a lot of the airplanes in Microsoft Flight Simulator have cabins. So the Phoenix airplane has a cabin. You can go walking around in the cabin if you want. You know, you can see we've got seats, we've got lavatories, you know, some of them flush. And so you can go around and look around. You can also set up views. Now, I use Chase Plane, but you can also set up views within Microsoft Flight Simulator itself. It's a little harder. Some of the camera views around the Flight Sim are definitely a little harder to set up, but I always like to set up a couple of camera views, you know, on the right and the left side so you can look out the window. You know, most flight simmers are people that love airplanes and want to go places, so there we go. All right, come on over here, refresh our METAR. EDDB, Berlin, ATIS, 1920, so no change. This is our METAR. The altimeter's 1016. Phase. 1016 is our QNH. The temperature is 20 degrees. The wind in Berlin is 290 at 08. Transition in this part of the world we did the X-ray. These are Lido charts. 6,000 feet. And minimums are, for Category 1 landing, 360 feet. Cool. Back to performance. 80 miles from top of descent on the RNAV approach. So it's 5,000 feet is the final plunge altitude. I think if we just dial in 5,000 feet and let the airplane manage us down, it'll take care of it. Let's see. Annie got the new Pride Qantas livery, and it does have cabin interiors. You just as well you didn't update GSX. Another update was released 8 minutes ago. Yay. Well, glad to see that they're regularly updating it. DJ Cole is in town. You got inspired with how you take notes and came up with a worksheet to log flight info and help VATSIM talk to ATC. Would love your thoughts on how to... Oh, you made your own? If you want to put a copy of it over in Discord, I can get to it there. That might be nice. Yeah, we had to turn off links. Too many people were sharing pictures of naked animals and stuff like that, so... There's an invite for you, DJ. But yeah, can't wait to see what you came up with. Why am I not shocked that there was another? Yes, the mole rats. The naked mole rats. Hey, is there something special that happened? There was an old Netflix series called The Crown, and all of a sudden all over my YouTube there were just like a whole bunch of posts that bubbled up to the top of my algorithm about the Crown Netflix series. Did they just finish it, or is there some big cliffhanger, or is just the algorithm being weird? Because I was wondering if there was some sort of a holiday I missed or something about that series. I clicked on a few of them just to see what it was like, because apparently the actor who played one of the most hated characters in Harry Potter played the Queen in the Crown. Yeah, I thought it was over, but I wasn't sure. And so I originally saw that when I saw that the actor who played Professor Umbridge, the evil Professor Umbridge, played the Queen, just to see what that was like. Tyler Dog, the Crown's finished, I agree. And we just got raided by Mustafa, live and direct from the Moose Lodge, where today they're having a special on free moose bread. Moose, thank you for the nice raid. Welcome aboard. Rumors are going on. They're going to bring it back and do a spin-off about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Really? Polyot said that she did a good job on that, and Moose said The Crown was a good show too. I just didn't know there were a whole bunch of little videos that got suggested to me over there. I guess you can get a bot. You either have to have Netflix or you can buy DVDs at Amazon. But Polyot said that actor did a really good job of that part. It's really, if you think back though, I mean, I think people hated Professor Umbridge more than they hated Lord Voldemort in Harry Potter. I mean, she did a good job of making us just dislike that person a lot. Nikki, hi Nikki, welcome aboard. I saw that you joined over on Patreon. Thanks, Nikki Fizz. I appreciate that. All three ladies did excellent jobs in that, playing Elizabeth. Hyde Park Corner is Moose's favorite episode. Really? They're going to do a prequel to The Crown too? Well, maybe. I probably watched, like I said, I think I clicked on 3 of them just to see the excerpts. They were kind of interesting to me. Maybe that would be worth watching someday. Nikki says that, okay, Moose says Hyde Park Corner is a good episode. Retriever Neil, one was Olivia Colman. That's right, Agent Scully played the Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher in there too, didn't she? You have to feel sorry for Umbridge. She turned evil due to the effects of being around a Horcrux all the time. You know, that's a good point. I totally forgot about that. I totally forgot about that, Polyot. So yeah, I could, because yeah, you saw what having what the Horcruxes did to Harry, Ron, and Hermione when they were wearing it. So maybe that's probably what made Professor Umbridge a little more evil. Plus, maybe she was a little bit too much hero worship, and I don't know. But okay, I think you're probably right. That's right, the Horcrux, well, it was going to eventually kill Dumbledore. Hyde Park Corner. Mustafa says that that was the code word for King George VI's death. Like London Bridge is down for Queen Elizabeth, so okay, I never knew that one, Moose. So there's probably some pretty good history. So one of the things that, you know, there's an awful lot of these dramas that are inspired by real events, right? Inspired by drama, by real world events. Those of you, especially in the UK, how do you like The Crown as far as accuracy? What was going on? Moose, that is a sonic screwdriver. That is a sonic screwdriver from Doctor Who. I've lately started watching some of the newer versions. I've seen probably the first third of one of the new Doctors. I mean, everybody loves Matt Smith and loves Matt Smith and oh God, how could I forget David Tennant? But I've really enjoyed Peter Capaldi's Doctor. At least the first few. I hear it gets pretty dark and sad towards the end. He had one episode in there called Listen that I really like about, you know, being afraid. So Polyot says that the Crown is loosely accurate but dramatized. Events themselves are not made up, but everything else is a show. Okay. I like to be really careful with you know, inspired by real events. I'm one of those people that has done far too much reading about, you know, what happened at Chernobyl. And so there are things about that inspired by true events, but it's sort of like, you know, it wasn't Asimov that pressed the AZ5 button, it was Topton off. I mean, little things like that I'm sure that the producers and the directors had a reason for. And as it turned off, Anatoly Dyatlov was not the nicest guy in the world, but he wasn't quite as evil as Voldemort. So, you know, I try to be really careful if I know that it's something that's inspired by real events, because I'm frequently disappointed. Polyot says Victoria's on Netflix too. I don't think I saw, well, I've never had Netflix, so I'll just wait until I would just go get the DVD. Good evening, World LNAV, welcome aboard. Moose is going to watch Victoria too. Okay, we decided 5,000 feet for our descent. We are 12 miles from top of descent. Berlin, here we come. Carl's checking in from New Zealand. Hi, Carlin, welcome aboard, excuse me. You booked a one-way flight, Queenstown to On Air New Zealand. You're going to Queenstown. Your airfare was $100 and a return flight. It was the King's birthday sale tomorrow. Really? Oh, I wouldn't want to do that. I appreciate that. That's nice, but that's supposed to be really bad, right? I love what you said to do that. I'm the kind of guy that always gets caught. Let's see. You posted in Chit Chat. DJ, I'm going to look for it in just a sec, okay? They have a partnership with Sky. Retriever Neil, it was Sky and HBO that put them together. Oh, legally? Really? Legally? Even though I'm a Yank and you're not? That's incredibly nice of you. Because I actually, after seeing those, I thought, let's go and look up the DVDs. It's called A Family. Wow, that is like super nice of you.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance
Stonewolf gifted a sub to the community. Oh, you gave one to DJ. Hey, Stonewolf, thanks for gifting a sub to DJ. Up, 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 descend. Missed my top of descent. Eek, eek, eek. Thanks, Polyot. That'll be really cool. Okay, let's go see Stonewolf. That was super duper nice of you. And let's see what this is over in Chit Chat. This is the link to your first page.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
VATSIM free. So this is something that you made, right, DJ? Lawrence just followed the channel. Hi, Lawrence. Thank you. You got a cheap air deal from Air New Zealand. So you're going to Queenstown. Is that going to be just like a vacation for you? Golden rules. Call sign goes last. This is really nice. You've done an incredible job here. You really have done something nice. So what you do at the top is you do a call sign, departure, destination, gate, and the ATIS letter. Now, is this something that you're doing just for yourself? Are you going to share this tool for other people to use in the community? Sunjammer, happy lurking. Fill it in and the script updates. And it's got all the information there. I'm just kind of changing. That's really cool, DJ. And that's over, if you wanted to use that or save it, just go over to the Chit Chat channel on YouTube. And on Discord. I'm gonna put it in chat here for you, DJ, because I think you did a really nice job with that. And if you want to give it a try, there it is. So if you're not on Discord, that's what DJ made. And again, you just put in your data up here and it's going to update everything else. Like there's clearance delivery. See, this is really, really cool as far as, especially if you're new on VATSIM. I think that that's really nice. You save it locally and drop it into Claude to tweak it yourself. Okay, Queenstown. So let's see. Carlwyn is going on vacation. Your mom got to go to Greece. Nikki says we ought to pin that into the channel over on Discord. Where Polyot is making actually a really cool website. And it's going to have a resources page. So all the different really cool resources that we've all got. That way it's easy to find. Next flight for us is Hot Atlanta to Fort Lauderdale. Check it out, the new Atlanta airport. No big rush on our departure on this one. because we're going to want to go and do a quick drone flight around Atlanta, the new airport. They say they also did stuff with the hotels. Remember, there's also on the north side of Atlanta Airport, there's the Delta Museum. We really ought to go and check out the Delta Museum too, and see how, because they did work, they modeled the insides of the airports too. Maybe they did some cool stuff with the Delta Museum. And let's go to below for our arrival. And let's go see what's happening here in Berlin. All right, coming in at Beer. There's our flight. JSG Droid had to abandon ship for a family thing. Arrivals. ETA 2012, there's 2008, 2135. So I really like looking at this page, especially if there's no ATC and stuff like this, because you can go and click on the airport ICCOWs on the map, and it'll give you the airport page. And it shows 7 arrivals, 3 departures, but it also gives you ETAs. So around my flight, I've got 1 airplane arriving at 2008, I'm arriving at 2012, and the next arrival in Berlin is 2135. So a really, really great way to tell if there's going to be a conflict with other airplanes. Just a super duper fast to do that. And I really like doing those, you know, having that there. So we don't have to worry, we just come in and fly and act like we own the place. 104 miles to the airport. And a really nice view outside the plane. How about seatbelts? Yep, if you're new to flight sims, some of the airplanes do have a working seatbelt sign. And it looks pretty good, just like a real Airbus seatbelt sign. I left my flight deck door open. The security people are going to write a nasty memo to me. But I always do like to leave the door open, hoping that the flight attendants will send some pizza and beer up to the cockpit. Sadly, they never do. Here's Augsburg. This is the official start of the star. And remember, I'm not Mark Felton, so I don't say Berlin the way he does. Berlin traffic. Sparrowhawk 441's an A321. We are almost overhead Augsburg, planning the Augsburg 1 Lima arrival to 24 right, Berlin. Hi, Captain Chris. We are back in the cockpit today. We'll do James Bond again on Monday. We are doing Brize Norton to Berlin right now. And we're going to do more James Bond inspired flights tomorrow and Monday. Then we've got, after this flight, we're doing Atlanta to Fort Lauderdale and then Fort Lauderdale to Key West, because there's a new scenery for Atlanta Airport. We're right on our descent profile. Ooh, we're getting mooned. We've got the moon right outside the airplane. Berlin's looking really nice, and Germany tonight. So beautiful night to be flying around Germany. Lights are just coming on. Coming up on 10,000 feet, airplane's going to slow itself down. Bet we're going to have to throw out speed brakes for this. I was a little bit late on the descent. Not too late, but a little bit late. Fun in the sky today. Yeah, it's going to be nice. I really enjoyed, you know, what was it, about 3 days at 007. And the game was a lot of fun. It's a little bit tiring, mostly because I guess flight simming is so much, you know, you really don't have an awful lot of, you know, fist fights up here in the cockpit all the time. That said, I really like the story, the way it's coming out. So been really enjoying that. I did not finish it. It's going to take me a lot longer. So Sibby has finished it, Polyot has finished it, and Tim Dog. I think Tim Dog has finished it. Unless you are flying the airline which will not be named, then really? There have been fist fights? No. Fist fights in the cockpit? On the airline that must not be named? Really? Is my imagination working? Oh my gosh, my imagination is not working overtime. Holy cats. I'm going to assume that the participants are no longer in charge of a metal tube 35,000 feet in the sky going, you know, 500 miles an hour. A fist fight? Wow. Now I can see why they're the airline that must not be named. I wouldn't think you would want any part of that. Oh, it was flight attendants? Okay, my brain has now gone into full inappropriate mode right now. I would have thought that would have been more. I'm sorry, my brain went more. Wouldn't that have been more appropriate for like Hooters Airlines or something like that? I don't. Hi, Sharu. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, the things that happen in the skies above. Oh my Lord. Really? Annie would pay to see the flight attendant's flight. AZ, you bought 007. So it took me about 45 minutes. When I bought it the day it came out. It was probably 3-4 hours after it first came out that, you know, that it became available that I bought it. And it took about 40 minutes here. I believe, yeah, we're supposed to park on the military apron here at here at Berlin. So coming on in, I feel like the options are there is an apron on the southwest side of the airport. So, or it's one of these up here. Now it does say cargo up here. General aviation is up here at apron 4 with more cargo. So I don't really have anything that says military apron. It's apron. Okay, we got to go to apron 1. All right. Sharu, thank you. Where is apron 1? Apron A, C, B, E, D. There's W1. So there's W1 over here. That's apron 4. 3. Okay, apron 1. It's right here. There's apron 1. Okay, so after we get off the runway, we should do auto brakes, medium or low, get off Kila 2, and come back to apron 1. JSG Droid, we did temporarily. He had a prior engagement. He'll be back. Thanks, Sharu, for telling us. Enfok, welcome, welcome. Kilo 1, Northerly, thank you. Enfok, I hope I'm saying your name right. Welcome, welcome. Or any other remote stand. They just wouldn't go to the terminal, right? Yeah, there is an extra chart up there. It would be airport parking, so we need APC North. Here is APC North. And so apron 1's going to be up in here. So we'll go to apron 1. Do I need to go get an apron to wear as we go to apron 1? Descent's going pretty good. Lights of Berlin look really great tonight. Copper, hi Copper, good to see you. AvGeek, welcome aboard. Copper says that apron 1 is the government apron. The apron depends on what you're eating. Tony Top sausage, yep, it sure does. Curious, any pros and cons between Lido and Jepson charts? I don't want to spark an endless debate. It's not an endless debate, okay? Don't even, yeah. It's not like putting pineapple on pizza or, you know, Manchester United versus Arsenal. I got to figure out another team. But, so I personally prefer the Lido style of charts. I think that the information is easier for me to find. They're a little bit cleaner. And I really like them. AvGeek, yes, we've got a really cool livery. So this is a UK. We're kind of flying along as if James Bond were flying. This would be 007's first flight down to the 007 Flight Training Center. Stonevolve says we need a, I should wear a tie. Really? I have to wear like a tie? They did a good job with the military apron. I mean, I haven't had to wear a tie for a long time, really. Are you sure? I mean, I could do it if I had to. All right. This looks good. So you want to see one of the things that you get for a 35-year career in television? All right, so come on up here. If I can still do this, I probably have bitten off more than I can chew. Never had to do this. Oh, I have corner tabs here. I didn't realize this shirt had corner tabs. Really, probably, I've never taken these out. Alright. I don't think I can undo these. I think they're permanent. Okay, well, we can fix that. So we have to stuff it underneath the corner. And around here. Better get it done, my gosh. Alright, pull that around. And then we'll stuff this down here. Hi, O-Dreams, welcome aboard. Okay, good. So, alright, I'll move this out of the way just a little bit. Looks really good. Right down about there. And no mirror needed. No mirror needed because there were times in TV that there was no mirror to be found. And if there was no mirror to be found, what are you going to do? Or as Dr. Who said, what are you going to do? So, and then come here. And come like that. And there we go. All right, we have a tie. Yes, kids, you spend 35 years working in TV and you can tie a tie without a mirror either. But it sure feels bad. No gentleman should be wearing a tie with a soft collar. Yeah, you probably got to wear some of those ties with some really, really, really stiff collars, don't you? I say flaps 1, here we go. Flaps are going down. Come on around here. Berlin traffic. Hi there from Sparrowhawk 441 and A321, about ready to turn base. And then final for runway 24 right, Berlin. All right, government access is now officially approved. Altimeters. Altimeter here is, we already have that down there, 1016, 1016, 1016. And so as not to drive the nice Agent Bravo 7 crazy, 1016 on the backup altimeter. Looking good. Come on over here, LS. No shirt change. Consider, that's right, Twitch rules here. Oh, Dreams, welcome back in. You wear bands? Bands. I'm going to assume that that's like a special collar or something like that. I wasn't going to go and grab one of the white shirts or anything, and first of all, it'd blow out that camera. Besides, I think, you know, it doesn't look like a full Windsor. No, I think it's a half. I think it's a half. It's technically the half Windsor knot. I think it's technically a half Windsor. It was easier for me to do that. Okay, this is called the barrister band. So this is what you'd have to, oh. Okay, so you don't actually have to wear a tie. It's these things. I've never known that before. That's pretty cool. It does look like it's probably pretty starched and probably not very comfortable to wear for long periods of time. Let's see. I'm going to activate approach phase. There is approach phase. Seatbelts are all on. We'll keep it at 210. It feels like wearing Hogwarts robes. Okay. Well, someday I'm going to order a set of Ravenclaws, so I'll know how that feels. They didn't look like they were too uncomfortable, except for the ones that the dress robes that Ron had to wear. Berlin traffic, Sparrowhawk 441s and A321, just turning finals, extended final run for runway 24 right, Berlin. Stonevolve says there's a Tesla facility on the left. Yeah, from what I hear, they're not doing an awful lot of business at those facilities anymore. Oh, messed up the back of them.
That station confirmed final super right.
Berlin traffic, Sparrowhawk 441 on final approach, runway 24 right. Berlin traffic, Sparrowhawk 441 is currently, we're a good 30 miles out, so if you're ready to take off, don't wait on us.
Roger, that's real departure on Copenhagen and happy landing.
Happy landings, Sparrowhawk 441. Yeah, we've still got a ways to go here. Keep it up to 210. There's also a back tap here, so it really messed up. But Hey, at least I got a color tie that goes with this. And this was one of the favorites. This one really looked good. Because when I was on, working in TV and blue eyes and not wearing glasses, it kind of made your eyes look good. The one AvGeek, I do remember you. Welcome back in. Thanks for coming by. Stonevolve, I'm not surprised. We've heard stories about folks in the EU prefer anything other than a Tesla these days. So, and I've heard that the VW, I think that the VW, the electric VW is a really good car. No, Nikki, I didn't. This is something that I started back when this was something that I had when I started back in, back when I started growing my hair out during COVID, so that I could donate it to a cancer charity that makes wigs for kids that have cancer and lost their hair. Is this the same tie? Yep. That's exactly the same tie. That's it. That's the same tie. Oh, Angela Marshall, one of the coolest people I ever got to work with. One of the coolest people I ever got to work with. Just born to do television. She was great. Retriever Neil says that Skoda is a better, that's a better electric car. One AvGeek, PSG won the championship league. When was that? That's approaching about 10 years ago. It's 7.5 years ago. More like 8, I think. Or as they say, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Speed down. Angela was probably the easiest anchor I ever had to work with. Was probably easygoing. Chemistry is for somebody else to decide. I absolutely loved working with Angela. I need a 6-inch rule and be there to Yeah, I tried to do a full Windsor, and to be honest, it never worked out so well. So that's why I went and did the half Windsor knot here. And there's 15-mile finals, Berlin traffic. Sparrowhawk 441 is now 15-mile finals for runway 24 right. Landing, Berlin. I'm not kidding. I'm having to stop myself from saying Berlin. I only watched 2. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't watch it. I was listening to an audiobook. I was one of his audiobooks. AZ is booking a flight right now. Coworkers can make and break a job, and there were a few that I had at my last job that were absolutely wonderful. There were some people that I worked with at the TV stations in Virginia and South Texas that were absolutely some of the nicest people I've ever worked with in TV. And there were some pieces of work too. And I think that that's just like any place, really. Pieces of work is a polite way for me using other words. Look at the lights of Berlin tonight. Wow. Oh, that's really cool. I've never seen that before. That's a really cool view of Berlin. I'm enjoying all of that. In case you don't know, Polyot has a new Substack out about really the interesting worlds that Polyot occupies. Worlds of aviation, the legal system, probably going to be some stuff about the gaming world too. If you're not subscribed, I do suggest it. I don't have the link right in front of me, but I really do think that would be interesting to read. Oh, really? I gotta tell you, I didn't realize that you were back on some chemo. I didn't realize that. But I've got to tell you, Polly, I think that is a hell of a great distraction for chemo. Really is. Flaps 2. I think that's an awesome deal, but I didn't realize that it had started up again. Flaps are full. Exiting right. I'm going to go auto brakes low. We're going to roll out to the end of the runway. Last course. Fingers crossed. Man, whatever I've got to do to send the good luck your way on that one, I hope. Hey, Jim, welcome aboard. I did too, but you know, sometimes you got to go back to make sure that you catch it all. It's, you know, this kind of thing is not something you want to mess around with. It just isn't. Okay, we all set and ready to go? I think we got it. Gear down 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes. ECAM checklist is green. AP's going off. Beep, beep, beep. Love the 3 little chirps at the end of things in an Airbus. If you're just joining us, our next flight is going to be Atlanta to Fort Lauderdale. And look at this. This is a really cool view of Berlin. I was really surprised. You know, I was really surprised. It was Minty, when Mint was doing the streams, it said, you don't really realize this. Berlin is very, very flat. It's a very flat place.
New recruits
Hey,
detected.
Ultra Fast, thanks for the follow.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
I don't know if they ring bells or not, but boy, you know, I can't wait when we finally get to hear that the good news is out. I watched families struggle with that, so seeing success stories when it comes to cancer is one of the few things that make me feel positive about the world these days. Okay, we got a nice tie for this today, too. This is the old Brandenburg scenery, so there's going to be some hesitations, I think, coming in. A little bit of a breeze here from the left to the right. I think we got a bit of a wind shift coming down.
Above. Minimum.
Landing. $100. 50. 40. 20. Retard. Wow. Boy, am I out of practice. Reversers. I think the number one selling point for AI investment is to make rich people richer. You gotta love the big airplane. I'm sorry, Star Lugo. I didn't mean to cause any back pain today. I'm a little bit out of practice. On O-Dreams, this is a special livery. It is a government flight. So this airplane, the airplane is operated by a contractor, I believe, for the British government. And it's one that they will take you know, spies around the world in. State travel and the Royals. I did not say pull. I was really working hard on this one to not have it say glide slope, glide slope, glide slope, which is the story of my life. That's all it does. No sponsorship. It's just happy to be flying a really cool Airbus. And it was an incredibly nice gift from Loviz, who went to the Airbus factory. This is the Phoenix. The livery is not available through the installer. I do have a link. As soon as I get to a point where I can paste it in, I'll send it to you. Hi, Pilot Unite. I think that there's a lot of issues that are involved with all of that for sure. Pilot Unite. I don't think that it's turning out to be all the great things in the world. There you go. There's the livery. And that's for 2024. Polyot actually did a conversion on it, which is super nice. That's right. IRL, this is being an A321 Neo. Unfortunately, Keanu Reeves was not available to be with us today, so we're not flying a Neo. Berlin traffic. Runway 24 right is now clear. Sparrowhawk is taxiing via Kila over to apron 1. Happy landings, Berlin. We ought to go over to the Berlin Spy Museum. They've got a really cool spy museum here in Berlin. Obviously, this would be a perfect place for it because there was so much spying going on. Just like I think London should have a spy museum. There was so much. No scratches on the plane. Nothing needs to be buffed out there, Mr. Jazz. APU. And we're going to go to apron 1. It's nice to hear the spy jams going by. I was kind of missing those in the the James Bond music in the James Bond games. Really pretty cool. I'm enjoying it for sure. But I was missing the spy jams. Oh, the Churchill War Rooms is part of this. This is the one in London? Oh my gosh, this is great. That would be so cool to get to go and see. The Churchill War Rooms? I mean, that would be fascinating. A really cool part of history to see. Those right there. Volanta is the most readable maps for taxiing. GT Boy, welcome. I missed a little chat on the landing. They rotate the spy exhibition around. It's the Imperial War Museums that are dotted around the country. Well, you've got some incredibly historic places. I mean, real amazing history there. Okay, so my guess is they would bring you in here. There's a building over there, so my guess is we're going to go. Well, there's Gulf 1 here saying maybe it's a 1-1. Yeah, I'm guessing we're going to come in like this. Krebby has landed in Boston with a -35. What a great landing rate, Krebby. And there's an airplane over there, so I think we have to come over here. There's one called Spyscape. Parking brakes off. Do we have the APU? We do. Engine 1. Engine 2. Off, off, and above. Reset the rudder trim for the next crew while the engines spin down. We're going to go fuel pumps. And we're going to do nav, nav, and nav. And we're going to turn crew supply of oxygen off. And we can do the beacon, the taxi light, and seat belts at this point. Come on over here to D-board. And if we go to Phoenix, ground services, we'd like a ground power unit, forward and aft stairs, open cargo, and we made it. Step 1. We'll do step 2 tomorrow. And that's going to take us in this airplane from here to Rome. So 007 gets a night out on the town in Berlin. Look for the red carpet. I haven't seen the red carpet here. But there's a red carpet out here. National Archives does an MI5 exhibition. See, now that would be fun, especially because they rotate those sorts of things around. Because they rotate them around, that would make for fabulous, content on YouTube. If the world stops being so crazy and gets a little bit cooler, that'll be fun to produce. And I think this is going to be the terminal over here. And it says, let's see, Bundesrepublik Deutschland. I'm going to guess maybe this is an official airport office, maybe, instead of a terminal. Well, it does look like some possible terminal stuff in there. They're going to do a Q branch. They're turning the Kingsway Exchange Tunnel Complex into a spy museum. Wow, wouldn't it be fun to be a part of building that out, right? I might not be looking for the red carpet stone here in the correct place. And I'm going to guess Bundesrepublik Deutschland is going to be a government airplane for Germany, right? It's the Cheru. This is going to be referred, so this would be the government terminal, and that's where they would go, right? Bundesrepublik. Did I say that right? The Federal Republic. Okay. And looks like we've got a place for flags during the day over here, or just a really tall. Yeah, this is a big area for flags. You pass the red carpet on the others. Oh, there it is. There's the red carpet. This is where we would go. Okay. So my guess is they probably wouldn't roll out the red carpet for 007. 007 would get off on the back of the plane because a real spy doesn't want to draw attention to themselves, right? But it's a good thing we had a tie on since there's diplomatic folks here. So we did find it. Stonewall Flyer Studios. Yep, we missed. It looks like there's a red carpet down here too. Kingsway Exchange. Nope, that's a roadway. This is the only red carpet here. For those that don't know, Kingsway Exchange was the tunnel complex used by military intelligence and was also the home of the Special Operations Executive, SOE, which was the real version of Q Branch under Winston Churchill. So, Q Branch, the cool people. Oh, was that a joke? I'm sorry. Here you go, Dreams. Is that a Sith lightsaber? Inquiring minds, no, that is that is not a lightsaber. That is a sonic screwdriver. Because you never know when you're going to need a sonic screwdriver, right? How hard was the landing? I'm really out of practice. I haven't been here in a while. The plane flew the arrival just perfect. So it looks like it was, oh wow, that's not good. 423, 1.01 Gs. Okay, well, at least I'm back to my usual tricks of hard landings and stuff. Complete the flight. There would, oh yes, absolutely, the 007 hopefuls. Polyot says that Ian Fleming, the author of James Bond, would have been walking through the Kingsway Exchange. So Ian Fleming went through there. That's pretty cool. I didn't get your audio turned up. It's a what? Yeah, it is a sonic screwdriver from Doctor Who. Very important to have a sonic screwdriver. I kind of dug that out after I saw an episode that has become one of my favorites. You know, Day of the Doctor's really good, but I also really liked Listen, that episode too. This is a story from The Guardian. London tunnels that inspired James Bond creator to become a spy museum. Oh my gosh. You know, I gotta tell you, that is an incredibly good idea. I think that's great. I mean, there are just hundreds of videos that you could do there. Down in those tunnels. You really could. Opening in 2028. Well, if the world gets to be a little bit more normal, then 2028 would be a good time to visit them. You got it. AZ, you want to go back to London for a few days? Okay, I think everything is set. We already checked the runway. We already checked the runways. We know what's going on. So we can go and find ourselves a gate and go. Oh, well, thank you. That would be really, a spy flight meetup would be absolutely wonderful. You know, my guess is that by then, the new nasal, you know, COVID vaccines and stuff will be available worldwide. I think that would be really, really great. You know, and we wouldn't have to worry about stuff. Okay, at this point, we're no longer on the government ramp. I don't see that we should have to be wearing a tie anymore, right? We're done with the tie. At least I didn't have to put on makeup or an IFB today. Yeah, I know. I can't go there. I've been added to the no entry list. Not allowed to enter the UK because of a really, really bad sense of humor. Okay. Man, you know how long it's been since I've had a top button buttoned? I'm not kidding. You are multitasking. Polyot is you're on the bench next week. A lot to do? I would imagine so. If you're going to be on the bench, that means you've got to probably take a look at everything else, right? You got to pre-study cases and stuff. Okay, let's see. I'm going to guess that probably Delta's somewhere in here, so that's good. Let's come over and do a flight plan here. New flight. It's going to be a GAL Delta flight. We are going from KATL. We're going to KFLL, Fort Lauderdale. We're going to take a Boeing 737-900, which Delta flies. And Delta Airlines, there we go. I'm expecting runway 27 right and 28 right. It says 28 right. Let's just go with it. Okay. Fuel planning. 15 minutes. It's not going to be that crowded. Famous last words. Generate the flight. And before we start, we need to go ahead and get rid of the Airbus stuff. So turn off the McDo. McDo is off. Disconnect the Airbus autopilot. Carefully set it aside. And here comes the Boeing autopilot. And we need to be sure and plug it in the top one here. There it is. So the top one in the back. Carefully rotate it back around and set it in place. Now is a good time, especially with the Boeing version. You need to make sure your flight directors, make sure both your flight directors are off and the autopilot disengage bar is back up. Those are things that don't reset in this, so you got to make sure that you're good to go there. All right, so that looks really good. Reading through a trial bundle, which is about 500 pages of pleading, witness statements, and expert reports. You have to organize your documents and reading the skeleton arguments submitted as part of each party's bundle. And the authorities intend to cite along with research into them. So a bunch of it, and administrative stuff too. No kidding. So it's about 500 pages. So you do get to go and pre-read everything and just check it and make sure. Let's get the flight simulator. You don't believe it for a second. Oh, that AZ, right? It was AZ that you didn't believe, not your pleadings. 500 is on the low side. Oh, really? Okay, here's an interesting one. Is it stuff that you have to study so well that you could pass a test on it? Or is it something that you have to just skim and be aware of? I mean, does it have to be committed to memory? Okay, with that, our flight plan looks good. All right, so all this looks good. We need to close the PDF file and get a new one. Control C, and we're going to make that a... All right, let's go plug this in, and I will put this in chat for you. AZ is going to try and enter anyway because you have the same Monarch. I didn't realize they had the same butterflies in both places. Okay, title is updated and the flight plan is available, so all of that's good. Sorry, Atlas system, I had to turn, you know it was going to be turned into a silly joke, right? All right, let's come over here and pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. And they've also got file a flight plan. We're testing a new version of the flight plan form beta, and we can check the functionality here. Ooh, let's do that. Delta 441 IFR data flight, voice rules, transponder equipment, Atlanta departure altitude. This is a nice format. File. Somebody has got it. Somebody's got the flight number. Okay. Now let's Gotta dump the hat. Can't have this one, right? No Airbus hats in a Boeing. Tim Dog is going to go to Bravo 28. Let's go around the Bravo. Sim Caesar will be complaining about the new format. Really? Sim Caesar doesn't like the formats? There are several reasons to be on. Part of it is control. If I already know the issues and arguments, it helps me steer the trial. Council will have already done their research into the arguments they intend to make and the authorities that they're going to cite. By reading them beforehand and somewhat understanding it'll to follow easier. That's right, because you've also got to make sure that the rules are followed and don't deviate. So control is important. Keeping control of the courtroom is an important part of the job, and making sure that, you know, I don't think that your attorneys do this, but, you know, here in the U.S., we probably got more than a few attorneys that go off into la-la land, so there you go. It also helps me make a decision and write my judgment quicker. Okay. Very different world from being the barrister on the other side of that bench, isn't it? You're right, Tim Dog. This would be A321 flights. This would be an A321 flight. Okay, let's see if we can pre-file 445. Okay, we're good. It also helps you anticipate objections. If I already anticipate one, you're prepared to accept it or strike it down. So in my world, this is called show prep. You know, if I'm doing, you know, going to anchor a newscast, I'm going to be, I would be doing show prep to be prepared for anything that might pop up. And we're going to the Bravo gates. But yours is a much more serious world than, you know, somebody doing, you know, TV or something. Bravo, which one is it? It is 28. But I would imagine the control part is important. Okay, so it's going to be over here. Well, that's a whole different story. If there was a guest that I was going to do, especially if it was going to be a live interview, oh my gosh, yes. You definitely want to go and do homework on the guest, maybe if possible, check out anything that they've done before, you know, and make sure that they're not going to do something and have an idea of what it is that they're going to, you know, what their goal is, so that you can make sure that, well, in that case, something doesn't go off into la-la land either. Okay. Important safety tip. If you just got the Atlanta airport, you need to do something. Let me show you what you got to do. You need to go over to the marketplace. You need to go to My Library. Okay, and from My Library, over in the search box on the right, put in KATL. And you're going to see right at the top, there's Atlanta Hartsfield Airport by Microsoft, and I've disabled it because I've got the new scenery down with Orbix. And if you've got this scenery and this scenery, both of those two sceneries are going to compete with each other. So you've got to be sure to disable this one before you get into the sim. Okay? Important safety tip. Now we can go into free flight. And we're going to go and find our Boeing 737. And I'm going to fly the 900 739. And I should have a Delta all ready to go here. There it is. Save and go back. KATL Atlanta. You've actually written about it for counsel to do their job ends the moment the trial ends. For me, it carries on. The hardest part at that point, it's me and me alone. Oh, as far as being on the bench, yeah, well, at that point in time, you've got a really important decision, and a decision that is going to very probably change a life forever. You know, help people resolve a situation that got hurt by something. Look, you know, the job that you do, is a very important one, and it requires, you know, expert, you know, it requires a lot. It is not going to be installed. So Flight Sim Aviation, yeah, this is the new Atlanta scenery, and it doesn't have the DRM. That's something that they dropped. Okay, we're gonna go, how about Bravo 24? Bravo 24 is open. You'll see the scenery right now. We're going on in. Ready? No need to rush your departure or anything like that. We're going to drone around the airport a little bit, take a look at it and see some things. What was it? Maybe $30 US or something like that. It wasn't super duper expensive. You know, it wasn't like a $10 freebie or anything like that, but it was really nice. Buckeye says to hydrate. Thanks, Buckeye. That is it was about $30 US. Thanks, Tim Dog. So one of the things that Polyot does is write about the experience over on Substack. And there's a story that's coming out that you can read if you want to. And there was an excerpt. Sitting on the bench is not like that. After the submissions have been made, the parties have left and the doors of the court have closed behind them. You're alone with the case. You can talk to colleagues in general terms. You could ask for advice on a procedural question, but the substantive decision is yours. You make it alone. You write it alone. You take the consequences of it alone, and you stand back up in court and pronounce it again alone. I think that's a tough. Again, these are affecting real lives, real people. It's a big deal. And here's our 737. I'm going to go and start VATSIM. The jetway is too long. Not good for an expensive scenery. Your jetway is too long? I mean, gee. Tim Dog, I mean, come on. There was a time when we didn't even have jetways that would reach the airplane. I'm kidding. You're absolutely right. They should be accurate. I need to make one change. My external camera doesn't work on one button, so I need to move it to another button. So I'm loading up this and spot view. And we're just going to change spot view from the end button to the home button. And there we go. I do recommend, if you get a chance, I don't have it handy right now, but if you look for Wig and Wing on Substack, it is definitely worth your time for some really interesting things to read about. Delta 441. No, it's 445. Somebody's flying 441. And this is a Boeing 739 and connect. I wanted to put this in here. And you've decided they're posting on Tuesdays? And let's go ahead and also get Volanta going. Elevate X, I still keep calling it Volanta. Track it. And there we go. All right, so here we are. We're over in the Bravo concourse. You can see some other Deltas over there. Let's go and get the drone cam and have a look at the new Atlanta airport. Oh, okay. Tuesday is general law. Thursday is aviation law. So let's see here. First things first, let's go down the main to the main terminal. Don't think they would have actually had a 747 pushing back over here in the Tangos. So coming on into Atlanta, I don't think there's. I call them the circus tents and stuff. One of the interesting things that you've got over here is lots of parking, of course, but we've also got a train depot here. There's the airport train depot. Oh my gosh, we got trains. We have working trains here. I don't know what the names of them are here in Atlanta. I think it says MARTA. Tyler Dog, it says MARTA, so it's got, this has got to be it. There it goes. All right. Coming on in over here. So they've got this big thing over here. I'm going to guess with all this ventilation, this is probably going to be the trains. The train tunnels that go between the terminals, maybe. All of that ventilation right there. I'm going to guess. And then this is drop-off, I'm guessing. Oh, we're going the wrong way. Sky priority for Delta. 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 So this is the Delta side. Ooh, we've got curbside check-in over here. So there's curbside check-in. Tyler Dog took the MARTA from that airport to the North Atlanta area. Departures. Okay, this part of the terminal is not modeled. No problem. They did a beautiful job on the outside. Dude, it's over on Substack, and it's called Wig and Wing. If you just go and click Substack and Wig and Wing, it's going to take you right to that. I mean, search it. Paulette has been bundled into too many Delta flights at this airport. Really? Okay, here's the Tango Concourse. And if you're having a problem, dude, finding it, let us know. We'll do more. Delta executive cars. Okay, let's go out and see one of the coolest things out here at Delta, at Hartsfield. The Delta Museum. Let's see how they did that. They did a nice job, it looks like, with the taxiways. Somebody just landed off the plane into a car into the office, often sweaty and grumpy. I can imagine. I would imagine, because in your case, it's going to be a flight across the pond. So even though it's probably up front, you know, in the plane, my guess is it's also, you know, by the end of that flight, you just want to go to a hotel room and say, I'll see you tomorrow. But no, they probably want to talk as soon as you land. There's a Virgin taxiing here. All right, here's the Delta Museum. That's the 757 that's outside. I don't think you can go through this one, which is too bad. You should be able to go through the 757 for sure. There is the 747, which you can go and walk around. So there's the 747. And looks like they got a Mad Dog out here. So you can see a Mad Dog out here. And they've got a DC-6 probably. Maybe a DC-6 out front. And there's Virgins taxiing around too. Delta. Probably a DC-6. That's right. We got the Atlanta scenery that's got a Delta. A 757 before Bluebird. Imagine that, right? And here's the Delta Museum. Looks like they've got a tree problem here. Looks like they've got a tree problem in the front. Maybe get groundskeepers. Okay, so they did that one. Now let's go over to the maintenance hangar in the middle of the airport. I know we got a 757 before Bluebird put one out. And we got a Delta. Looks like they just landed. Okay, here's the terminal with the famous Fly Delta Jets sign. Oh, Loviz, I even remember you posted over on Discord. I said I liked it and I forgot to do the GSX stuff. So there's the Fly Delta Jets terminal. They did put something kind of in front of it. Like a Virgin touchdown for the very first time. Looks like they did a nice job over here. So this, I believe, is international. Some international stuff here. And much bigger jets come on down to this terminal. Whoa. How'd you like to walk that jetway? Maybe if we get a sponsorship, if we get a sponsorship by Madonna, maybe we'd make enough money that we could all go out to La Isla Bonita for a party. That is a long walk out there. They've also got a number of tunnels that go under taxiways around Delta, around Atlanta. I'd say the detail is really nice. They've got a number of ground vehicles rolling around that look pretty good. And I'd say, you know, the terminals are all not uniform. They're not all the same, so they look different. There's another big area of ventilation. I'm going to assume some of those big vents right in the middle like this are either AC or ventilation for the trains. It is a huge airport. This, I'm guessing that's going to be Southwest Land. And then we're over here in the Bravo terminal. You know, you're absolutely right. There are churches that play like a prayer and they don't get it. All right, so we'll come over to our gate area. So it looks like they did a little bit on this side. Doesn't look like they did a big area of the gates. Yeah, it looks like they did a little small areas. And my guess is that they did these small areas like this so that they can keep frame rates down. So there you have it. It's the new Atlanta scenery from Orbix. I'm really, really grateful that the developers decided that they were going to drop the DRM thing. You know, there are other ways to do that, and I was reading that there are a lot more effective ways to do that. I think it's up there. I think the outside models look really good. I think that there's some more complete. I don't know. I really like this one. Ty Ginga, welcome aboard. I hope I said your name right. They have trains. So they actually have trains. And it runs down the middle of the airport. So there's the main terminal out there. So my guess is what you do is you're going to come in here. When you get to the airport, you'll come in to this side of the airport here. You're going to go and check in. And there's probably, even though this area is not modeled, my guess is you check in and you go through security. And then this is probably the central train area right here. This would be the, you know, we got these huge big vents here. There's a big skylight. So my guess is this is going to be trains down here. It's not modeled, but that would be trains down in there. And so what's going to happen is you'll go through security, you'll go downstairs, and probably you can see the straight line that goes out here. It's going to be trains that get you out to all the gates. And that's how they do that. A lot of airports do this. Denver does it the same way. Although there was an interesting story out of Denver media recently about how it was that they're having an awful problem keeping their trains going. And so they've studied a whole bunch of stuff, including some things that made me go, "Are you effing kidding me?" That they decided to study. But they're going to have some walkways for when the trains aren't working, which is interesting because according to Wikipedia, they have new trains that are less than 5 years old, or about 5 years old. So it's sort of like, why can't you keep those going? I think that's a good way to put it. Polyot's, remember the Hong Kong? We haven't been there in quite a while. The Hong Kong scenery is really good. It is incredibly functional. You know, more often than not, things that don't look all that great are absolutely functional as hell. They're really good. Okay, electronic flight bag and data. There's our flight plan. And we're going to go over to ground operations. Let's request a jetway. I've already got ground power. Let's come down to ground maintenance. No, door management. Disarm the doors. And here comes jetway. Having a hard time. Okay, this is what Tim Dog meant about the jetways are too long and it's not making its way out to the airplane. Maybe it's because this airplane shouldn't be here. I think the airplane should probably be stopped here. Well, that's the idea, especially Ty, out at airports like Denver International Airport, where I believe, you know, we have Concourse A, B, and C. I think they've started working on Concourse D out at Denver so that they can expand. I don't know how much more they're going to be able to expand here at Atlanta, because if they do that, they're going to have to start tearing out maintenance hangars. This is a big Denver, Delta hub here. I think the Japan tour has been really good, and that was quite frankly one of the reasons why I'm kind of happy that we're going to delay it another week, because I'm enjoying the Japan tour. It's really nice. Okay, let's open this door. and we're going to open up cargo. You need the GSX profile. Is that a problem? Low vis. So I haven't turned GSX on. How is that? Is it the GSX would have cleaned up my my gate problem? Low vis. Senor Tomas is struggling with the ATR. Senor Tomas, we're going to find that next. Should we take a second and just do this? Should we do the GSX thing? Loviz, do you have time to talk me through a GSX and let's get this done? It shouldn't be too hard. Does anybody mind? You do not have to exit the flight. Really? To do GSX? You can do the profile with the sim loaded. Really? Okay, you can delete the profile and put it and restart KATL. I always mispronounce that. Let's give it a try. Okay, so first things first, let's go and get a file browser. And I think we have to start by going over to Microsoft Flight Simulator, the community folder, right? So let's go to our community folder. And what we'll do is this is Orbix. So let's go find an Orbix scenery. Orbix. Brize, Norton, Orbix. Atlanta. Here is Orbix Atlanta. Okay. We have a hard time getting used to the name. In Germany, it was called the Denver Clan. Really? Wow. Okay, so what we're going to do is now we have to go and look in here. When you get the new scenery, let's turn off this. It's a pretty cluttered screen. When you get the new scenery, Loviz said that the GSX profile is actually in. You get the GSX profile here. So let's see here. I don't think there's a GSX profile in this one. Let's do content info, Orbix. No, it's not that one. How about, oh, look at that. Second folder for the top, even labeled GSX folder. GSX profile. Okay, so we have two of them. We have Atlanta, there's a Python file and a configuration setting. I'm going to guess that we need both of these, right? So we're going to copy these, right click, and let's copy them both. Okay, got those. Oh, these are getting old. They are. Okay, so now here's the important part. Loviz, where do we put them? I thought that it was over in users app data. So we have to go to our C drive. We've already copied this, so go to C drive, go to users, admin, app data, and I think it was local. I think it's local, and it's app data, no, Loviz says it's roaming. And then I think that the name is called Virtuali or something like that. Virtuali, there it is. It's here. You see where it says Virtuali down here? And then we go to, I believe, after that, it's GSX. Downloads model, receives, probably not. Back to Virtuali. Airplanes, KATL, GSX livery, handlers. Let's see. GSX MSFS. GSX MSFS. And there they are. Boy, look at all of them. Now what we do is right click. Here is an Atlanta Asobo. See where it says Atlanta Asobo? I'm going to delete that first. And now let's paste it in there. Atlanta, and there we go. That's how we do it. So that was important too, to get rid of the original one in there. So we got all that and we're done. Now then, what we need to do, my guess is, let's come on down here and we have to go and start GSX. Control-Alt-T, GSX. Now, it looks like it's loading in the first time. I think what we needed to do was restart it, right? I think we have to just restart it, and that's it. Did you delete the Asobo version out of the library? Yes, you did. So yeah, JSG Droid, you do that in library, and I didn't delete it, you just deactivate it. You just deactivate it, I think. That's what you have to do. Pauliette says, I should have pinned that folder to my quick access. You know, I think you're right. I had to do that. Then load GSX and do reposition aircraft. So we're restarting it right now. Then go in there and reposition. We are at gate Bravo 24, I believe. Bravo 24. It will just stay at this gate. It knows where you are. Okay, let's do that reposition and go. A lot of little things to do, but it's gonna it makes using the airport so much nicer. But yeah, JSG Droid, you deactivate this. Make sure you update the GSX, which I know you know all about, and airport itself looks pretty good. There's not a big bunch of internal terminal stuff, but everything else on the outside looks really good. And they at least modeled the 757 out at the Delta Museum. So I guess, you know, they beat us to get it. We finally got a 757 in the sim. Okay, it's checking sim brief. Says 50%. Text is a little big. Makes the windows a little bit bigger. I had to see if we can change the text size someday. Okay, we're back. Now let's come on over here. And what we need to do is we need to reposition the airplane. Oh, it scales for eye age. You loaded the new, but I don't think it, you didn't. Yeah, there's 2 in there. Now the other one though was for the default. Okay, let's try it again. All right, reposition, search parking, reposition here. Concourse B, gate 24. Okay. Now it's going to get rid of the gate, but I'll bet now it's going to be even better. Scales for eye age. All right, now we're good here. Shall we operate the jetway through GSX? Or should we just do it through the iPad? Very nice. Now we're in the correct spot. And sure enough, it did move the 737 back. And if we come out over here, we'll see our jetways properly positioned. Looks nicely done there. Good alignment. So we got a good GSX profile. I guess we could go and fly the airplane right now. Should we do that? Really looked good. Okay, so I've got the airplane all groovy and done here. Chocks are in place. Ground power is in place. Jetway is connected. Doors are open. We've already loaded the flight. That looks good too. It's time to turn the airplane on. Power. Ground power. Armed. Guarded. Nav lights to standby. There is no smoking on a American flight anymore. It's all no smoking. Fuel power and APU on. Best get on. I am on VATSIM. We are already on VATSIM. There's other airplanes on VATSIM. I'd rather hit a tab in the app that takes care of that, like the AnyBuilds app. Nice, the profile has the proper 45-degree Atlanta push too. Really? All right, this looks good. FMC. Navigation data is good. Low-vis does, that's right, Low-vis has got a trip coming up someplace. Position unit. KATL Atlanta. We are at gate Bravo 24. And it even says so up there. Morgsogo, welcome back in. Morgsko, welcome to you. You've been conditioned. It's gotten better and better and better. I really like it for the pushback engine mostly. I don't use it for a lot of the ground animations because it doesn't, it just makes loading your airplane look good, doesn't really load it. So if I'm already going to load the airplane down here in, if I'm going to load the airplane within the airport itself, I really would just as soon do it once and not do it a second time for looks. We put it off a couple of weeks. Your spouse, forgot about a meeting next week? Uh-oh. And we forgot to turn the nav lights on. It's PMDG airplane. You got to do your own landing altitude here. And your cruise. Cruise is 35,000 feet. As long as your spouse did not fall down the stairs and break a foot and have to wear a boot for 8 weeks. This is a meeting that can't be done in a beach shirt and board shorts. Hey, come on this very live stream, I proved that you can have a beach shirt and a tie and it looks good. Not kidding. This very live stream, it's gonna be cut and pasted and entered all over the internet. Maybe not for the reasons I think it is. And besides, what's this about board shorts? I mean, it's the internet. Nobody's wearing pants on the internet. Jeez. Come on, we gotta be trendy here. You committed the sin of wearing a tie with a soft collar shirt, so nobody should be. Oh, okay. Well, I worked in TV, so it was hot in the studio. I couldn't have done a hard collar. In-person meetings, yes, they're just so yesterday, right? Okay. Let's see. Atlanta. Flight plan request. Sim brief. Wait till it goes back. There it goes. And now we can set our payload. See, this is how easy it is to set payload and set fuel and set your route. So having GSX go and redo the payload while this is loading the payload doesn't make sense. Welcome back, JSG Droid. Thanks for coming in. Imagine if you actually had to sit in a room with clients. Hey, there was one TV station I worked at that the general manager actually tried to get some of the on-air people to go on sales calls. Didn't want us to learn anything about sales or anything like that. Just wanted, to take, on-air people on a sales call to impress the people buying ads on the TVs. This was a long time ago before TV started really sucking. Sorry to paint that picture in your head, dude. It's the internet. What you gonna do? And I remember, and a long time ago, I remember a clip that was making its way. This was back in the day when it was Justin TV. It wasn't Twitch. And there was somebody who has, I believe, they got famous, and they had a camera like sitting up on their monitor. They bumped the monitor. The camera went falling down under the table to discover that the live streamer was, had creative attire. So even if you've got a camera hard mounted to your desk like I do, live is still live. You gotta watch out for those things. Besides, I'm just not that weird enough. I'm weird in other ways, but not like that. Okay, all this looks really good. Flight plan, wallet, Zeppelin, that looks good too. Performance in it. I think we're good. I don't think that clip is probably on YouTube or any. I don't even remember who it was, but it was apparently one of the big names back in the day. There comes the ventilation. The first biggest name that I ever knew about on Twitch was somebody called Ninja. And then the second big name was Pokimane. Those are the two biggest names that I remember when I first started. In flight simming, it was John Fly. It was Cat Strader. Those were some of the really big names in live streaming. There was the creator of Project Fly, probably one of the biggest. We got a PDC. Okay, Atlanta, small Zeppelin, squawk cleared, 10,000 feet, 350 departure, mode Charlie, ground on the south end of the ramp. Okay, we're all ready to go. Loviz had a 2-hour meeting in Baghdad, planned to do it by secure video conference, but they wanted me to attend in person, so I spent 2 days getting to Iraq from Virginia for a 2-hour meeting. That's right, I couldn't remember Bellend's, that name. I would imagine it does, Polyot. And it's probably not just PTSD, it's probably rather complex. Loviz, you spent 2 days for a 2-hour meeting? I imagine that you probably at certain points in all of that came up with some very, very creative ways to put salty words together. And Polyot thought your 24 hours in Dubai with 2 hours notice was bad. Oh my gosh. You had 24 hours in Dubai with 2 hours notice? Jim says a 3-piece suit in a heat wave is not fun. Dude says, hey, back in my day, we had the Concorde. Yeah, my guess is that Loviz was probably not in the most comfortable of airplanes. That was, yeah, your trip, your 2-hour notice was just a few weeks ago. You thought you were never going to get out of there? Oh. Okay, let's see. We need a flight plan. On the plus side, you got to fly A319 ACJ. Krebby's flying. Canutus is here. Welcome in. Let's go and start putting in a few numbers here. I'm expecting 27 right on the Smaltz 3 departure. Departure and arrival. I really need to just copy my flight plan off and into my notes. That is not the correct flight plan. Kirby, thanks for flying along. Okay, there is our current flight plan. Hartsfield Jackson, great. Fort Lauderdale, here we come. So 27 right, Smaltz 3, and it's the Tiki arrival. Still flight level 350. Initial climb clearance, I don't have that yet. We did get departure. Departure's 133.475. Next frequency, it's ground. Atlanta ground is 121.9. Good. And SimBrief says 5736 on the squawk. Loviz actually flew from Dulles to Kuwait direct, thumbing a ride to Bangkok took another day. So it was a 2-day ordeal to get there. Airplane, good to see you. Atlanta, the clouds on arrival don't look super friendly. Yeah, I think I heard the rumble of thunder out there. It could be here, though. Yeah, it's raining here at Spy HQ. So I can't tell, Airplane, if it was thunder in the live stream or thunder outside my apartment. It's an unusually cool day here, which is just nice. Okay, departure. 27 right. 27 right. It's the Smaltz 3 departure via wallet. Execute. Thanks to JSG Droid. Thanks to JSG Droid. You're going to do a category 3 approach. Just try not to be really catty about it, okay? Sorry, couldn't resist. Coming in, I'm expecting 28 right. I'm expecting it's the Tiki 4 arrival. We're going to come in via Zeppelin. Carnival or Fort Lauderdale. This is where it's always good to take a look at your charts. Atlanta Airport. Gates. Airport. Smaltz. And let's look up Smaltz here, because there's going to be an initial climb clearance, which they did not put. They want you to look at your charts. Initial climb clearance is 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet. Good, we got that one there. Yay. Coming in, Fort Lauderdale, it's the Tiki arrival. After Tiki, we're going to come out, and we actually are landing west. So it's going to be Famba at 6,000 feet, and the arrival is 28 right. Also grab the ILS for 28 left in case VATSIM flips you to the other runway. Airport gates. So after Tiki, it's Famba, and on the runway we're expecting right now. All right, Snape or Snap, probably not Snape, Fuzzy and Carnival and Fort Lauderdale. Well, we don't need either one of those. We're not gonna do either one, it's vectors. Okay, so that's good. No improvement in the jetways. Yours buried inside. JSG Droid, did you get everything? Did you reload in? So you got to make sure, because after you did the GSX profiles into GSX, you needed to restart KATL. I always mispronounce it, KATL, and then reposition at your gate. Airplane saw landing. All right, legs. It's going to be Arnav's Law. And after the arrival, it's got vectors. Okay, that's looking good. Performance in it. It's going to be a bumpy arrival. Well, you need a little shrunken head hanging from the rear view mirror of your airplane that says, "It looks like it's going to be a bumpy ride." Lightning makes flying more fun. Sim flying, I'm sure. The real world pilots probably wouldn't use the 3-letter F word. That's just my guess. Okay, 35,000 feet. Cruise winds, I'm just going to use the PDF. 292 at 37. 292 at 37 knots. Cost index is 55. Reserves 4.98. I mean, it's 5.0. Zero fuel weight should be 132.9. 133. Okay, I'll take it. Execute it. Let's see. Monkey got the reference. You got that. I hear they're now starting to do tours, Harry Potter tours or something around London, and they've actually got a bus. It's only 2 levels. It's painted to look like 3, and it's a night bus tour now. So you can do a night bus tour. All right, landing altitude. Gotta do landing altitude in this airplane. It's manual. It adds the electricity to keep the lights on. That's right, free charging for everybody's iPads. Just plug it into this USB slot. Airport elevation 65 feet. So up here, we'll just go 50. 10,000 feet, that's our initial climb clearance. That looks good. Heading for our departure. Because, let's see, it's going to be 27 right, which is 275 degrees. 275. That looks good. Altimeter. Altimeter. We need the ATIS, departure ATIS. 2989. Altimeter's checked and set. And let's do performance for departure, and we can go. Cool. Okay. Expecting 27, right? Import the weather. Import weight and calculate. Big J's flying the 737 Dublin to München. How's the weather going into Munich tonight? It looks nice. Since when does Atlanta ever look friendly? Well, maybe after a few beverages at Vortex. I don't know. I've only flown through Atlanta once. It was fly through, didn't have much time on the ground. I drove through there when I moved to Texas. But I mostly went north of town because I should have stayed on the highway, but I specifically wanted to drive through a small town north of Atlanta called Marietta, Georgia, because my boat is named Marietta after the grandmother of the previous owner. And I wanted to drive through Marietta, Georgia with a sailboat named Marietta. I stopped for a burger just to see if anybody would say anything to me, and nobody said a word. So, I mean, there you go. I figured I'm going to Marietta, Georgia with the Marietta sailboat, stop at a burger place, have foot lunch, and see if anybody mentions the boat named Marietta. Nobody did. So, so much for that. I figured people from Marietta would be excited about that, but, you know, they weren't. I'll just jam out anyway. Takeoff is going to be -2. Selected temperature is 44 degrees. -2, 44. Your grandma, your dad lives in Marietta? Nikki says this was a long time ago. This was a good 20 years ago. This is coming, 15 to 20 years ago. So a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, Nikki. 5 degrees. Now maybe it's always been big. I don't know. Flaps are 5. Center of gravity 24.8. 24.9. It rounded it up. We'll take that. 146, 148, 152. 146, 148, 152. 152 up here. There we go. Altimeter, speed, heading, altitude. Flight directors going on. Flight directors are now on. We did get a squawk code. And our squawk code should be 5736. Atlanta to Fort Lauderdale is a good flight. It is. I don't do it that often, but I think it should be nice. Let's get ready to rumble. Electronic flight door page. Sorry, doors. I'm going to close my doors. Doors are closing. Let's go to ground service vehicles. And nope, we'll just go over to this page. You toggle the jetway up here. There goes the jetway. There goes our jetway. Our first frequency is 119.1, which is ground. (119.1). Make it active. Turn it on. Let's see if we hear anybody. Seatbelts can go on. Electric hydraulic pumps. Doors closed.
Skywas 420, connect to fire trigger deck.
APU.
Skywas 422.
On the 55829, Atlanta Tower, cross runway 26 right, hold short 26 left.
Polyot said that 007 first light sold 1.5 million copies in the first 24 hours.
2467, RNF to football, runway 27 right,
Well, I think it was. I think that this is a game. I certainly liked it. I don't regret spending the money on it. I did not pre-order it though, and I'm enjoying it thoroughly.
Atlanta Tower, good evening. FedEx 6767 Heavy at South Cargo Ramp Bay 8, requesting pushback and start.
FedEx 5767, push start, yeah, that's correct, call for taxi.
Roger, push
Chops.
start at my discretion, call for taxi, FedEx 6767 Heavy.
Delta 1670, connect departure.
Departure 1670, good day.
Green 30, fully on the frequency.
Arm doors for departure.
Green 30, fully on the frequency. Delta 1196, I want to have the flower and 27 rank, let's take off.
It did not score any less than 9 out of 10 in the reviews. I mean, it may very well be the game that gets me into playing other games.
1490, on the frequency.
Prepare for pushback and departure. Use airplane stairs, no jetway. No use jetway, both. I don't know that one.
Tower, trainer 34 Heavy.
Delta.
Going to Malta.
And 34.
There's just grounded Fort Lauderdale. That's okay. But yeah, it's a really good game. I love the story. Of the 17 reviews, all but 3 were 10 out of 10 or 5 stars. 3 were 9 out of 10. I don't consider myself an expert at the so-called RPG, first-person shooter puzzle games. I'm not. I like watching other people play them because it's cool to see the stories that are involved. I think they're better than modern-day movies. They're better than movies. And that's part of what I enjoy about that. But it could be, the James Bond game, and maybe what we'll do is after we get through James Bond, maybe we'll revive the Indiana Jones game. I only got it started. I never really did the rest of it, so maybe we'll do Indiana Jones after that. Sibby was playing Crimson Desert. Sibby played Crimson Desert and said she really loved it. Resident Evil, well, Smithy Chris, we love. I mean, come on, any game that has zombie dogs, there you go. Big J says we would like the Uncharted games. I'm just out here to look and see if there's anybody behind us. Nose right, tail left. 45 degrees facing southeast. You're supposed to do the 45 degrees in Atlanta.
Atlanta Tower, Bandage 392.
Release parking brakes, please.
Beacon. Cabin claw.
Like 26 left, taxi via left alpha, hold short 26 right at the approach.
Commencing push. All engines clear, start at will.
26 right at the Tower, Delta 1196, what's the departure?
Delta 1196, connect departure.
Departure, Delta 1196. Atlanta Tower, number 558 contender, ready to continue.
Right 29, cross runway 26 right, hold short 26 left.
And this is Tim Dog said that this is the proper pushback for Atlanta. It's a 45 degree push. So they're not going to do a full 90 degree, but that's the way they would do it here.
A 44, 67 on a 27 right
Parking brakes.
27 line up away, Delta 4469.
Packs off. Ground start engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts. N2 is going up. Captain 4DM4X. Good Nabben in Germany. Hey, thanks for coming in, Mad Max. Captain Mad Max, thank you for coming by today. We are at the new Atlanta. It looks really good so far.
So the 1048 Atlanta.
I think that it's been working pretty good. Probably it's a matter of its space. I'm not sure.
Lima Juliet, Mike.
Morgsco. I think it's just, you know, so that they could pack the jetways closer or further apart. I don't know. Martel's calling it a night. Good night, Martel.
We have the whiskey loop.
Thank you for coming by tonight. Have a great evening. Check you next time.
Left is clear, right is clear.
Good start on engine number 2, starting 1.
Lima. Done a 4469 RNF football running 27 right, clear for takeoff.
RNF football, 27 right, clear for takeoff. Delta 4469.
Got a 1738 runway 27 right, line of white.
20% fuel.
Tower Delta 1343, 3 south with uniform.
Delta 1343, 23, squawk point Charlie.
Big J, we're flying a Delta.
Squawk point Charlie. Number 55829, turn right, heading 330, runway 26 right, takeoff. Right, 2 left.
So basically a modern widget.
Heading 330.
330 and clear for takeoff. Number 559.
That is 392, cross runway 26
Two
right,
good starts on our engines.
Cross 26 right.
Generators.
No, correction, JetBlue 419, taxi via the Victor Loop, join Foxtrot to parking.
Victor Loop to Foxtrot, JetBlue 419.
1738, RNF.
Probes are auto on this airplane, so we only have to turn on the yaw dampers, and you switch the electrical metering monitoring over to engine 1 generator. Flaps 5. Flaps are 5. Auto brakes to RTO. Let's get ready to rumble.
That correction manager 892 connect park.
Departure measure 892.
Yeah, that a 4469 connect departure.
Departure Delta 4469.
Then 392, 26 left line up and way. It'll be greater than 90 seconds in position just for traffic on the south side.
DJ, need to add some frequency fields. ATC, I have no idea about that. Where we fly, welcome aboard. Trim is 5.14. Hey, I heard Loviz. Loviz is joining us. Remember when we get on the ground at Fort Lauderdale, we're changing airplanes and changing airlines, and we're going to fly the new ATR update with a big pink flamingo on the tail.
Sorry, is that?
Sun Country 8714.
Okay, VNAV, LNAV going on.
1762, 8714. Good evening, Atlanta Tower, Delta 2629, visual 26 right.
Delta 2629, Atlanta Tower, and 26 right, middle lane.
26 right, clear to land, Delta 2629.
Figured there'd be a lot more airplanes.
Tower Delta 1323, verify it was uniform, and then Mike taxi lead Charlie.
Jim would like to do Frontier flying. Well, the cool thing about Frontier is they've got the groovy little animals on the rudder. They have all the really great animals.
55829, turn right heading 350.
Right heading 350-829.
That was 1048, runway 27 right, line up and lane, caution mark 7 to heading 777 to pass.
Line up the way 27 right, Delta 1048.
Sorry, who was checking the taxi, sir?
Delta 1343.
Lima, Juliet, Mike, Lima, Charlie.
Alright, Lima, Juliet, Mike, Lima, Charlie, Delta 1343, thank you.
1738, connect departure.
Departure 1738.
Atlanta, Delta 441's a 2 Sierra with Victor requesting taxi.
Then that's Delta 445.
Delta 445, sorry.
Delta 445, runway 27 right, taxi via Lima, Juliet, Mike, Lima, Charlie.
Delta 445 is going to 27 right, Lima Juliet, Mike, Lima Charlie. Let's go.
Sun Country 8714, we got that 12 space taxi.
Sun Country 8714, runway 27 right, taxi via Juliet, Mike, Lima, Charlie.
Juliet, Mike, Lima, Charlie, Sun Country 8714.
Land target up in Delta 1229, 1 Sierra with rescue Sun Taxi.
And then the 55.
Okay, even though we're cleared, always like to look, make sure no one's coming our way. That's right, it's flight sim. We get to do whatever we want.
Delta 1229, runway 27 right, taxi via Lima, Juliet, Mike, Lima, Charlie.
Runway 27 right, Lima, Juliet, Mike, Lima, Charlie, Delta 1229.
Then it's 392, about like 60 more seconds here.
Roger.
Qatar 7838, requesting push and start towards runway 26 left.
Foxtrot parking. Delta 1550, make the left turn there, cross runway 26 left.
That's a pretty good looking terminal down there.
Foxtrot parking on cross 26 left, Delta 1550.
Delta 2629, runway 26 right, settle in.
I think for $30 US, this is a nice airport.
Sorry, Delta 2071 ILS.
And really happy, you know, that the Juliet, Mike. So Juliet, we taxi out. You know, the developer, you know, listened to the community and made some changes in their plans, and I think they did a good job. This is a nice airport. I think it's a welcome airport too. Emprez is checking in from Cyprus. Hey, Emprez, welcome, welcome. There's problems with the elevation on the north side. I've only been on the south and central side of the airplane. We went droning around a little bit, but it's pretty good. But I haven't heard about that, Smithy. Smithy Chris, welcome and thanks for coming in. Airplane landed in Atlanta, and Russ is here. Hey, Russ. We're in the new Atlanta airport. We're going down to Fort Lauderdale.
Correct.
Qatar 7838, requesting push and start towards 26 left.
Push and start is the other direction of the ramp control. Sun Country 8714, runway 27 right, line of away.
Push and discretion.
Tower, this is 204 Super Island 26 lane.
Under 2042 for Atlanta Tower, next 26 right, settle in.
Have you updated the ATR? It's updated and it's ready to go. That's our next flight, Monkey Legs. Welcome to you too. It's not that bad for me. There's a couple of little hesitations, but not many. Hi, Daniel. Daniel says Spy Hat.
Brickyard 5817. Correction, Sun Country 8714, RNF to west pass. Correction, RNF to C Park, runway 27 right, sub 0.
RNF C Park 27 right,
Heading 393 for next park.
The Road to the Rising Sun tour is on hold for 1 week. And we're going to pick up the James Bond flights starting in Berlin and go to Rome. And then after that, we can decide if we want to continue on to Malta.
324 from Charlie. And 324 from Charlie, you can expect 26 left. Program that in your FMC and full meals and all that when you're ready.
Tower FedEx 6767 Heavy, ready for taxi.
FedEx 6767 Heavy, runway 27 right.
I don't know about it for Flight Sim 2020. My guess is this is one of those developers that doesn't put out a ton of updates and stuff. And my guess is if they're going to update the airplane for one, probably update it for the other. I don't know for sure. Jim, Alligator Watch for sure. We are in Atlanta, right? I think we do have any builds Rome scenery. So I think we're all set with Rome. I haven't looked to see about
Hold short 26
anything
left, Bravo 2, Delta 2071.
for Malta. So gotta check for a Malta scenery. I'll do that tonight or tomorrow morning.
Atlanta Tower, Apex 1 requesting taxi.
Apex 1, Atlanta Tower, runway 26
The famous
left,
Fly
taxi
Delta
via
Jet
Alpha,
sign.
hold short 26 right at the approach.
It is a little bit bumpy, but you know, taxiways aren't always smooth.
Hold short 26
Most of the
right.
time they are very smooth. They're not always smooth. Polyad says no, there is not an ATR update. There's not an update for 2020 in the ATR. Lima Charlie.
71 cross 26 left, join Echo parking.
Roger, cross 26 left, join Echo to parking, Delta 2071, good day.
Delta 651 Atlanta Tower, and 26 left, taxi via Foxtrot.
Here comes Lima Charlie.
Atlanta Tower,
Okay, we're fully ready to go, right? What could possibly go wrong?
Mexico 34 heavy, Atlanta Tower, and 27 left, better lane.
And it isn't just taxiways that are bumpy. If you go to Birmingham in the UK, the runway itself is really lumpy.
Apron, Brickyard 5817.
There's taxi via the Whiskey Loop, join Lima to parking.
Whiskey Loop to Lima to parking, Brickyard 5817, thanks.
Delta 445, RNAV to SLA, running 27 right, let's take off.
27 right, clear for takeoff. After takeoff, we are RNAV SLA, Delta 445. Let's go.
And Delta 1323, connect park.
Delta 1323 departure, good day.
Delta 320, runway 26 left, program that in your FMC and call me on the north side of the ramp when you're ready.
Alright, Roger, call you on the north side. Delta 321.
Delta 5169, Atlanta Tower, runway 26 right.
Did I disable the 2024 default scenery? Speedbird, yes, that's an important thing to do.
Delta 135,
Also be sure and copy in the GSX files that comes with the airport into your GSX folder. That's an important one to do too. Bottles up about halfway. Speed's coming up. Elapsed timer's running.
1541,
Thrust.
Delta 1229, runway 26 left.
I always forget those why we fly.
Sorry, was that for 1229?
SM 27 right, runway.
27 right, left, right, Delta 1229.
Delta 1541, runway 26 left, taxi via Foxtrot.
26 left by a Foxtrot, Delta 1541.
Delta 204 Super, are you able to take that taxiway there and cross the runway there?
Prefer we get Delta straight across to ramp 8 and plan for Concourse Foxtrot.
Roger, hold short 26 left at Delta.
Alright, we'll hold short 26 left at Delta.
Atlanta Tower, Delta, FedEx 6767, heavy holding short of 27 left.
FedEx 6757 heavy cross 26 left, hold short 26 right, and then sorry, hold short 27 right, and then the
Not necessarily.
27 left, hold short 27
I
right.
generally like
FedEx
to have a
67
scenery
heavy.
because it's more visually interesting, but not always.
Whiskey Loop, leave or go on
We'll go to a default airport.
Delta 1229, runway 27 right, good to
On a floor 27 right, back, left, back, Delta 1229. Okay, next one, holding short 26 right.
FedEx,
Command.
sorry, is it?
Next one, we're just holding short to cross 26 right.
Flaps 1. I heard JSG Droid checked in.
1489, runway 27 right, on the way.
Just on Donovan Way, support middle on.
For runway 26 right.
Flaps up.
Airbus 2011, runway 26 right, by the way.
Auto brakes
Tower,
off.
FedEx
Landing gear
67
neutral.
holding short, runway 27 right.
FedEx FC, don't get it, call me.
Atlanta looks very green today.
Cross 26 right, hold short 26 left.
Cross 26 right, hold short 26 left.
Out of 651, hold short of Charlie.
Departure is 133.475.
651, just hold short of Charlie real quick, and yeah. Roger, left from the 2042 for cross runway 26 left, taxi Delta to parking.
Cross 26 left, Delta to parking. 204.
There's on a 1489 on at the Florida, 27 right, let's go.
Alright, Bob, there's no traffic off 1489.
Nice X1, runway 26 left, line up and way, traffic from downfield.
Line up away 26 left, traffic from down.
That looks really
Delta
good.
445, next departure.
Departure for Delta 445, thanks.
115169, cross 26 left.
7.
Over to center, thank you, 89.
Delta, Atlanta departure, Delta 445 is passing 6,000 for 10.
Delta 445, London departure to contact climb 18 on 4000.
14,000 now for Delta 445. That looks really good. So obviously these are probably some new housing areas that they're bulldozing or getting ready for. Up, there's a housing area that's got a little alligator pond in the back.
Delta 511, center maintain 4000, report to field to save.
That looks really neat.
Delta 2340, the center maintain 6000, correct to Hayes.
Alright, 6,000, what was directed?
Hayes.
Alright, direct Hayes.
Nice departure.
Delta
I
4269,
didn't
center
have the
maintain 4000,
autopilot
report to
on,
field
so
to
this
save.
is so nice to have too.
Delta 445, contact with 1 center 132.7 CF.
132.907 now for Delta 445. Thanks.
Ticket 8 down to 1229, Tony 600, reach floor.
Delta 1229, London departure to contact climb maintain on 4000.
I maintain 14,000.
132.975.
09,
Sunjammer, are you going to call it a night? Good night and good luck to you. Sunjammer, thank you for coming in. Thanks for gifting a few subs. Thanks for stopping by. Have a wonderful night. I will make sure the sheep stay off the runway and that the jokes remain as painful as possible. Thanks for being here.
Runway 35, taxi Alpha, advisory for departure.
10,000 feet landing lights.
Runway 35, taxi 0.
Taxi light.
1738 will come.
Continuous restart off. 10,000 foot cabin call for the crew. And 80 miles on that. We have airport, data, and traffic is on. And a nice climb. Almost like we know what we're doing on this one. This is getting scary. Okay, we don't need R. We don't need that. We don't need this gate number. We don't need those. We don't need those. We're done with that frequency. And our climb and maintain is done too. Now we ought to try and figure out.
The ATR Bravo flighting is 02.
Oh, I don't think we checked in.
795, right? Localizer, advise the field and flying.
060 is on the localizer, 00 Bravo.
Correction, ATR Bravo, it's going to maintain 3000.
3000, ATR Bravo.
American 892.
It's dark after Atlanta Center. Oh, that's okay. Let.
Ticket 8 down to 1229, 395
That's 1229 Atlanta Center, call maintain, flight level 370.
I maintain flight level 370, that was 1229.
Atlanta, hi there. Delta 445 at 14,000 feet, just past Rivet.
Delta 445 Atlanta Center, climb and maintain, flight level 370.
350 for Delta 445. So dial it in, and you have to tell it.
Weather NOTAM's in a blur. Correction, advise you of the weather. And
and Perez. So, you know what? I actually felt that way about flying in European airspace. I really did. I really was intimidated for a while on that too. Now it's one of my favorite places to fly. I mean, you know, VATSIM Germany and VATSIM London scared the crap out of me. So like, I have no business being here. But eventually you learn. And that's the whole thing about what we're doing. Eventually we learn to do these things. So you can do it when you're ready. Hi KV, welcome aboard. Don't be sorry. I hope you've had a good things going on in your world, busy with good stuff. We had a week of playing the new 007 James Bond game. A long way from being finished, so we'll play James Bond again on Monday. Now we've got a Delta 737. We just flew out of the new Delta scenery. The new Atlanta scenery, and it looks really good. And we're going to Fort Lauderdale.
4469, Jackson's closed for going to Bruise, right there.
122.8.
American 724, runway 36 center, cleared for takeoff.
We're also going to need a CTAF. It is a little heavy, Ryan. I didn't have too many troubles. Now, I did turn off all the options. So, you know, when you get it an Orbix center, you have you can configure it with the Orbix app. I turned all the options off, and I was really pretty happy on our flight. I was noticing a couple of little stutters, but not many. So it worked pretty good here.
1738, hold short 35, Asheville Regional, ready for departure. Correction, Allegiant 1738, fly runway heading runway 35, cleared for takeoff. The wind at Asheville is variable at 5. Alright, runway heading cleared for takeoff, variable at 5. Thanks for
I figured there'd be a lot more people here.
Descend via the Jonesy 6 arrival, shot landing south. Correction, landing north. The shot altimeter is 29900.
Alright, this would be the Jonesy 5 arrival. And, which way did you say landing?
Yeah, landing north. Skywest 1738.
It's just for this flight. Every now and then I'll go and file a flight plan, but somebody else is using 441, so that's why I'm 445 today.
Good evening, Atlanta Center, FedEx 1400, flight level 350.
FedEx 1400, Atlanta Center, good afternoon.
Atlanta Center, good afternoon. Delta 689,
I wonder if, just as we heard, JSG Droid was ready for taxi. Low Viz is already on the way out, I believe. And what we'll do is we're going to take off from Fort Lauderdale, and we're going to take the ATR down to Key West.
Maintain 4,000. Exit 17,000, 17 minutes after departure. Squawk 4770.
Our first flight tomorrow is Berlin to Rome. We have a very, very nice scenery for Rome.
And number 4633, route vector.
And then we can continue to Malta tomorrow, or maybe do Malta on Monday. We've also got, there was update for the Amsterdam scenery. So vectors to Copenhagen, a little shorter. Amsterdam to Copenhagen, and then we'll go and see what else is going on. But we could also, Monday will also be a little more James Bond.
American 724 with our
after we fly. After we fly. Rome, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that's right. It's not called that. It's called Rome.
And American 724 man Alpha, maintain flight level 23023.
Is tomorrow, okay, yeah, we got to make sure, yeah, Loviz wants to do the Malta flight. So we want to make sure that we can do that. I know, Russ, no more need for a magic wand to Leviosa your way to the jetway.
Direct Sugarloaf, follow maintain flight level 370.
Yeah, we'll make sure that we don't leave low. So, Loviz, you can go to Malta either tomorrow or Monday, depending upon what we decide to do.
Our 5589er got the runway 8 RNAV.
There's a Malta scenery. Oh,
Roger,
what am I
correct,
looking at it
Jim.
this way
Descent of
for?
Palace discretion, maintain 5,000.
So for Malta,
5,000.
November 5529, corrected, Jibum. And maintain
LMML.
6,000, November 829er.
There is a just sim
stand by.
scenery at the marketplace for $18 US. It's only good for 2020. Usually I've found those work. Let's see. Mad Noob is doing LAX to Vegas. How is LA to Vegas? See if it looks like a good.
399 Atlanta Center, good afternoon.
There's the Malta. I think we've already got this. This looks familiar to me.
Yeah, sure, brother, right? Have a good one.
Center, good evening.
I found it doesn't do too
heavy
very
with
well.
you at
Yeah, this looks familiar to me.
FedEx 6767 Atlanta Center, climb and maintain, flight level 340, that's the final.
Atlanta Center, Apex 1. We have
I'm not sure.
request to defer to any near somewhere.
I will need to check. Here is a link to what we're looking at.
Apex 1, Radar, would you like to go back to Atlanta?
We were thinking of vectors being an in and out. That's right. We could also do that in and out. Thank you for the reminder. Let me put that in there so I don't forget. So vectors, and we would go back to Amsterdam, right?
12 o'clock is to Jermel.
Thank you. Got it. Thank you for reminding me.
Kilo Alpha
The difference with
Bravo.
Europe, yeah, it's all SIDS and stars are a little bit different. It's not that big of a difference.
Great day.
Polyot has the just sim.
Atlanta Center, FedEx 6767 heavy, climb maintain 30, flight level 340. Thanks.
Now 1048 Jackson closed, frequency can approve. Great day.
1048, we'll see you. Thanks.
Standard out barometer.
Only BOR capable. I don't have the GPS. I'm trying to figure out high latitude airport.
November 829er, Roger.
Atlanta Center, Delta 1541, 11.
So it's flight attendants get up.
Delta 1541 Atlanta Center, climb and maintain flight level 350.
Flight level 350, 1541.
Scandinavia 929, contact approach on 133.47.
Mad Noob says it's busy. Ben's frustrated. I think it's so hard for these people to control top down. All right, let's see. LIRF.
Negative Sun Country 8714.
Okay, LIRF. Okay, I've got one that says do not use, so we've got a nice payware.
Vectors to Kilo Alpha.
And LMML. I've got Malta from Viking Studios.
Which approach would you like?
Next one, yes, we have the
We have a
weather. Any approach will do.
Fumicino.
Yeah,
MK
hold up.
Studios does a really nice one for room.
20 to set up house discretion.
And LMML. Yeah, I've got a scenery for Viking Studios. And so that's what I've got for. I would imagine that's probably the freeware. Medea, High Priest Medea, good evening. Thanks for coming in. Loviz says that Malta's fine.
1323, frequency can approve. Great day.
Northern 559, let's go for a visual. Hopefully the weather will clear up, otherwise we'll figure something else out.
November 18 router, descend and maintain 7,000, advise the Blairsville Airport in sight.
We're going to get kicked over to advisory in just a sec. Let's see. We need a CTAF.
Delta 1323, frequency can approve. Great day.
Delta 1323,
for Fort Lauderdale. 119.3.
Apex 1, unfortunately, I cannot assign you a approach.
You will need
so,
that
when you have a
for
second, then,
your arrival into Fort Lauderdale.
I cannot assign you one. I can give you the visual or something of that nature, but I cannot assign you a approach.
Apex 1, Roger. Can we have the visual for 05?
The 007 game was fun. We did like 3 days. We'll do, we're gonna do a couple of flights on Monday and then do some 007 on Monday. And not sure how we'll continue. Maybe we'll do more 007 on Thursday and get back to flying
1959,
on.
good afternoon. Climb and maintain flight level 350. See airspeed in the climb.
350, and it looks like we will be, hold on, stand by first.
Okay.
And in the center,
Poliot says that Malta is a dusty rock in the middle of the Mediterranean. I go there for a lot of work, and nobody told me that most nights at certain times of the year, they do this fireworks show. You thought you were under siege and couldn't see the fireworks, but you heard loads of explosions. Really? It was also the sign. There was an Alec Guinness movie there, Our Man in Malta, or something like that. Loviz, the only reason I'm in a 737 is because Delta flies an A321, and my first flight today was an A321, so I figured I better fly another. I had to fly another kind of airplane.
Center Delta 13 Bravo Charlie, climbing through 12,000 for 14,000.
Delta 13 Bravo Charlie, Atlanta.
I'm working on adding variety in my life. How's that sound?
Flight level 350
all part
right
of being
now,
trendy.
250.
What about in the climb? All the way up.
Should be 274. Delta 31 Bravo Charlie.
November 13 Bravo Charlie, Roger.
Malta is where the Mystery Science Theater episode called Final Justice took place. That was the Joe Don Baker, one of the Joe Don Bakers. The other one was, say it with me, Mitchell.
Bravo.
That's kind of a muddy looking lake down there.
Southwest 2215, I got some weather over to the approach of Birmingham. Do you want to try to shoot it and see if you can do it, or would you like to just go to 36 or a little less weather?
And you'll also get an ATIS, so you'll also get an ATIS here in the electronic flight bag.
South 2215, Ryder, fly heading a 180 to center maintain 3000.
Flight Center, Delta 120, 12000 for 14000.
Delta 120, Atlanta Center, good afternoon. Climb and maintain flight level 350. Did not exceed 270 knots in the climb.
350, do not exceed 270 on the climb, Delta 120.
We're at 4000.
Captain sort of
Ryder, turn right, direct in at
posted something over on Spy Discord. This is a Eurowings barf bag. Thanks for your food back. Ooh, that's kind of entertaining about that. Thanks for your food back. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Mitchell, a nice thing about flying infrequently is you're blown away by the scenery. I do a lot more flying than you get to, JSG Droid, and I'm not just saying it because I'm live streaming and stuff. This is great scenery. Oh.
Delta 445, frequency can approve. Have a good one.
Delta 445 over to advisory. Thank you.
See you later. Delta 129, frequency.
Okay, but yeah, I'm still blown away by just how cool the scenery is in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Again, it's almost as nice. It's almost as nice as getting to do the real flight. It really is. So Poliot took some pictures on a Malta trip. Yep, 445. Somebody's flying 441. So there. Oh, that's cool. And then, oh, this is one of those like rooftop hotel pools. That's neat. And a little place to go out and have food outside. And a nice sunset. That is really, really nice. that was where an event that you were attending was being hosted. Yeah, I'll bet it. I'll bet it was a nice event. I would imagine it's pretty nice there. It is probably going to be dusty for sure. It is on a rock. Okay, Fort Lauderdale is 440 miles out. Was there any food that you got to have that was particularly memorable on that trip? I don't know. I assume that it's not just, you know, malted milks and stuff. Malta, malted, it's... All right, yeah. Another example of how it sounded better in my head. How about seatbelts to auto? Seatbelts are auto. They had special food for you? Oh, really? And we're almost at cruise. Nice big fluffy clouds here. I really love the fact that Flight Simulator now has multiple layers of clouds too. So you're not just going to get like one layer of clouds. You get high, medium, and low. Because, you know, clouds change in the atmosphere and sometimes they go in different directions, and they will in Flight Sim, which is really kind of a cool, blow your mind kind of a deal. And there's our final cruise. We're in cruise mode now. Time to descend. 267 miles will be starting our descent at 23:08. So about a little less than 30 minutes for the descent today. CTAF is 119.3.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
Somebody just resub. Let me dial the frequency in before I forget. 119.3. Okay, we're good. It was Dom MGY. Hi, Dom. Hey, thank you for a resub. It's been 37 months. That is a lot of months. Thanks, Dom MGY. Welcome aboard. Thank you for the extra cheers. We just checked out the new Atlanta airport, and it looks really good. Daniel said to stretch and hydrate. We ought to do that too. Spy tea still tastes good even after several years of spy tea. Okay, this is a Boeing. Guess what we've got to do? We got to dial in our own. We have to dial in our own ILS. So here at the airport, we're not going back to Atlanta. Here at the airport, we are expecting, it gave me 28 right. If ATC pops up, they could put us on the left side. So we're expecting the right side. Okay, so 28 right is going to be our primary ILS. And that's going to be 110.7. 11070. Flip it over there, put it into ILS mode, and now we'll grab the other one. That makes it so easy to just flip the frequency if ATC says go to the other runway. 111.75. Okay, so we're all good to go there. Back to the main page, the one we're expecting. The inbound courses are going to be the same for both. So 276 degrees on our course. Minimums here at Fort Lauderdale are 257 feet. So 257. There's 257 on the Barrow, and right now, the altimeter in Fort Lauderdale is 2993. Unless you're closer to an alligator, and then I suspect it's it's higher. Nope. 543, 2993, 257. We're all set for the arrival. So that looks really good. We're 396 miles from Fort Lauderdale. We're 236 miles from our top of descent. If we have to do, if nobody's there, we're going to descend on, don't need the Smaltz departure anymore, on the Tiki for RNAV arrival. I assume that means there's tiki torches and we go right up to the tiki bar here. And we're going to come in via Zeppelin. I'm surprised they don't have a George C. Scott transition here. And our descent here at Zeppelin at Famba is 6,000 feet. I think Lovis is out front actually, and that's but it is surprising to me too, because I did a little drone tour around the new Atlanta airport. So I, went droning on and on. Oh, I thought there was somebody else. There was another green airplane. Tim Dog's up ahead. Tim Dog's up ahead. Over to advisory. JSG Droid, what kind of salad is it tonight? Is it a taco salad, or are you doing something else today? Tim Dog got an early start, so while I was droning, because I'm particularly good at droning, on and on and on. I could have been an orator. Hey, Abelars, welcome back in. Thanks for coming by. We are cruising along here. Nice views outside the cabin. Checked out the really nice new Atlanta airport. And 3 cheers to the developer for making a change in their policy about what they were going to do. And I was real happy about that. And it's a good airport. Mad Noob is a Delta flight, and Tim Dog's almost to top of descent. Watch out for alligators. Our flight today is going to continue down to Key West. First of all, we could go to Fort Lauderdale and find a Delta gate. It's a little harder to find gates and stuff on Flight Radar 24. Man, JetBlue just owns this airport. Here's a Delta, but I'll bet they're taxiing for takeoff. Okay, so this Delta was over here. So it looks like Terminal 3. So Terminal 1 over here, 1, 2, 3. So Terminal 3 would be Delta. So now we can go over to the VATSIM map and go into FLL. And it should load in the gates. So Terminal 3, maybe it's Concourse D. Yeah, it's this one here. So that one blasted off out of Delta 2. says Terminal 2 on that. Terminal 2. So that Delta went to, hey, look at that. It actually matches once. D2. The Delta gates are at the Delta Concourse. Flyer Studios is going to do the Dirty 30 at FLL. The Delta flight that Tim Dog looked at is going to Delta 5. Protsky, welcome to you. JetBlue has got a lot. Oh, that explains it. That explains it. Okay. That's why there's so much JetBlue, because some of this would also have been Spirit gates. That makes perfect sense. JSG Droid is making spinach, scallions, cucumbers, celery, cherry tomatoes, chia pets, flax seeds, avocado, and a bone broth based balsamic vinaigrette. That sounds like a great salad. Yes, JSG Droid did confirm to us, that the chia was actually what we see in the US on the TV commercials every holiday season. That was a chia pet. So apparently you could eat the stuff from your chia pet. We need a spy dinner party. A spy dinner party at JSG Droid's place. Tim Dog says that Fort Lauderdale is a huge JetBlue base. And Loviz says that's why JetBlue wanted to acquire Spirit, was for the Fort Lauderdale routes. Really? So it was all about, that's why they wanted that. Well, looks like they got him anyway. Ryan the Hawk, I think it was nice. If you're looking for one of those airport sceneries that has a lot of interior modeling, you know, stuff modeled on the inside of the airport, that's not great for that. That being said, everything outside of the airport looks really good. Outside it looks fine, and I think it's a good $30 airport, especially since it's Atlanta. We fly in and out of Atlanta more often than not. So not a bad airport. Auto ATC has, yeah, I found it's behind mine too. I'm usually already descending. It's either way too soon or way too late. I think it's cool that it shows that too. I'm just learning how to use Flight Radar 24. I was using FlightAware for years, but FlightAware has stopped working for me. So I discontinued that membership and I went to Flight Radar 24. And I'll do that for a year. It's why they turned down the offer to buy them in the final 24 hours. Why buy Spirit then when 24 hours away from being able to get the stands for cheap? And Loviz, okay, so I was kind of wondering, Loviz, why Fort Lauderdale? Why is it such a big deal? Because that's where people go if they're in Billings, Montana, and they want to get on a cruise ship. They're going to go to Fort Lauderdale, right? Hi, John DFW. Way to go. Xenosab. Yes, we are on VATSIM. John DFW thought it was a good-looking airport. A touch pricey maybe for $30 because they didn't do any of the stuff on the inside. I can live without interior airport modeling myself. Outside, I think it looks good. It wasn't too hard on my frame rates. So I'm going to say yeah. It makes Polyot's head go like this on how inept the government is. Blocked the JetBlue Spirit merger, then went to them in the last 24 hours. Well, I don't mean to start a political fight, but to be brutally honest, we're not talking about rocket scientists right now. We're talking about people that, you know, just care about making it look good and lining their pockets. So why wouldn't I wouldn't expect it to make sense right now. Xenosab, I was a long time ago when I was much younger, I wanted to be a pilot, wanted to fly airliners and stuff like that, but back in the day, I'm nearsighted, and that was enough to mean that I was never going to get a job as an airline pilot. So my life took a different direction, but now with flight sim and I have time, I get to enjoy doing that. So that's why I do that. I think internal modeling is sometimes nice. It's an added extra that I like, but I don't have to have it. Pauliot, I think so, and I'm sorry, I haven't been able to post the link. Let me go grab that. I've got it saved over here. Where is it? I had it. So there is a new Substack. It's available. It's the Wig and Wing page. I just sent you a link. There is all sorts of really cool stuff to learn in here. And again, I like it, and it's worth your time. Let's see. What did I miss here? Certainly not Airport of the Year. Yeah, I wouldn't call it the Airport of the Year. I think Loviz, or maybe it was you, hit the nail on the head. I think it might be the Hong Kong airport. You're part of a company that acquired a failing company owned by the same investors. What a mess. Well, I know that all of the acquisitions and stuff like that in my business is why I'm now a live streamer and loving it. I think it's a great distraction, and I gotta say, I think that that is a brilliant bit of, therapy while you're hooked up and having to do a final round of chemo. I think it's great. I clearly, and I've said it many times, you've clearly got interest and talent in terms of doing different kinds of things in media. Now, I doing Twitch and YouTube and stuff, that's a kind of media. You're kind of focused more on the games part of it in some ways, but just media in general. And which started the conversation with you earlier about looking for new media ventures, trying to fill the gaps from mainstream media, which is clearly shutting down. You write, well, the thing is I think that this is a more fun kind of writing for you. Yes, you do a lot of writing for your job, and you can write, you can author a legal case, you can author a legal judgment, but my guess is what you're writing on your Substack right now. That's fun for you, and I will tell you that as a broadcaster, both on radio and TV, one of the keys to success is writing, to writing or broadcasting or live streaming or doing a radio show, is if you're having fun, your audience is having fun, and they're coming back for more. That's, by the way, one of the best ways to make sure that your message is getting across. That's how you drive engagement. A lot of the bosses that I had in the past thought you drove engagement by pumping up the emotion of your story, jacking up the emotion and everything else. And I think that, if you're engaged in what you're reporting or writing about or on camera about, and you're having a good time doing it, and yeah, not every story is going to be a good time story, but still, if you're still engaged like that, you can do what it is that we dream of doing. Convey a thought and information from point A to point B, from the person on this side of the camera to the person on the other side of the camera, to the page that you're writing on Substack, to the people reading your Substack. Well, at that point, see, you're absolutely right. And you know what? Yes. So, gee, Dave, why don't you then start working on book 4? I know where it's going to go. I think that maybe if we are lucky enough to pull, and again, I hate to inject a little bit of politics right now, if we can move the country that we live in from being in this dive of death and get the economy going again, I'm sure that I'll be back to slowly growing success as a live streamer. And the more successful I get, the more I might be able to pull back and do another, day that's less live streaming, and then go and start working on mission 4. Right now, there's just too much fear, and that's not a good place to be. It's left me a mental train wreck a little bit, and not in the right place to go and write the kind of book that I want. But you're absolutely right. I would love to do that. And that's an awful long speech. And an awful boring speech, too. It's too much inside baseball. We're here to not have to deal with that. We get to look down here and say, an alligator. A beach. Some little baby islands there, and probably more alligators. And as Loviz said, pythons and stuff too. People apparently bought these exotic snakes and stuff, and when the snakes got too big for the house, they went and dumped them in the Everglades, and the snakes are killing all the alligators, eating them for dinner. That's right, we're safely up here above the gator pit. Not hanging upside down. Yeah, that was one of the things in the James Bond. We had them both taken prisoner by bad guys, and they were hanging upside down. Although I was corrected, Tim Dog. Apparently those weren't alligators, those were crocodiles. Apparently they were crocodiles and stuff. You know what, Pauliot? That's very probably true. Catering by JSG Droid, therapy for low viz, IT services from Tim Dog, and awesomeness provided by Wolfie, with a little bit of posh from Mr. Posh Martin and a little bit of jazz from Mr. Jazz. Apparently these are really big snakes, Big J plays. These are like, they got like anacondas and released them. Loviz says it rained last night when you took Buster out, and it was the Hitchcock movie The Frogs. Flyer Studios grew up outside of DC. Biggest advice is if you can avoid thinking or getting involved, just play the adult game and do you. You'd become more happy. Yeah, I'm in a little bit more of a survival mode. That's why it is that it's an issue with me right now. If I can, we can get out of the economic dive of death, and because before all of this, the live stream was growing, and the level of I was wasn't just barely surviving. It's gotten back to that right now, and I'm sure it will recover. Plus, I'm also not that old. Health is pretty good. I still feel like I have plenty of time to do this, but I do want to get into that for sure. Yeah, Tim Dog, I do suggest that, not just sour grapes because I worked in news for a long time, But, you know, you don't need to watch it. You know, the 24/7 news cycle is too much. You could probably catch one or two. Plus, there's lots of great sources of information online too. And, you know, if you get into that too much, it really messes you up. Loviz stopped the news on January 6, 2021. Not that we're counting. All right, how we doing on top of descent? 75 miles to top of descent. Cool. We have our arrival plugged in. We have the ILS plugged in. We're ready for a descent. No ATC ahead. And so our altitude is 6,000 feet at Famba. So let's dial in 6,000 feet. Once I think I get back my world back to a point where it's not just bare, you know, constant survival, worrying about that, I think that, you know, Mission 4 will happen. I know there's things I want to hash out with Leah and Tara. You know, they need to go to Jersey and visit with Giselle and do some other cool things. But no, Loviz, that was a good call on your part. Panda Boy, don't feel like you've got to. We've had some nice ATC. We're kind of chilling today. If you want, you can, but if you don't want to, sit back, have a beverage. It's the weekend. Tell us what you know, what's on the grill at your place. 63 miles. Well, that's another thing, you know, doing a spin-off. You were watching Headline News, Morning Express. I remember that. You never found a good replacement. I know. There's an awful lot of people that are in charge of the news that aren't news people. I don't know. I was tuned into Centers for Disease Control, World Health Organization, but I was focused on the live stream. I was focused on the airplanes. I'd actually even started the outline, you know, during COVID for Mission 4. I mean, there's actually an outline. Hi, November 321. Welcome aboard. Top of descent's coming up, 40 miles. One of JSG Droid's personal project is building a life plan that gave me at least 30 more good years. Estate planning made me start contemplating, not slowing down, but how to become more viable. The older you get, the longer the plan becomes. I think that that's an incredible, you know, move that you've made. Paulia, you were busy during COVID. Workload increased, but I wish it was on Twitch more. And with the spy foot, we did pretty good at that time. Yep, there's there will be a tower. Hi, Carol, welcome aboard. Oh, but yeah, I think, you know, it was a really great place to go. You know, the lockdown thing was going on. We really didn't have a global health issue like that in a long time. It was kind of the beginning of a level of ridiculous incompetence in the world right now. And I always thought that, you know, Twitch in particular during lockdown was actually one of the coolest things in the world. I remember the first New Year's of lockdown. Mint did a New Year's party on Discord, and I was just like, that was one of, and here it is. You know, how long has that been? And that's still memorable for me that Mint did that. It was a great time. Just everybody sitting there with our own beverages, chatting away because we're all buds and friends. Let's see. Big J is in München, Hofbrauhaus, and a point of lager. I'll be over at Airbrow. There is a Hogwarts professor as a waypoint on the ILS 28 right chart. Oh, Snape. Yes, Professor Snape is on that. Carol, Monday. So Monday, yep, just like Polyot said, we're going to do one, maybe two flights, and then jump into 007 on Monday. Loviz started working online during COVID, and business was booming because a lot of people were home drinking too much during the... That's when I really started to cut, not that I was, that big of a lush, but that's when I really started to cut back on that too. Okay, bring in the map a click. But it was also a scary time, and somebody popped up in chat, Flyer Studios. I don't think it's, see, that's one of the things, we've got some vaccines and stuff like that, but, we've also, it's still a bug out there. It's still mutating. It's not gone. So... I don't know, JSG Droid. I mean, visually we don't see... Oh, maybe she wanted dinner. There are some people that I know that look 10, 20 years younger than their age. There's some people, younger that I know that are... They look 20 years older than their age. I think it's like Indiana Jones told Marion, it's not the years, it's the mileage. And you remember Indiana Jones from Raiders of the Lost Ark? It's not the years, it's the mileage. I've always kind of looked at that. 35,000 feet. Our descent starts in 41 miles. Nice big fluffy clouds. I was getting carted into my low 30s. Hey, Amargosa. Yes, we are doing flying today, and we're doing flying tomorrow, and a couple flights on Monday before we do some more James Bond. Carol did a flight from Tampa to Memphis and Raleigh to Boston. An MCO. Something about suffocating you with a pillow. Tim Dog was carded for things you only have to be 18 for at Walmart well into your 30s. You know someone that will beat you to it. Not sure her husband would approve. And I'm not I never want to be a homewrecker. Oh, you're going to serve them dinner now? That's going to be cool. You believe that there is a line. Like the line in the movie Airplane, is everybody kind of lined up, to be rather mean to that one passenger with baseball bats and boxing gloves and stuff. Nah, Buster likes low-vis. And our descent has started. And down we go. Fort Lauderdale, here we come. All right, tower. ATIS information Lima, 2994 on the altimeter. I think that's an update. Yep, it is, 2994. All right, let's check, make sure runways are still good. 28 right, 28 left, looks good. Oh, JSG Droid, watch out. There's cranes in the vicinity of the airport. And I don't think they're talking about the birds. Numerous birds. How come they never put alligators in the vicinity of the runway? That's right, Big J plays in a lot of airplanes, a lot of jetliners. You're either descending or you're slowing down, but not both. Auto ATC just told me to descend. Gee, dude, we're kind of ahead of you there. We're like a family at the spy flight. All love to poke fun at one another. Anyone else tries to do it, we will make you disappear off the end of the pier. Well, it's better than being shoved out of a window at a building. You go down or you go slow, but not both. And it's the same way with the Airbus too, by the way. I mean, as much as I love my little baby bus like that, you're either descending or you're going slow. You cannot do both. And even the speed brakes are not your butt, not going to help you out as much as you need. The speed brakes are going to be a thing too. Okay, 119.3 is Fort Lauderdale Tower. That's good. We also have ground. Ground is 121.4. Well, an IRL spy flight meetup, that is that's a dream for sure. You know, I don't know. It would be neat. Polyot says that actually this is a common characteristic of the short and medium haul airplanes. It's the weight size ratio is just weight size ratio is just right for that to be the case. I think one day we'll get there, Wolfie. Yeah. You know, we got to get through being in constant crisis mode, and hopefully we will get there. And in the meantime, keep spying, flying, having fun. Looks like more rain's coming. Looks like more rain's coming. That'll keep us out of trouble. That's right. We ought to charter a Phenom. I mean, seriously, though. I mean, if we're going to do, you know, we could get a... I'm sure that it'd be easier to charter a BAE 146. I was going to say there's an looks like an airport maybe. I don't know. I don't think so. I think that's got to be maybe a farm road or something. You can either land the plane or talk with chat, but doing both is hard. Inquiring minds, actually it is. Tim Dog is on final approach. Well, yeah, I think it is too. I don't think we need that. Getting a little high. Postcard days. Got some nice countryside to see here. Pretty flat here too. Almost time for transition. Okay, still Atlanta Center, Fort Lauderdale. So we're good. A similar route would be Birmingham to Palm Beach in the BBJ. I was missing Spy Jazz during the James Bond stuff. By the way, if you are going to be live streaming the James Bond over on YouTube, there are still some of the James Bond music tracks that will trigger not a copyright strike, but it will turn off your monetization and stuff. So they've got to clear some of those songs over there still on YouTube. Juggernauts, yes, we are going to land at Fort Lauderdale, turn off the sim, turn on the sim, come back in, and take the brand new updated ATR down to Key West, Florida. Altimeters 2994. Heading bug straight up. Fuel check, important thing to do. Fort Lauderdale 7.9. Panic fuel 4.9. Half an hour is 2.4. We got plenty of fuel. I didn't board a bunch of extra this time. Tim Dog has arrived and had a minus 295. Okay, and it says at Banty, the airplane is reminding us several times that we're going to need speed brakes after that. I did preload in the ATR and it looked good. I didn't try anything. Just made sure that it would load and we had camera views. But we've had several people in chat come in and say they took it. I think it was yesterday Polyot took the ATR out on some circuits and said it worked fine. So that's really good. They updated the ATR for Flight Sim 2024 only. But apparently it's now, because we were flying the ATR for Flight Sim 2020 and just were able to drag it into 2024 and it worked. But now it's supposed to be updated for 2024, I think. It is in the marketplace. I think that's where we got it. Loviz hasn't flown the ATR in 2024. I'm going to have to figure out my control settings again. Yep, okay, Polyod confirms it is now built for 2024. I actually have a good time with the ATR Juggernauts. I haven't flown it yet for 2024. You know, this new version, but it's a fun little airplane. You're not going to get there very fast. It's a very well done in-depth simulation too. It doesn't look like it. You know, you kind of look at it and you think, it says, you know, prop plane, not much to it. But then you start diving deep into the systems of the airplane and you discover that there's a lot that's modeled in the airplane. So much so that a real world ATR captain and flight instructor went and did a series of videos on YouTube about how to fly the simulator version of the airplane. It's a really great introduction to the ATR. I just put the channel name in chat for you. It's Fly with Magnar. And again, really nicely done video series from a pro. And what I really like about this one is what Magnar did a good job to explain it for flight simulator pilots. Spend a little bit of time saying, okay, this is what we do in the real airplane, but it's just so darn nice about it and informative that, I really enjoy watching Magnar teach us how to fly the ATR. Polyot says it's better with graphics and lighting improvements. Even flatter here. Good evening, Sorcerer. Thanks for coming back. Welcome aboard. Here we go. Coming into Fort Lauderdale, then flip the airplane around and, get a new airplane and go down to Key West, where I'll bet there's some really good changes in attitudes and latitudes waiting for us. If we're lucky, we may even find a cheeseburger in paradise. Okay, we're all set for landing. The interesting thing is Magnar didn't start using until I think you're probably Lovis. I haven't heard that, but that doesn't surprise me. Magnar's a real world pilot. But then the ATR came out and probably everybody said, "Hey Magnar, you're Captain ATR. You ought to check this out." Probably did and might have been impressed. But then I enjoyed the Magnar channel before he did the ATR videos because I just really liked the style and the information. Captain Chris, I think it's going to be coming up on sunset for us here on the East Coast. You're going to hit 10,000 VATSIM hours in June. Really? 10,000 hours on VATSIM? I gotta get a life. Landing lights. Continuous restart. Let's go get on tower. Ground is 121.4. Is there pizza? There should be. I know, and I'm being funny about it. I think it's great. I'm so happy to be getting to do this, this stuff on Twitch and YouTube about airplanes with great friends. Absolutely. Wouldn't have it any other way. Ooh, I forgot to do something important. Range rings. Reciprocal is 096. So fix. We're coming in on runway 28 right. 28 right. Oh, it's got to be RW, I think. RW28 right. There we go. Now, again, 096 is the radial. And 5 miles. And 10 miles. And 25 miles. Back to the descent page. And we have range rings. JSG Droid did the math. 10,000 hours is the same as flying non-stop for 1 year and 50 days. One year and 50 days of flying. Seriously, VATSIM's got to work with the airlines so that we get frequent flyer miles for flying. We should get frequent flyer miles. Okay, let's go ahead and do speed intervention. And I'm going to start slowing it down a bit. Pizza and beer in the cockpit doing a long haul flight. Well, let's see. I think that the first real flight that I did on VATSIM, I mean, flaps 1. Auto brakes, speed brakes. Hi Thalo, welcome aboard. Yeah, I think really the first flight that I did on VATSIM was probably the Flight Factor 757 from Denver to Austin, Texas. I think we could do some things like that. You know, any kind of participation I think is nice. Turn it into a party that everybody gets to celebrate. How many hours off VATSIM? There were a lot of hours when I was still doing the weather on the west side of the state because I basically did... I basically used that as a screensaver when I was at work. And that was not on VATSIM. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, Wolfie reminds me. I mean, that doesn't include when I was on SATCO. And I probably didn't do as much on SATCO, but I was probably pretty much into that too. And then I discovered sailing and then got off of it for 10 years. Good old SATCO. Man, that's definitely a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Okay, Fort Lauderdale Tower, 119.3, 119.3. And we got the radio up, 121.4. That looks really good too. And here is one of those neighborhoods that has a boat dock in the backyard. I wonder if you can get out to the ocean from out here. Or it's just, you know, like slushy ground. It's probably just a big lake here. That's only good for a motorboat. I wouldn't want to have a sailboat in there. Oh yeah, that's right. There was money in it. There was a lot of, there still is drama. Flight sim. Hey Beethoven, happy Saturday evening. Some of the neighborhoods are in it. Yeah, see, I need to be connected to the intercoastal. You just can't sail in something like that. You can go motoring around, but you know what's good having 26-foot mast, with sails on it. In that. Good night, Canutus. Thanks for being here. Have a good evening. We'll catch you next time. All right, that looks great on the approach. We're gonna continue our descent to 2000 at Snape. Mr. Potter, our new celebrity. Lacewing flies. You and your little friends have been making polyjuice potion. Man, he was so good. SATCO, then SATCO Europe broke off to become IVAO. A few years later, it became VATSIM, and then VATSIM absorbed SATCO, and the rest is history. Thalo's been here for 90 streams. Hi, Thalo. Take care. Yeah, boy, that was a long time ago, wasn't it? All right, let's go to 180 on the speed. I have an airplane. It's about 7 miles ahead. No, it's 11 miles. We're good.
Frontier 76, Fort Lauderdale Tower, you with us?
Yes, sir. Frontier 76, ready for takeoff.
Turn down your mic, please. I've got to fix the Katie Pilot app again.
Frontier 76 ready to go.
Roger, I heard you. Frontier 76, RNFD, the wind 2705, runway 28 right, cliff takeoff.
RNF direct, 28 right, takeoff.
Dude. Ontario Bear, welcome back in. SATCO was run off a number of servers hosted by various websites and people around the world. AVSIM hosts one. Some trusted people hosted them in their homes. Really?
Fort Lauderdale Tower, Hornet 2450 is pulling short at runway 28. Sorry, who was the call sign? It's Hornet 2450 HNT. I have it in my remark.
Oh yeah,
Hornet
Roger
2450,
Wilco.
Fort
That
Lauderdale
was our
Tower,
first
runway 28
little
right,
voice
line up
thing,
right.
wasn't it?
Lineup is late.
That was the first little, that was. Roger Wilco was voiced. Man, I thought that was pretty cool at the time. That was pretty interesting. Okay, so we keep on going. And let's go to heading select. Heading select is good. And descend and maintain 2,000 feet. Yeah, Loviz, we heard that a tower controller basically said sort your mic out.
Hello, traffic
I know that
is
the powers that be aren't really interested, but
position
boy,
and hold, runway
I'm
28
so
right,
grateful that they're
continue the
doing
wind
that.
speed 705. Frontier 76, Fort Lauderdale, correction, Miami, departures offline, frequency change approved.
Polyod says that thing, Roger Wilco, was made by GameSpy. And that went on to be the multiplayer provider in FSX. Really? I never knew that one. That's a cool little bit. And I do think I remember something called GameSpy. That was long before I even thought about
Hornet 24
being a fictional spy author or anything like that.
5, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff, traffic, United 737 on a 10-mile final. RNAV to Triton, clear for takeoff for Hornet 2450.
FSN was your favorite network client. The flight plan page looked like a notepad. It is the small things. That's why I always talk about how cool I thought the Project Fly passports were. Very little things, but boy, I mean, how long ago was that, Polyot? That Project Fly was out, and I still remember, something as small as the passports. Okay, 180, we're coming around nice. The airplane's now off our wingtip. Harder to see during the day. You started that project, it started in the early 2010s.
Hornet 2450, Miami, departure offline, frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved for Hornet 2450.
Okay, they're behind us.
Have a good night.
180 degrees.
The tower is United 606 miles on
5606 Fort Lauderdale Tower, Roger, you're 28 right, call on.
Continue, and let's intercept. And approach is armed. JSG Droid, you remember SATCO in 1998. I think that's kind of when I was doing a little of that. You were moving into a new house, and JSG Droid tried to be a controller? Really? More power to you. I don't think I could ever do that. Okay. And init ref, flaps 30 landing is going to be 140 to land. Okay, looking good here. And there's our turn there. Well, I don't think that you've got to be rude about it, but you know that we really do need to get to a point that that the ear blasting stops. We're a touch close to the airplane ahead of us. The camera shot of the landing gear. Well, there's so many cool things to see in the sim in the airplane. So I'm trying to set up some of the cameras of things that actually move. One of the ideas that I've wanted to do is start setting up some cameras on the wings for speed brakes and stuff. Loviz says that happened in Sweden. Fort Lauderdale Tower, very good evening. Delta 441 is just turning finals for runway 28 right with information, Lima.
I see a Delta 445, but I believe that is you, Delta 445, Fort Lauderdale Tower, the wind 2705, runway 28 right, clear to land.
28 right, clear to land, Delta 445. Thanks, yep, we can't remember our own flight number.
No worries.
Nothing, Delta 1229 on left, 28 right, 12.5.
Oh yeah,
Delta
I remember that.
Number 2 following a
that was artwork from Project Fly.
Final, wind 2705, and 288, clear land.
Number 2, 28 right,
that was,
land,
yep, that was the image.
Get a ground speed up for aircraft ahead.
Delta 1229, I can't get a readout for you because this radar that I'm using is not equipped for it. If you could reduce minimal approach speed, that should give you enough spacing.
Go, thanks, go, right.
I don't see the airplane that was ahead of us. Well, I don't see the airplane that was ahead of me. Hey, Joker Allen, welcome back in.
606, contact ground 121.4.
Luke became a subscriber on YouTube. Hi, Luke. Perfect time.
New recruit detected.
Alex is also
aboard,
following
Agent.
on Twitch.
Station.
Thanks, Alex.
500.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
Fort Lauderdale
Station.
Tower. Delta 445, short finals for runway 28 right.
Delta 445, Fort Lauderdale Tower, the wind 2705, runway 288, clear land.
To land. 28 right in Delta 445. Landing. Got blown off to the side a little bit here.
100.
I'm sorry, who is calling final?
Delta 1489.
Delta 1489, Fort Lauderdale Tower, hello, your number 3 following a company aircraft on a 2-mile final wind 2705 and runway 2 at 8 kilo.
That was really sloppy. Wow, was that sloppy.
Delta 445, contact ground 121.4, have a good night.
0.4 for Delta 445. Thanks, see you on the way out. The crosswind was pretty bad, but there was mega float going on. You know, always got to go for a little bit of butter and stuff like that.
Our initial flight level.
You're climbing by the third.
Fort Lauderdale ground, hi there, Delta 445, just clearing runway 28 right at Bravo 4 on Bravo. Parking tonight is Delta 2.
Delta 445, full ground. Hello, next right onto Echo and then gate by Charlie. Good night, dear.
Next right on Echo, gate via Charlie for Delta 445. Thanks, see you on the way out. Okay. Come to ZLA sometime. Luke is a controller. Really? What you got going on, Luke? Love to come out there. Mad Noob has a new tool to rate landings. I don't know. My landings are pretty bad. I'd probably break your nice new app. I mean, they're pretty bad, right? Flaps up, speed brakes down, auto brakes off, APU powering up. Luke is working KVNY tower as you speak. There's no traffic today. We were going to go and do a flight down to Key West today. So we're going to kind of wrap up the spy flight today. But we're going to keep an eye out for you. You also have been flying into San Diego. That sounds great. Thank you for telling us and reminding us. We do have, we'll probably be there tomorrow or the next day for sure, but we'll look for your ATC, Luke. Minus 161 and 0.98 Gs. Of course, the problem here is I floated halfway down the freaking runway. So it wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it was. There's a screenshot of my landing. It probably is going to be humiliating as... Well, that's actually not so bad at all. That doesn't look so bad. It looks like a real jetliner. Thank you, Tim Dog. That looks like a real jet. And Terminal 2 all the way into the gate. Okay, so if you're going to fly the ATR with us, the ATRs usually took off from the far east end of Terminal 1. Hey, Gunslinger Center, did we just get a raid? We did. Hey, Gunslinger, thanks for coming by. We just landed at Fort Lauderdale. We're going to take off from here and check out the ATR and go down to Key West because we need some changes in latitudes for our attitude. And we hear they have cheeseburgers down in Paradise. So off to Key West we go. Gunslinger Center just landed in SBFZ. Thanks for asking, Mad Noob. Nope, we did have to just shut that down at the top. It was becoming a problem, and
Ground, good evening,
hate to do it,
89 on Charlie.
but it became too much. But thanks, Mad Noob.
89 for ground flow to get my Charlie. Yeah.
Hit for Charlie, 49, yeah.
Uh-oh, I see a pink airplane down there. There's an ATR. ATRs are showing up. Polyot has cookies. This one is called Silver Rain. All the music that you hear on the Spy Flight is part of a music website called Epidemic Sound. And no piece of music that I've had on Epidemic Sound has ever caused a problem. Loviz says Miami Center is now up. So we got some Florida ATC popping. I'm not surprised. I figured they'd be wanting to pop on, especially with the new Atlanta airport.
Next level for Frontier Flight 193.
And seatbelts, anti-collision, seatbelts. Come on over here. Ground operations, set chocks, ground power, jetway, door management, disarm doors, open up the cargos. There comes our jetway. High jetway. Open up. Actually, we can do it ourselves. This airplane's pretty cool like that. So you got to look at the base of the door on a Boeing. Make sure that that little rack down there, that this is not plugged in down there. We disarm the doors. And you can open up your door. And look at that. There's a jetway waiting for us. I think we made it. There's an A321 over there. I bet that's Tim Dog who came down with us from Atlanta. You managed to get it in the air. No kidding. I missed a little chat coming in there. Okay, we do have to change airplanes, so we need to recycle the sim here. So no big rush in getting ready to go here. We're going to say cheers to VATSIM for a second. Actually, now you got 2 cookies. Okay, what did I miss? Flyer Studios has a Dirty 30 in Discord. And, FLL. So you've got the Fort Lauderdale scenery too. So those are probably looking really nice. And it's the Dirty 30, huh? There you go. So Flyer Studios has the C-130 over there. And everybody's talking about doing Hercules jokes, right? Mad Noob says, check out Touchdown FX. It runs in the background. And it only pops in during short finals. Senor Tomas and Thelo says it's pizza time. Well, we got one more flight, and then we can do pizza stuff. So this is the ATR. It is absolutely outstanding. So all of this looks good. We got a new flight plan ready to go. Let's get the ATR going here. No parking brakes. Reversers. I run this airplane in Airbus mode. The autopilot is not needed for this flight. And so we can also turn off SimApp Pro. So we'll get that turned off too. The Dirty 30 is the C-130, and Polyot was doing Coast Guard ops a few months ago with. It's still in early access. Mad Noob saw one flying over your house. Flyer Studios likes the airplane. Blackbird Sim did a really good job. Okay, so we're going to be Silver Airways, which is sadly not with us anymore. But it had a cool little airplane that was perfect for flying around down in a perfect airplane for flying around down in the Caribbean. So this is going to be SIL 441. KFLL, we're going to KEYW, Key West. Okay, it's going to be an ATR 76. And there's Silver Airways. All right, so departing 28 right, landing 27. So let's see, do we have anything down here for Key West? Nope, not really. That's probably about right. We can do a quick look at Flight Radar 24 and just come over here and do KEYW and see if we can see what's going on there right now. So here's Key West. Here was an American that took off from out there. Runway 27. So runway 27 it is. That looks really good for Key West. And we already know what's going on here in Fort Lauderdale, so we're good to go with that. There's Fort Lauderdale there. Let's go into a flight plan. So runway 28 right probably makes good sense. It's the one we came in on. 27 fuel planning. I'm going to do 15 minutes of extra VATSIM fuel just in case. So this looks good. It's going to be the Glades departure coming on in. That sounds about right to me. All right, let's make that one happen. Flyer Studios, have I done the chaff deploy? I haven't done anything with that airplane. Hi, Patrick. Welcome on in. You're back. Glad to see you. Okay, this looks good. You do need a PDF version of your flight plan for this airplane. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. Okay, 20,000 feet. How far? Okay. Yeah, all right, fine. This airplane does not climb like a Banshee. It actually is kind of slow. But I think we'll probably be fine. That's probably far enough. Okay, cool. Let's see what else we got here. We're pre-filed, we're ready to go. And I'm just gonna get the route over here. Plug that in. Let me give you the link to my flight plan if you would like it. And that'll be in chat in the next 30 seconds. And that would be !, flight plan. And we'll do an update there. And we're done with that page. Back we go to Fort Lauderdale. And according to everything we know, Silver was down here. At the east end of the airport. First flight tomorrow is Berlin to Rome. I do recommend not watching any Mark Felton videos before you fly either into or out of Berlin, unless you want to pronounce it Berlin. And I'm sure, I'm pretty sure that Dr. Felton is pronouncing it correctly in some way, but I don't do it quite right. Okay, the ATR is going to be all the way at the far left end of the screen. And it went from a bunch of ATRs to now just two, the 42-600 and the 72. So we're going to take the longer one. You can go into configuration. And they did set this up, so now we have Highline versions, we have passenger versions, and we've got the freighter version. So all of that is really nicely done. Highline's basically the biz plane, I'm guessing. And then you can go in to get all of your liveries. So I had an Air New Zealand. And keep going down and you'll find your pink plane. There's a Logan Air. So you can do Logan Air and Tahiti, which is really cool. Okay, so this looks great. Save and go back. Save and go back. We're going back to Fort Lauderdale. Look back at the map. All the gates are available. Hit start. This is new to the Spy Flight playlist. This is a new one that I just picked up a couple of days ago. I went and grabbed about another 15 songs. So yeah, we can now open the doors from the outside. That's kind of unusual. And then we'll just pop on into the cockpit here. And I already went in and I checked. It does look really good. I'm going to check my throttles. Now, you can see it's off a little bit. We probably need to redo the throttle calibration here. So let's first go to options, throttle setup, and it's a dual axis, and the throttle hardware has a reverser axis on it. Okay, so now we basically just start at the bottom. And that's going to be basically idle. So full reverse, doesn't care. So set that there and hit set and set. Move it up to, and in this case, I use the middle position, the CL in the Airbus, and that's going to be the notch. And then I'll do flex takeoff, and that's going to be ramp speed. Go back and have a look. And that's the notch looking fine. Let's validate it. And we're good to go there. Now let's look back here and see if we did okay. And that's pretty close. So that's not so bad. And I'm going to be hectopascals, temperatures, kilos, everything else I'm just going to leave alone. That's good. Flight plan. I did log in. Let's see if we can import it. Nope. Enter. Import. Okay. JSG Droid has arrived. Maybe they don't want the number, maybe they want the name. Nope, they want the number. Okay, we've logged in. Not working out so well, is it? I could import mine this morning, but Senor Thomas says it's not working anymore. Let's see if we can get charts. Use 2024, PFD throttle hint, nope. Click spot overlay, I know where that is. Autopilot, font, brightness. Okay, nothing in there. Nothing in there. Maintenance, nothing in there. Aircraft. Let's get the tail prop, the cargo door open, and the DC turned on. I'm going to hit cold and dark. All right, charts. I don't see where I can go and pop that in. Performance, payload, and flight plan. Can't even set one here. Disable use simulator 2024 and it should work. Astrolium, thank you. Let's do that. Options, page 2. Use Microsoft 2024. Let's turn that off. Thanks, Astrolium. Let's try it again. Ready? Flight plan, import. Hey, Astrolium saves the day. Thank you. Way to go. Thanks, Astrolium. Appreciate that. Thank you for helping us figure it out. Okay, so let's turn power on the airplane. Ooh, they got some new looking gauges up here. They look really good. And let's go ahead and do battery on. MFC multifunction computer, landing gear backup lights, cabin and cargo doors are good. And we got perfect island music for starting it up. And nav lights on. Emergency exit lights on. Windshield heat. Main supply. These are new. Recirculating fans. I'm not going to touch those. That's new. Let's do ground power. Backlighting. Couple clicks of floodlights. Let's go ahead and make sure, turn off the gust lock and just go ahead and move the yoke. Rudder pedals work, yoke does not work. That's because the gust lock, okay, check the gust lock, it was off. All right. FMS. Navigation data. 20 August 14. Now, that date, I think that's not exactly nav data. What you do is go to the init page, and then you'll see the correct nav data date. So that's good there. So that works. All right, you will need the flight plan for this. I have not gotten a PDC. So there's Fort Lauderdale ground. All right, we'll set it up the way Magnar does. So wait. We've already got a little bit of weight in there, so now it's time to load the plane. Payload. Load the aircraft. I usually like to do it with passengers and cargo now. So passengers and cargo's on page 3, and we're gonna have 47 passengers. Forward cargo, and basically what I do is take cargo and divide it by 2 between fore and aft. So in this case, calculator, 940 divided by 2, 470. It says fore and aft, that's weird. And then your fuel weight, which should be 16582. Uh-oh, didn't do it right. 16582. Let's see, the airplane's in kilograms. No, block fuel is 2045. I'm reading the wrong line. It's not zero fuel weight, it's your block fuel, 2045. Patrick, you play music on the shuttle though? One of your speakers that you have. If you like that a lot, Patrick, it's called, the music is from Epidemic Sound, and every time I go in, I'm usually able to get 10 to 15 new ones. And what's really great about it is if you sign on and you buy it, what's really great about it is you don't get copyright hits off of any of this. This is it, DT. It's working. Hi, DT. Welcome aboard. Cheers. Yeah, I just got updated, DT. My first flight should be good. Okay, let's come on down here, and now we'll check our weights again. So zero fuel weight, it's 1822. I said that's wrong. It's supposed to be 47. It just changed all my numbers. All of these numbers changed it. Cheers, DT. Welcome, welcome. 940, what was it, 470? 470. 470. And 2045. And load. Close. Our zero fuel weight is 18228. It's supposed to be 16582. Fuel is 2045. This is a little heavier, but let's go with it. I don't know what's going on there. Can you play it offline? Patrick, yes. All of the music that I've got, I download to my hard drive, and I play it using something called VLC Media Player. Brandon, you just got it. Is there a GSX profile? I would think there's got to be, but I don't know for sure. Okay, so now our zero fuel weight, it's closer. It's closer. That's great. Fuel on board 2045. That's the important number, and that's spot on. 834. 834 is our reserves. Okay, we got the first one in. Hey, it will be full route clearance, just a heads up. Thanks, Panda Boy. Okay, let's do performance in it. We're going to flight level 200. Got to use all three. If we go to our alternate, that is Miami. KMIA, Miami. And that's what, 17,000. DT is just back from work. It's 2 a.m. in the morning, and you're going to see the new ATR. DT, this is the first time out, so a couple things you might have missed, DT. When you first load into the airplane, you know how it is that you're in walk-around mode. So while you're in walk-around mode, walk up to the back door of the airplane and click the door. The door's open from the outside. Fort Lauderdale, Maynard to Goosel. You got to close up. I'll come get my clearance from you right now. Thanks, Panda Boy. Panda Boy is 121.4. I'll stop 121.4. There we go. Let's listen in. Fort Lauderdale ground. And ATIS is November. Fort Lauderdale ground, hi there, from Silver Wings 441 and ATR at Gate Alpha 5. Information November is aboard. Requesting clearance to Key West.
Silver Wings 441, Fort Lauderdale ground standby. Delta 1670, you can now come to departures 126.85.
665, Delta 1670, good night.
Silver Wings 441, I have your clearance. It will be a full route clearance. Vice ready to copy.
Ready to copy clearance, Silver Wings 441.
Silver Wings 441, you're cleared to the Key West International Airport on the Fort Lauderdale 2 departure, Maynard transition, Mike Alpha Yankee November Romeo, then direct Goosel Golf Uniform Charlie Echo Lima. Departure will be on 126.85 and your score is 5316.
Silver Wings 441, we are now cleared to the Key West Airport off of the Fort Lauderdale 2 departure, Maynard, and then direct to Goosel. Our squawk today is 5316. Our departure is 126.850.
Silver Wings 441, we got correct. Push is at your discretion, come with taxi.
Push is on us. We'll give you a call for taxi. Thanks from Silver Wings 441. Okay.
Fort Lauderdale ground, good evening, Delta 1295, clear of 28 right.
All right, let's go ahead and finish up down here. So, same flights, this is all good. It's a little bit bright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's a little easier to read. Let's return, and now we do flight planning yet. We're going to do route. And let's do the top one. So Silver Wings, SIL, flight 441. We are at KFLL. We're going to KEYW Key West. and execute that. Out of Fort Lauderdale, we're expecting runway 28 right. And it's the Fort Lauderdale departure, which means it's probably none of these. Yep, none of these. So none. And execute. Coming into Key West after Goosel. They changed something. Let's make sure that we can do this. FLIGHTDECK Sim is back. Hello, FLIGHTDECK Sim. Welcome aboard. Charts. Use the flight plan. Fort Lauderdale. Ooh, this is new. Look at this. Oh, we got... Hey, look at this. We got charts in here that are really cool. So, airport. Taxi. Airport parking. Airport. And the Fort Lauderdale departure. Fort Lauderdale 2. Let's see, we can change it to nighttime. This is nice. Wow, it's great to have this. Okay, Fort Lauderdale 2 departure, and after it is we go south to Manor. So it's basically straight out, and they will tell us direct to, maybe to Dolphin. All right, that looks really good. Now then, do they have a perf page for us? I don't see a perf page. That's important. We're going to need one of those eventually. How do you like Orbix Atlanta? FLIGHTDECK Sim. I think it's worth the money. I was very happy with it. So I think it was a good one. All right, we're doing... I don't think we got any arrivals, actually. So after Goosel, there was some drama about them earlier, and that had to do with some of the copy stuff and an app and stuff. They dropped all that. Sabre... Marcy. I don't see that on this, so we'll not plan on that, but they are landing runway 27. So here's runway 27. And that looks good. And then taxi, airport ground, hit the pin, and then there's all your charts. Flyer Studios says, we're landing on runway 9 now. Thank you. They've changed the runways on us. So runway 9. Approach, let's flip that one on, flip this one off. Thank you, Flyer Studios. Do I have a Goosel on this one? No, but we got Chats, good old Chats. All right, we'll just leave it there. Landing configuration at Key West Airport is to use runway 9 for calm winds. Sorry. I'll clam up about that. Just shelling out another silly joke. All right. It's after this. It's Manor. M-A-Y-N-R. M-A-Y-N-R. Manor. After Manor, it's Goosel, G-U-C-E-L. G-U-C-E-L. Goosel. Execute that. Next page, Key West, runway 9. I don't think we're going to do any of those, and Chet's isn't listed, so we're good to go there. We'll see what runway we get. Manor is the transition. Okay, I think we're ready to go there. A bit shellfish. All right, that looks great. We've got that in. and execute that. Now then, I've got a few discontinuities. Let's leave them in there. It's time to get hotel power plugged in. So hydraulic electric pump and prop brake is going on. Pilot alert, amended routing PDC. Okay. Climb and maintain 4,000 feet. We got an initial climb clearance. Cool. The world is our oyster. I guess we'll see what runway we get. Hang on, one more for that. There we go. All right. Let's see. We got to come down here. And we turn on the wing lights. Wing lights are on. And we turn on the fuel pump. Starter to A and B. Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 is coming up. 8, 9, 10 at 10%. And this engine goes on, but the prop doesn't spin. Flyer Studios would be shell-shocked if we get to 7. If you carry on, you may end up shelling out for a fine as we keep the jokes going. All right, this looks good. All right, that looks great. Well, the problem with this airplane is you have to do something like that because GSX will not push us back on this because we have engine number 1 going, and if we've got engine number 1 going, it's going to yell at us and tell us to turn it off. Ground power is disconnected. And now let's finish up the McDo. I am going to need to fine-tune this view here real fast because I can't make it work. That should be better. And that is chase plane for camera views. Okay, all this looks good. Performance. Transition altitude's 18,000 feet. That all looks good. Page 2. Winds. Mean winds are on page 1. 273 at 19. 273. 19 knots. Good. Final page. 18,000 feet. Nothing else to worry about there. We got a squawk code. So we go to surveillance. And transponder. And our squawk is going to be 5316. This one's a little bit awkward, so make sure everything's turned off there. 5316. I'm sure it works great in a cockpit, but it's awkward here. Auto, and that looks good. Go to nav, ND overlay. I'm going to go none, nav aids in airports. That looks great. If you go to PDF services, that'll show you your nav data, expiration date, so we're good to go on that. Comms, we've got Fort Lauderdale. Ground is off, but tower's back 119.3. going to start squawking. Close the doors. It's time to go. So close the cargo door. Bring the tail prop aboard. And doors are closing. Parking brake is on. I'm going to remove the wheel chocks. And everything's clear there. And we're down here at gate Alpha 5. That's right, take shelter. It could be bad. I think we're ready to go. So we do have an initial climb clearance. This is another place where it gets a little bit awkward, is dialing stuff in on this. So our altitude is
confirm Charlie and Tango.
4,000 feet.
Hey, firm.
What's the thinking?
4,000 feet. Our departure heading is 276 degrees. Agent Norton is going to Hong Kong today. How's the A350 working for you? .276. The altimeter here in beautiful downtown Fort Lauderdale is 2996. There we go. I'm going to go with speeds to auto for our departure. That looks good. You regret that you... How's it been behaving as far as WASM and stuff like that? That's kind of always one of the problems with that airplane. Okay, I have got... cabin lighting is not quite what I'd like. That's a little hard. Haven't had a WASM crash in your A350. Really? That's actually pretty cool. Because, boy, I sure have. Okay. Parking brake is on. Altimeters are set. Landing elevation is automatic. FMS comms and navs are set. Fuel quantity and fuel on board is great. Come on over here. Reset engine. Fuel used. And takeoff data is good. So... V1 is 108, 108, and 110. Memo panel, power management is takeoff, and we're good. Let's close the doors.
Clearance. RNAV to threat, runway 28.
We're clear. Now with this one, like I said, it does not, GSX, we have an engine running, and GSX will not push us back with an engine. So we have to use pushback helper with this. Okay, Panda Boy, you don't have any trouble with it either, huh? That's really interesting. I mean, I think it's great that you're not having a problem with it.
Fort Lauderdale, your tower is good. Heading south to west. 1670, 809 ready to push in from November.
The 15292 tower, the ramp is on control. Call for taxi.
Call for taxi. Let's get ready to rumble. Beacon. beacon. Parking brakes.
Southwest 807, contact Miami departure.
I've got another one over here, so I'm just going to push back straight so I don't get in their way.
Southwest 807, contact Miami departure.
That's probably good. Stop. Parking brakes on. Release the tug. Prop rotation checklist. Cockpit door locking system is good. FMS and takeoff data is aboard. Trim is not set.
Southwest 807, contact Miami departure.
Trims are set. Tail prop is on board. Doors are closed. Seatbelts are on. Beacons on. Prop rotation checklist is groovy. We need 30 seconds of hydraulic power. Prop brake goes off.
Target evening, Bravo 56 for
And we have Assassin's Creed sword spinning on the
area
wings.
Zulu, ready for taxi, 28 red, full length, if we can get it with November.
Bronco 56, Lauderdale Tower, can you take 28 left instead since you're going southbound?
We're a little extra heavy for the payload we got. We prefer the longer runway.
JSG Droid. Okay, so the thing about this one is you hit the hydraulic pump button here, press it, and that gives you 30 seconds of hydraulic pressure on the ground. And all I do to get the prop brake to turn on is hit this, that little ground control hydraulic auxiliary pump, and at that point I will get a ready. Now it's gone out because my hydraulic pressure's gone. But that's all I do. And then you unguard the switch, flip the switch, and back on. And that's how that works. Starting engine number 1. I hope that helped. Sometimes it hasn't worked for me in the past, and the only way that I know to fix that is to go and reload the airplane. Polyat says it's 3 seconds from pressing it to doing the prop brake. I thought it was 30. Nice sounds. If it was meant to be 30, it never worked properly. Okay, I remember Magnar saying we had 30 seconds. So there we go. Before taxi. FWS. Comm hatch is closed. Condition lever Zerado. Anti-ice is in meeting. True. Probe heaters are on. Still don't know about getting the light up here. Lights are a little weird in the airplane. True is on. Anti-skid test. Anti-skid test is on, and it's green. Flaps are 15, nose wheel steering is on. We're ready to taxi. Taxi light. It's going to get really dark in this airplane. Taxi lights are on. The dome light switch is on the bottom left of the overhead panel. The bottom left. There we go. That's going to help. My backlighting isn't working, but I'm not going to worry about that. Let's go. Thanks, Senor Tomas. Fort Lauderdale Tower, hi there. Silverwings 441's just coming out of Terminal 1 at spot, looks like spot 0. We do have information. November aboard, requesting taxi.
Here again, runway 28 right, taxi via Bravo, hold short of Bravo 12.
Taxi via Bravo, holding short of Bravo 12 for runway 28 right, Silverwings 441. Thank you.
That's 808, runway 28 right, line up and wait.
Instructions for blocked by the Silverwings. Just to confirm, line up, runway 28 right.
That's 808, runway 28 right, line up and wait.
Runway 28 right, 808.
I was a little too fast on that. Taxi takeoff lights, brakes. Config is good. I was a little too fast and kind of stepped on somebody.
That's 1672, contact Miami departure.
Going Miami departure is also at 1672, thanks.
Did we forget your bag? Sorry.
Going 441, your sequence will be a C-130 on Bravo.
We'll get behind that C-130 at Bravo for Silverwings 441. Thanks. Driven, I thought I got that done. Sorry. Hey, August Dog, welcome.
Southwest 808, RNF to direct, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff.
The C-130, I think, is pointed right at us right now.
American 1861, runway 28 right, line up and wait.
I'm not 100% sure. It looks like that, if that's you up there. Yeah, this looks like the my default airplane, so I don't think that that's right.
Aircraft calling Super Taxi, make sure you're swapping mode Charlie.
Departure is
That was 808, contact
1268
Miami departure.
flyer.
Miami, see it, 808.
And good evening, Mario. Delta 1094.
126 point
Delta
850.
1094, squawk mode Charlie.
Okay, we got that set.
Number 33, Zulu Foxtrot, taxi 2 and hold short of Juliet. Call me holding short of Juliet.
Hold short of Juliet.
Okay, I think that's the Hercules up there.
Correction. American 1861, RNF is direct, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff.
Going 441, continue taxi, follow the C-130.
Silver Wings 441 will continue the taxi and follow the C-130.
Good evening, American.
Follow that airplane.
November, we're at the spot. Actually, the spot's not marked on the map between Charlie and Bravo. Concourse is short for the taxi.
American 650, Lauderdale Tower, running 28 right, taxi via Bravo. Your sequence is an ATR, currently joining Bravo 12.
Hi, 28 right via Bravo, and we will taxi behind the ATR we see on our right. American 650.
Bronco 56, runway 28 right, line up and wait.
28 right, line up, wait, Bronco 56.
That's actually the dirty 30. That's the C1. That's the Hercules. It's just I don't have model. That's too bad. That's a cool looking airplane.
American 1851, contact Miami departure. See ya. Bronco 56, flying 250, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff.
Alright, 250 on the heading, runway 28 right, we'll rip it, clear for takeoff.
So only 441, Lauderdale Tower, runway 28 right, line up and wait, be ready to go, traffic about 5 miles out.
Silver Wings 441, we are fully ready and lining up and waiting right now. You should download AIG.
Number 33 to the Fox, runway 28 right, taxi via Juliet, Quebec, Bravo.
28 right, taxi via Juliet, Quebec, Bravo, 32 Fox.
Double 1094, you with me?
Yep, sorry, Delta 1094 with you.
Yeah, the instruction was to squawk mode Charlie, not to start moving, please. Squawk mode Charlie, hold position, squawk mode Charlie.
I apologize, what's that?
Heading select, vertical speed.
Silver Wings 441 on departure, flighting 265, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff.
28 right, clear for takeoff. After takeoff, our heading is 265, Silver Wings 441.
Bronco 56, contact Miami departure. 250 on the heading, contact Miami departure. Good day.
In the heading, departure, Bronco 56.
It's much more stable with the rudder. V1, rotate. Oh my gosh, I will tell you, the airplane is so much more stable to fly. Really, really nice.
Silver Wings 441, contact Miami departure. Good evening.
Over to Miami departure for Silver Wings 441. Thank you.
Southwest 1672, contact Miami Center 132.2.
Flaps up.
132.2, Southwest, that's 1676.
Miami departure. Hi there, Silver Wings 441 is heading 265, passing 3,000 feet for 4.
Silver Wings 441, Miami departure, to contact, climb and maintain 11,000 for now.
Climb and maintain 11,000 for Silver Wings 441. We were a little bit low.
Number 56, cleared direct Maynard.
Direct Maynard, Bronco 56.
Southwest 808, contact Miami Center 132.2.
32, Southwest 808, good
We were a little bit low on that departure. Good thing we didn't run into the big guitar.
Departure Private Air 737, confirm you still want us to be with you?
Rider 737, my apologies, I'm starting to end off now.
Did not give me the takeoff checklist at the time, but we were good to go. Gear up, flaps up, power management to climb.
Rider 56, climb and maintain 16,000.
16,000, Rock 56.
Dragon 1861, contact Miami Center 132.2. So in 441, climb maintain 12,000.
12,000 for Silver 441.
Lauderdale 737, contact Miami Center 132.2.
Center 32-2, Providence 737, good night.
We do
Miami
not
departure,
climb that
650,
fast in this
1,000.
airplane.
Bring 650, Miami departure to contact, maintain 4,000 for now.
Maintain 4,000, 650.
So in 441, clear direct Mainer.
Silver 441, we are direct to Mainer.
Runcore 56, contact Miami Center 132.2, have a great flight.
32.2, Rock 56, have a good night.
It's best with the older airplanes like this one to be sure and okay, it still says my TCAS is on standby. Don't know about that. To go and get yourself in the general heading and then do your direct to. Otherwise it's going to be cranky. So DTO and Mainer, execute, and then go over to nav.
Frontier Flight 388, reduce to
Otherwise, it fishtails across your magenta line and that gets a little old.
388.
Doesn't like my speed.
United 1120, you want to keep on heading for me?
Climbing a little bit too much. Does it have radar? I think it does.
Maintain 4,000.
17 4,000, 210, yeah.
Yep, it was a little upset with my speed. There we go. Now we're back to accelerating. So I don't know why it was upset about that.
United 1128, fly heading 240, intercept runway 27, localizer.
No matter what, Jay, you can't get the prop brake to turn. You're ready.
Approach, full that altimeter 29906, expect ILS runway 28, right approach.
Quick 28, right approach, 23 pounders.
I'm going to assume
American
you,
650,
and you've restarted.
Up to 1313, American 650.
Go to 1094 to contact stay altitude.
I assume you're just kind of streaming it, you're not downloading in the airplane. Could be it's time to delete it and, first get out of the airplane. Choose like the Boeing. Come back in
United 12.
after you change airplanes to a Boeing.
United 1128,
delete
right
it,
turn heading 30,
download it, and go from there. Gust lock goes forward to be off. Gust lock is forward. Do the ready for takeoff. Oh, okay. Polyot says, yeah, try that. JSG droid, try that. Crack and coffee. Welcome aboard. I better pay attention.
Delta 1094, climb maintain 13,000. Allegiant 204, Miami approach, full altimeter 29R6, expect ILS runway 28, right approach.
Nice night in Florida, it looks like. Yeah, that is the real dirty solution, but I would try that. You can also start the airplane on ground power. You could also just leave ground power and start the engine now.
441, contact Miami Center 132.2, have your flight.
132.2 for Silver 441. Thank you.
And Miami departure, Delta 794,
I'm going to have to redo that view.
Miami Delta 1094, Miami departure, contact climb maintain 13,000.
1940, climb, maintain flight level 350.
Miami Center, hi there. Silver 441's direct main are passing 7,400 for 12.
Miami Center up to 902, flight level 400. And 902, Miami Center up. 441, Miami Center work. District 103, stand by. Silver 441, where are you?
Silver 441, we are approximately 60 miles south of Manor, direct Manor at 7,000 for 12.
441, okay, I see you now. Climb, maintain flight level 200.
Flight level 200 for Silver 441, thanks.
Miami Center, good evening, American 650, switching past me 10,500, going up to 13.
American 650, Miami Center, climb, maintain flight level 3.
Okay, landing gear is up. Flaps are up.
650.
Yeah, I think that dirty idea sounds really good to me. Just go ahead and come in here to aircraft and hit ready for taxi and see what happens. Or hit hotel mode. You could try to just do hotel mode and see what it does. If that gets you where you need to be.
Either our deck, so yeah, I tried.
Good evening, Miami Center, Delta Center, we're currently 9.1 for 130.
This is 1094, Miami Center, radar contact, climb, maintain flight level 3, climb, maintain flight level 310, left fire.
So TCAS is on auto and it's not showing as working. So that's a thing.
Miami, good evening, Delta 58, Delta Center, 300 270.
That's 1058, Miami Center, roger. W1940, contact Jacksonville Center, 135.92. Is that for M902? JetBlue 1940.
Trying to get our climb to about 1,000 feet per minute at least. How to turn the overhead panel backlight on. I can't get the backlight turned on, but if you look over here, you can see on the lower left-hand panel, there's the dome lights. And the dome light seems to be working. So just use the dome light. If I press aircraft state hotel mode, all sorts of alarms go off. I'm gonna do. Yeah, if you got all those dome lights going off, that could be a bit of a problem there. You turn on, you hit hotel mode and constant alerts are not good. Nope, doesn't like that. 700 feet per minute it is, otherwise we slow down too much.
Up to 1672, cross, east side of 1111,000, Tampa landing, south, altimeter 2996.
Senor Tomas is having the same problem. So JSG Droid, it's not just you. It's not just you.
Cross Mungate 8000, Orlando lands north, altimeter
79 miles to
Monkey at 8,000, landing north, 994,
Southwest 807, Orlando approach 124.8.
Gonna need to reposition some cameras on this.
124.8. 286 Jack Center, 135.9. Thank you.
Devices.
Okay, executive 535, right.
There's the devices light, but seatbelt light doesn't look right. Oh,
If anyone's on
right.
the ground, give me just a minute to see much air traffic. I'll get you when I can. Marco 56 across 3,8000, Key West, landing west, altimeter 2906.
So TCAS is still on standby. That's really weird.
QCell.
QCell 8000 for Buck 56.
Subjet 902, contact Jack Center 135.9.
Back over to Jackson Center, 3590.
Yep. It's the Universal Studios music.
Delta 1058, descend via the Voodoo 1 arrival, Palm Beach landing west, altimeter 2905.
Send me the beta 1 arrival.
Key West METAR says the altimeter is 2995. 340 at 3 for the wind. 10 miles visibility.
Continuing your climb to 370.
Robert 737, maintain flight level tree closer. 2737, correct?
37, correct.
Robert 737, maintain flight level
Manatee remembers really good food
Climb
in
370,
Orlando.
Robert
6 rides,
737.
including your three times on the Hagrid ride. Have I still not got your overhead lights working? No.
Delta 1094 for traffic. Just
Last time I checked,
310 final offer.
here is the backlighting.
Alright, final altitude will be 310.
That's supposed to be backlighting, and I've got them both turned up to bright. I've also got a flood over here, and what I'm doing is I've got a dome light on up here, and I've got the dome light on.
I'm unable to
If we turn off the dome light, it gets really dark up there.
Maintain flight level 370. Is that 24 Mike Delta?
Yes.
24 Mike Delta, I'll get you real quick. Click your destination as filed. Maintain 16,000, Fox 7147.
Flyer Studios. What do we need to do here? Flyer Studios has a nice departure. Oh yeah, that's the chaff picture from your Journey 30, right?
140.
So you're putting on a light show.
Mike Delta, back track.
Putting on a cool light show.
84 Miami Center radar. Not radar contact. Climb maintain flight level 230. 230 36 mark. Delta 2127 sent via the CQ4 arrival. Fort Lauderdale lands west. Altimeter 2996.
I'm gonna just go to standard altimeter. Man, it is not.
Hey guys, that's enough. Delta 2127.
Are we in climb or cruise? I'm in climb mode, but man, it is not climbing at all. I mean, I'm only able to do about 600 here.
Miami Southwest.
I'm going to go over to IAS climb. I don't want to stall. Let's see. Pauliot says the Velocicoaster is better. It was never a great climb airplane. Okay, the 76 is not good at all. You have to keep it in takeoff. I think you're right. I'm going to keep it in takeoff. Dark Poseidon, I think so, because we're not climbing at all. It's pretty bad.
Southwest 1672, descend and maintain 11,000.
That's probably a good tip, Dark Poseidon. Thank you.
Southwest 1670.
Yep, now we're doing really good. So, Dark Poseidon, that's what we need to do on this one. This is Pauliot's favorite Universal roller coaster.
Mike Center for Brock 56. Do we get the local altimeter either from Marathon or Key West on the descent?
Okay, altimeters are done. I'm going to clear that checklist.
What's going on?
Looking for the local altimeter either for Marathon or Key West for the descent at 8.
I'm going to go on Hulk and then brave the Velocicoaster.
Key West altimeter 2996.
96, Brock 56, thank you, sir.
And everyone, stand by one. If you're trying to call on the ground, I'll get to you when I can. Very busy right now.
This is an official ride point of view video. So this is the Velosa coaster. Official ride point POV.
Southwest 39, you climb and maintain flight level 370. American 1861, Jacksonville Center.
It looks like one of my landings.
Southwest 838, Orlando approach 124.8.
Pretty cool that Universal Studios has posted this picture to check it. Man, if he went, his cousin went to the Stardust Racers. Oh, holy cats. Did you see that all the way up to the top? Boy, am I glad I haven't had anything to eat right now. I'm not kidding. I'm really glad I haven't had anything to eat.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to get to this 5103, fly right ahead and play 19 right.
And there you go. That's Pauliot's favorite coaster.
441 cross utility, West Lane,
2996 on the altimeter, crossing Goosel at 8,000 for a west landing, Silver 441.
American 650, Jacksonville Center is closing, radar service terminated, frequency.
Unicom, American 650, good night.
Delta 1094, same as you, Jack Center is closing, radar service terminated, frequency change service. Delta 1485, minus 10 1.
Southwest 4052, climbing through 11,216.
I can't put that in there, so Goosel at 8,000. I'll just put that in the notes.
360.
Could have sworn I put those in. There it is. Okay, Goosel, 8,000 feet. Yeah, there we go.
Seven 4241.
All right, now we got a top of descent in there. Very nice to have. Hey, Dusty, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Happy Saturday.
Airport, are you at?
We've got the ATR flying along here.
If you're looking for push, it's your discretion. Call me when you're ready to text.
You're like a circle that floats around me, keeping me safe and sound. And when I fall, you tied a rope to me. You're blessing me every day.
W103 radar contact, right turn direct to Maypo, climb and maintain 12000.
Like a sparrow with broken wings, but now I shine with your reflection on me.
American 2463 Jack.
I need 36 miles to do the descent. So we're good to go there. Okay, there's 20,000 feet there.
4069, sure Jack, closing radar service.
From Maynard to Goosel, it's 37 miles. So at Maynard, we have to start our descent. Something lacks atmosphere. The best ride, it's the Frankenstein ride.
Send me the Coastal 3, Southwest 3684.
Yep. Is that 36?
Miami, American,
that's
Canadian,
36.
flight
Okay.
level 39er.
1080 Miami Center radar.
Pauliot just booted up your ATR and all of your lights are working.
Center private 737.
Okay, well,
handoff.
so your lights work, and I assume you can get your...
Radar service terminated.
I'm assuming that you can also get your prop brake on. I wonder... Because JSG Droid can't... I can't get my lights to work. You can't get... JSG Droid can't get the prop brake.
Negative, sir. Bravo Goose Hill, still 261.
Bronco 56, RNAV 27.
RNAV 27 for Bronco 56, Roger. Can you get lower again, moderate chop going through the celly?
Bronco 56, send a maintain 3000.
3000, Bronco 56.
Bronco 56, when I will correct Tally and Tally, cleared RNAV 27.
Alright, sir, Tally will be able to, and
Pauliot,
Tally cleared RNAV runway 27, Bronco 56.
Maybe not. We ought to look at that as before we wrap up. Maybe that's a conflict. I wonder if that's what happened to JST Droid too. Maybe that's it.
1485 arrival.
You could use the flashlight, Patrick. It's really annoying in Flight Sim. It's super annoying in Flight Sim. At least it is for me. Bugging 210 for our descent.
We have Oscar on board at Palm Beach, RNAV with the runway 2 right.
We have whiskey and any chance for RNAV to a right at Kodak.
Yeah, fine. Expect RNAV to runway 2 right.
Thank you.
Complex 552 ready to go at Lauderdale, at Myers.
That was 552 with 240 RNAV Maple runway 2.
Yeah, I wonder if that's also maybe what happened to JSG Droid with the prop brake. I remember there was a time when we first brought the ATR over from 2020. That was one of the things.
Sorry about the wait. It's busy all night.
Hey, Miami Center.
Good.
Love you.
What if I don't save that?
I said I love you. Stay back.
Give me just American 1080 descent via the front.
I'm just fine-tuning a couple of my views here. They're a little bit messed up.
Descending via landing west. We love you as well. American 1080.
That was 1672 descend to maintain 3000.
That's probably good enough. Eight 8,000 feet.
Sorry, 707, radar contact level 3605. Emergency 14, can you take voice as well? At least just for me.
I use it strictly as a bug. It's like the CRJ. I'm using the bug, this bug here, just for my reference. That's all it is. It's not an auto throttle.
4606, not done.
4606, I know.
That was 552 radar contact, line will maintain 1010,000.
Was that for Southwest 552?
Okay, 10,000 Southwest Pocket, please.
Okay, FWS will do recall, landing elevations good, FMS, that's set. Decision height is not needed, arrival briefing, although I do like to bug decision height of 200 feet above
5131.
the runway. Just for me. Visibility is good, it just says, hey, pilot, you're 200 feet up. If you're not serious about landing, you better be. Okay, there we go. That looks good. Looks good there. Looks good there. After Goosel, I think we don't really have a Goosel transition on this one.
Calling Miami Center. The 1332 runway 19 right to activity whiskey. Okay, all aircraft on my frequency. It's a little too busy, so unfortunately I will have to close up. All aircraft monitor appropriate CTAP advisory frequency.
Bye, love you.
Okay, they're landing west, so runway 27, right? Charts are blowing up. Great, the charts have blown up now.
Hey, Miami is center, your trader.
Okay,
Just went offline right now.
so
He did.
CTAF, KEYW, Key West. 118.2 is CTAF for them. And let's go and start slowing this down.
Frequency plus notification advise you contact command center on 331-684-7804.
118.2. And there we go. Okay, there's CTAF. Captain Sort of is here. Hi, Captain Sort of. Hey, thanks for coming in. Welcome aboard. So we are expecting to land, wait a minute. They said landing west. That's runway 9. The charts app has completely gone away. It's gone bye-bye. All right, altimeter is 2995. Let's get that set. 2995. And 1014 for performance. 101.
US traffic, Brock 56, C-130, 1.5 mile initial left overhead maneuver.
Okay, we need to go to the backup here. Because no charts working is not good. So let's come on over here real fast. Fortunately, this always works. Import the latest flight plan from SimBrief. There we go. And that should get us in. Now let's go to airports. Let's go to Key West. We're expecting runway 9. So it's runway 9. Right? No, that's not landing west. Landing west is what we were told. So runway 27.
US traffic, Brock 56, C-130, left brake, departure end, runway 27, Key West traffic.
Right, runway 27. Okay, we're good to go there. Okay, runway 27 is now loaded in. After Goosel, we'll go direct to Burpee. Let's go ahead and remove this route discontinuity then, and execute that. 8,000 feet at Goosel. After Goosel, it's 2,000 feet at Burpee. Let's reduce our rate of descent here a little bit. And I'm going to continue to let it go down to 2,000 feet. 2,000 feet. Do we have 2,000 or above at Burpee? That looks good. And we're looking good there. Speed's a little bit fast at the moment, but I can deal with that. That's not bad. Now I'm going to just use this as a bug for 180, just because that's my next speed. Okay, we look like we're good to go there. Reset heading bug straight up. Looks good there. Put stuff back.
U.S. traffic, Brock 560, 130, base file, turn, runway 27, U.S. traffic.
10,000 feet, that looks really good. And we're right at 2,000. I'm going to go and let it go to 1.5 just because we're getting busy. 1.5, that looks good. And let's reduce our rate of descent just a touch. That way we can keep that happy. Got some lights on. Now then, ATC called it a day. Let's see what's coming on into Key West right now. Don't want to be too keyed up on the arrival here. There is the Bronco plane. All right, arrivals, the Bronco plane and then us. Bronco is ETA. We're 10 minutes behind that airplane, and none of these other airplanes are going there. That one's going to Havana. None of these, so we own the airport. Nobody else is coming in. No reason to panic. No reason to take out any life insurance. We just get to cruise in. Key West traffic, Silver Wings 441s and ATR at Goosel, cruising along at about 200 knots, and setting up for an RNAV to runway 27, Key West. Not standard operating procedure. I did set a decision height with the radar altimeter to 200 feet. We're just doing a visual arrival, but even on a visual arrival, I've really gotten to the point where I really kind of like to just have the airplane say minimums at 200 feet above the runway, unless it's a special approach where we have to have a higher, altitude. So I just pop that in there. That kind of just says, hey, you know what, get ready to land. If you're not where you're supposed to be, you should be, which happens all the time, at least with me. Mad Noob says it's raining. Okay, let's see. That is going to be over here.
Traffic, Brock 560, 130, vacated, runway 27, taxi ramp out to Key West.
There's radar. There is radar. I'm pulling my throttles back just a little bit, get down to about 180. You can see we're about 20 miles up. Let's bring the map in a click. And over here on performance, VYAP 113, I'm gonna bug 120. We're slowing down nicely. The airplane's handling it very well. Pilot, on the other hand, not so much. Lighting up the airplane a little bit more. Make it easier to see. Sadly, it's not picking up radar rain. Approach checklist, seatbelts are on, landing lights are on, altimeters are set in check, cabin altitude's groovy, and that checklist is complete. Coming up on 180, so I'm going to push my throttles forward just a touch. I don't want to slow down too much. Nobody's behind me. And we can come over here, and a cool thing you can do is you can come over here and kind of put this in, zoom it in a bit, and then click the layers. And click the layers. And then it will overlay this on the big map so you can see how you're doing on the arrival if you need it, which I think is really cool. And if you're in trouble, you're having a problem figuring out where you are, holy moly, is that a nice tool to have. And heading bug reset. Senor Tomas, yeah, nobody, that's not, and it's a pricey subscription for sure, but I don't mind it that much. And I like support. Navigraph seems to be a good company. They seem to be good people, and I like supporting developers in the flight sim community that are doing good things. So I don't know much more about them, but seem to be awesome. Important safety tip here in Key West. There's two airports. You can see there's the Naval Air Station. There's our runway over there. You really don't want to land at that one. It is. I mean, Pauliette, and even if I don't use the Navigraph app, I usually use an app here within an electronic flight bag, even when it's blowing up like this. And we use the nav data too. I'm cranking the music too much. I think so. Doing a little too much rock and roll or travel jazz. Coming up on 15 miles. Key West traffic. Silverwings 441 is overhead burpee, turning finals for runway 27 and landing at Key West. Taxi lights going on. I just announced I'm clear. I do taxi lights. That's clear to land.
Rock 56 is on the west side of ramp. Report back and shut down this time. Short of Bravo, use caution. Bound, Key West.
We need to use caution. Now we're going to be wild and crazy and reckless on this flight. .27 Alpha 2. We're going to have to come back this way, so we got to not bump in to the really big military airplane. Gotta watch out for that. Okay, we can do that. There's turn to final. And now we decided for landing 113, 120. So again, we're gonna bug. 120 on it is our bug. And it doesn't go all the way down, so I have to go ahead and reduce my throttle and get the flaps out first. No floating over the runway. Okay, no going for butter. Flaps. There's 120. Landing gear going down. And there's my bug. I'm going to move that throttle up again. I don't want to slow down too much. This airplane isn't as big and heavy as some airplanes, but it still falls like a brick. All right, we're looking good. AP's going off. AP is off. Captain's got the airplane. A little hazy here. How hard could it be? Flaps out a little bit too soon. Based on some of my flying, yes. Based on some of my flying, it can be very difficult. That's why flight simmers are allowed to have brew in the cockpit. That's pretty good speed. Got blown off to the side. MG King says it's windy today. It has been. We've had some gusty winds. It was a little bit breezy going into Berlin and also into Fort Lauderdale, so it was. Tomorrow we're going to pick it up at Berlin and head down to Rome. Or as we are trying to say, Rome. Cabin crew, landing gear, flaps, power management to take off. Landing checklist is done. Flaps are 30. A little close to my bug.
Approaching decision height. Decision height.
Man, landing.
Crash Fire Rescue needs to respond on the runway to clean up all that butter.
Yeah, I pity the next airplane trying to land in all of this butter on the runway. It did feel really good. Patrick says it's been windy all day. Fredson, welcome in. Thanks for coming by. Happy Saturday and happy weekend. Key West traffic, Silver Wings 441 is clear of runway 27. We're going to taxi to parking via Alpha as the cleanup crew comes out to take care of all of that butter on the runway. Happy landings, Key West. Okay, there's supposed to be a C-130 on the ground here. We got to watch out for that and not go smacking into the big airplane. There was a little bit of a float, but not much, and our landing rate was a minus 180, 1.1 Gs. So 1.1 G, that was pretty cool. The other reason we're kind of sticking with Elevate X is it's all in one as far as it gives us, you know, landing rate predictions and a few other things that we can do in the live stream. And that's kind of one of the reasons why and as Polyat said, I'd rather not have as many applications running on Stormy as possible. Though I need to fix the bot. So it's not working. No, you broke it a while ago. It needs... Oh, the Elevate X bot. Okay. How in the heck did I break that? Okay, looking pretty good here. We got to keep an eye out. And this is also a nice new Key West airport. And this is a really cool scenery for the airport too. Okay, well, I'll learn. I'll get to it. I don't know where they would park an ATR here at the terminal, because I know it's cargo at the far end. And it's not jetways here. It was a touch buggy on this flight. Could be that that's just because it's the first time we've been in this. Ground power. And let's come down and get hydraulic. Ooh. I can't turn the prop brake on. I can't, oh, because you can't do the prop brake because, oh, I don't know if this is going to help out JSG Droid or not. One of the things that happened, JSG Droid, is when I got in the airplane before, the control lock, this little guy right here, the control lock was forward on my airplane. And you can't, I think to get the 30 seconds of hydraulic pressure, the control lock has to be engaged. Because I just tried to do it and I didn't have the control lock in and it wouldn't do that, but now it does. So, main door, tail prop, cargo door. And I don't know if you can test that on your system, but that might have been the reason. I know one other person was having a problem with the prop brake, and maybe check to see if that's the case. Let's see, we need to come over here and do beacon, logo lights, strobe lights. Okay, all of our lights are good, and seatbelts. And the charts totally blew up on me. I don't think this is the way they would park an airplane like this, but there you go. Not sure where they bring the turboprops in. I think the airplane that you see over here with the lights flashing on the wingtips, I think that is Bronco. I'm doing a validate files in Steam. You're going to try that. It wasn't able to change the ATR from Steam to install. And you got a nasty error. Ugh, that's not good. Well, we made it, and I got at least one butter landing today, so that feels pretty good. But a number of little things were not quite working out on this airplane. Okay, none. Traffic is off. Surveillance is on standby. To install, you cannot have the aircraft selected. Very important, and that also goes for updating the airplane too. So I had been trying for a while to update the L1011, and I had the L1011 selected as the airplane, and boy, did it not like me. It was super cranky. But once Polyot told me to deselect it, it worked really good. So that was the good news on that one. But there we go. So, don't want to see that one. Tomorrow, first flight, Berlin to Rome. Berlin to Rome is our first flight tomorrow. We're going to continue 007's adventures, and that should be a fairly nice flight down to Rome. And then we can, depending upon what we decide to do that day, on Sunday, we could continue from Rome down to Malta, where 007. I'm sorry, Rome. Got to do it that way. Going to try and restart and give that. You're going to restart the sim and give that a shot. So that's the plan. And then there was one other thing that we were talking about for tomorrow's flight. I don't remember what that is, but I'm sure we'll figure that out. And then we're doing Amsterdam to Copenhagen to Amsterdam tomorrow. So we've got a 2-hop for Vectors to Copenhagen. So as soon as you get set up and ready to go, get your airplane out of Amsterdam, get to Copenhagen, because we're going to fly back. And then on Monday, we'll do a little 007ing with the 007 game. And we've got that going on too. So thank you so much for being in here today. This was also the September game day, the once a week. And some of you, thank you so much for helping out. Looks like rain outside. Ooh, really striking clouds. New camera looks really good, JSG Droid. Thank you. But thank you for being here. I really appreciate the great support. Thank you for the gift subs. Thank you so much for also a lot of resubs today and some cheers. But as I always like to say as we wrap things up, thanks for being such great flight sim friends. Looking forward to seeing you. Looking forward to seeing you at Berlin tomorrow. So let's see. Who do I see? I see BW Flight Sim. I see Stu is doing Memphis Center. Agent Bravo 7 is back. Agent Bravo 7 hasn't been online for quite a while. And Agent Bravo 7 is doing Sonic the Hedgehog. I don't know if you've ever seen Agent play Sonic the Hedgehog, but Agent is really good at this game. You want to go and say hi to Agent Bravo 7? This is a flight simmer, and her backstory is actually pretty amazing. And everything that she's been through and what she's done and how, all the things she's done. So why don't we go say hi to Agent Bravo 7? And I can't wait to see you tomorrow at 1800 Zulu. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for the really great support. Today's the day that it's on sale, and thank you for those of you that kept doing that. But even if you couldn't afford to do that, had other things to do, thank you for flying with me. Thanks for coming into chat, saying hello, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube. Just thanks for being here. I'm really looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. In the meantime, as always, please stay healthy, stay safe, and we'll see you in the friendly sim skies. Cheers, good night, and thank you.